All right, now it's an eating ASMR stream.
Oh no. Dan, you're gonna be here for Kara at 3 a.m. tonight, right?
It's funny joke. Oh, good.
Yuck. Yeah, no.
Joke, yeah. I'm like, there's no way I'll be awake.
Yeah, you sound like you're dying already. Well.
Tried to nap.
Gimme. Hi, Tribal. We just got lunch, unfortunately. The timing didn't quite work. But yeah, Dan, we got fish and chips because there's a dude in Ace Attorney last night who just like is constantly eating fries. And fish and chips. Does he have fish
like
as well?
Throws them.
He's just like constantly eating them. We were like, you know what sounds really fucking good right now?
Subliminal messaging. Amazing.
I'm not gonna lie to you, it was very liminal messaging.
Oh yeah.
I saw it and I was like, oh no. Wow, welcome back, Evan. 11 months, that's wild.
So
We've
Dan,
been chugging along with this stream thing for a while.
So how do you feel about bards?
They're a subclass.
No, you're already off to a rocky start, man. They're a class.
Oh. That's rough.
Dan's like, oh no, mistake.
Bard do bard thing. I don't know.
Sean and I had a lengthy argument about bards.
Oh, and you didn't do it on stream? You motherfucker.
Yeah. I was regretting that a little bit, but on the other hand, I do believe we saved us an hour of stream time, Dan.
Yeah.
Really?
It literally, yeah, it was an hour long at least. Where we tried to reconcile our differences regarding bards and the struggles that bards have. And we won't get into it too deeply. But I do want to know, we had like 2 questions for you, Dan. I forget what they are.
Lol.
But yeah, how do you feel about bards overall?
Like power level in comparison to other classes.
No, we weren't going to get into that.
Power level? Weak. Design? Average.
Is that so, Dan?
Yeah. Maybe.
Would you like to expound upon Song of Rest?
Well, that's a different issue that I was going to bring up, which is why do you not play bards?
Because of some of their garbage features that make playing them feel like a waste. Oh boy, I'm gonna use counter charm.
Oh, I forgot about counter charm.
I forgot about that too. What level did I get that?
6. It's like all their garbage shit is so early.
Did I get anything else at 6?
No.
So that one hurts.
And at 5th level,
Font of Inspiration.
It's like not very exciting.
So that was one of the arguments that I had with Josh when I was explaining this, which is bards get shite features like Song of Rest, like Font of Inspiration, which should be base game. But that does bother me because they always get something else in addition to it at every level. But I admit that I forgot about Counter Charm, which is more useful than the other 2, to be fair. But that is a rough 6th level. I will not deny.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a good reason that Bard shouldn't be a subclass of another caster? I think there is a good reason, right? Like, I think that this is something you brought up, that Bards are kind of this like jack of all trades class, and they're meant to be that way. And I think that's not, I think it's a valid identity to have. They're not quite like okay, I'll tell you this right now. Little spoiler for the tier list, but I don't think that any of the like Gish classes, subclasses are any good. I don't think you should play a melee bard, like ever.
I also don't think they're very great.
I disagree vehemently. You should
That's-
play
You play
melee
one?
bard. You just shouldn't expect to be a powerful melee DPS.
Yeah. So
You're gonna very quickly realizing that why the fuck would I ever melee?
no, see the thing is, Sean takes College of was it College of Swords?
Swords. Dan was there. I played an AC bard. It was funny.
Yeah, just for
Yeah.
AC.
Uh-huh.
I think there's valid identity in having a jack of all trades class. I think that's an interesting place to be. I love like red mages, for instance, in Final Fantasy. I just don't think they're implemented as well as they could have been.
Mm-hmm.
But regardless, we're just gonna be ranking subclasses between other subclasses.
Yeah, and so consequently, we don't need to worry about any of that right up until we get to College of Lore.
Don't even. Yeah. Lore.
Doesn't matter. We don't have to worry about any of the bard features the class has as a whole, right up until Lore Bard, in which case suddenly the class feature becomes a subclass feature, and so we need to rank it. But don't worry, L is a long ways in.
Yeah, I will say this. There is some value in the Bard spell list in that it's primarily utility spells, but there's some like really good combat spells. Like I'm pretty sure Bards get Hypnotic Pattern, which is just.
That's a good one.
I remember that was my signature spell when I played a Bard. So good. I mean, I'm pretty sure like wizards also get it though. To be fair.
This
Well,
is
yeah.
nice that each of the subclasses on Bard don't have special spells. That makes ranking this.
Except
This
for
is gonna be
Lore.
faster to rank. Unless some of them do,
Oh no, you're right. Cleric's gonna suck.
right? And
Oh,
Yep.
yeah,
I had already been considering this since day one. I was like,
I mentioned this. Yeah.
Cleric's gonna be worse than wizard. That's really funny.
here's the thing.
Well, yeah. Oh, so I asked you earlier if you thought wizard or cleric would be worse, and you said wizard.
I have to revise that. I forgot about the special
Yeah.
spells.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Well,
got
that's
off
like a
really
whole
easy
other
with
10.
barbarians because there's not a lot of subclasses,
Yeah.
and
Little content for each.
like, let's be real, a lot of them just kind of middling, right? We don't have to consider things like spells. They're not that complicated.
Yeah. And wizards don't get special spells for each subclass. Oh. Not that I listen, remember them. Clerics, I get 10 spells per subclass that you have to look at. There's 10 more things to think about per each of the 24 subclasses. that we might be looking at.
I'm deciding this right now. By the way, fish and chips was a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
So good.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good for you.
Dan, you should get some fish and chips. It goes great with discussing bards.
Made potatoes.
Potatoes are good too. Where's the bard list?
I can link it, I guess. But
If you open the stream,
I have
your
located.
stream just says stream starting soon.
no, I'm in the Discord stream.
Oh.
So do we go?
Okay, we can go.
Starting with a funky one.
Okay. Hi, if you're here and you don't know what we're doing, we're ranking Bard subclasses. That's it. All right.
If you want to know the criteria on which we're ranking them, go watch the beginning of the barbarian one, or you'll figure it out very quickly. And also we're gonna have to refigure it out very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically just, power level, niche, role playing, etc., flavor. Also level curve. That's the important thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I remember this one. Okay.
I would say that level curve is
Like-
honestly one
like I
of the more
said,
important things to consider. But
We're starting with a
yeah.
fucky one.
we're starting with a weird one. Oh, if you want to know our credentials, we've been playing D&D 5e since the game came out. Weekly.
Have you guys?
Sometimes more than weekly?
I've played like I think 2 bards. Josh played a lot of bards.
I played a good couple bards, yeah.
Dan has never played bard? Question mark.
Zero bards.
I was honestly thinking about playing a bard in this the campaign we're playing now.
I can't bring myself to play a bard.
Song of Rest really just does you in, huh?
Wow.
Yeah. Kills the entire class for me.
So, College of Creation. At 3rd level, you summon a floating musical note. Whenever you give a creature Bardic Inspiration die, you can create a note of potential. The note orbits within 5 feet of the creature. The note is a tiny object that is intangible and invulnerable, and it lasts until the Bardic Inspiration die is lost. A creature with a note can use it in the following ways, not nays. We're not horses. Immediately, see, Note of Destruction.
You are reading the wrong.
Oh, am I reading the
subclass,
Unearthed
by the way.
Arcana one?
Ooh,
Okay.
good catch.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, whenever the creature uses a Bardic Inspiration die, the moat provides an additional effect based on whether the die benefits an ability check, an attack roll, or a saving throw. Interesting. Okay. That is different than the Unearthed Arcana one. Right off the bat. So, an ability check. When the creature uses rolls the Bardic Inspiration die to add it to an ability check, the creature can roll the Bardic Inspiration die again and choose which roll to use as the moat pops and emits a colorful harmless sparks for a moment. Okay. So that basically gives you advantage on ability checks, or on the Bardic Inspiration die for the ability check. Which is pretty useful. It kind of sucks when you roll a 1. Attack roll. Immediately after the creature rolls the Bardic Inspiration die to add it to an attack roll against a target, etc. The target and each creature of your choice that you can see within 5 feet of it must succeed on a Constitution saving throw against your spell save DC or take thunder damage equal to the number rolled on the Bardic Inspiration die. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
And then saving throw immediately after the creature rolls the Bardic Inspiration die and adds it to a saving throw. The moat vanishes with the sound of soft music, causing the creature to gain temporary hit points equal to the number rolled on the Bardic Inspiration die plus your Charisma modifier, minimum of 1 temporary hit point. Okay.
Wait, all these make the moat go away, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Well, all of them basically augment a Bardic Inspiration roll, basically.
And Bardic Inspiration die starts at a D6 right now?
It starts at D6, goes up to D8, I think at like 5.
And then at 13th level D10. No, 10th level.
Mm-hmm.
So really, you could think of it, most of the campaign you'll be using a D6 or a D8.
Yeah.
So that first ability is basically like you're getting advantage on your 3.5 roll or your 4.5 roll, and it'll probably become like a 5 or 6 or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yep, that sounds about right.
That's
First-
a tiny bonus.
It's mathematically a small bonus. The one caveat there is that it feels good. Like straight up, Josh nailed it when they said it sucks to roll a 1 on your Bardic Inspiration. It feels awful, so I will take advantage.
Yeah,
I also like the visual indicator that someone has a Bardic Inspiration on them.
It's kind of funny, right? You're like sticking emojis on somebody.
Yeah.
I would say that this is interesting. It gives a little it honestly just kind of like makes Bardic Inspiration dice like better, right? Like it literally
Slightly.
just augments them to make them objectively better.
Yes, but how? Okay, so but in terms of how
Very
much is
slightly.
well,
Very slightly. Yes.
ability check I think is all right. Actually, don't. I think it makes
honestly
it a good bit better.
I think the attack roll is pretty garbage.
Yeah, the attack roll one's terrible.
Like,
Am I wrong?
Here's the thing: is that you can do a lot of potential damage, objectively speaking. But the use case of it is pretty niche, and like the amount of damage you do is not that high, which means you're just doing chip damage. Like, it's not. I would say, like, it's not worthless, but it's like so it feels like it doesn't really matter, right? You're not like I feel like you're not gonna be like manipulating breakpoints in any way with this, right?
Not very often.
And it's a con save, like against your spell save DC, and like
Yeah, con is one of the weakest saves in D&D because all enemies are strong against it.
yeah,
So
all enemies
true.
have big con, and also just like I don't know.
Great, you'll do 1 or 2
I
extra
feel like
damage.
the value of doing like a lot of small damage isn't terrible early on. Like for instance, a cantrip will do an amount of damage quite similar to this, right up until 5th level when they start scaling. But like the fact that you get it for free isn't terrible. Like it's not.
But
Well,
key is when you use bardic inspiration in an attack roll, which this might be me just being silly, but the time that you use bardic inspiration when you're making an attack roll is when you think you're gonna miss, and so
Yeah.
you want to hit. So you don't actually use it to augment your DPS directly. You're using it to augment a hit. And so just tossing on, that's actually why I like the ability check one, is because it very directly increases the odds of you doing the thing you want to do. And you could argue that like increasing your chance to hit is directly upping your DPS, but this is just, it's bonus damage on top that you'll take, but it doesn't actually help you. It doesn't augment the chance to hit, which is like the arguably the primary feature. I guess, can you use, no, you can't use Bardic Inspiration normally to deal damage directly, can you? It only, I think.
no, that's an augmentation that usually comes with subclass.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, yeah. But so yeah, it just feels weird to me to take an attack roll and then use a thing that ups the attack roll, your chance to hit, and then that also comes with it a saving throw based damage. Like that,
It's also
it's gonna slow it down.
I was gonna say it's also
it'll be a
the
grind.
ice knife problem where it's just like, yes, it's objectively better, but it also slows down combat because you're making an attack roll, but suddenly everyone else has to make a saving throw.
Yeah, well, one person, but yeah,
I mean, and bards already slow down combat.
Like, and like, okay, here's the thing, right? Is that what we generally tend to see with combat, especially, I would say, is you either want your AoE to do a lot of damage or you don't want the AoE at all and you just want a single target, right? You don't want to be in this weird middle space where you're just kind of chipping everyone all at once because that's how you get action economied out of existence.
It's true.
Oh, I won't lie, I didn't quite realize that this is an AoE. That's it's strictly better,
It's
but
strictly
also
better,
annoying.
but it's also kind of annoying, right? And like
I don't like it.
It's
It's
like
really
it's
annoying.
5 feet. Let's see. The target of each creature of your choice you can see within 5 feet of it, right? So the thing is that like the maximum amount of value you're going to get out of this, if like you hit somebody and they're surrounded on all sides by allies, which why would they be? And then on top of that, like all of them failing the con save, right? You're doing like a d6 of damage to all of them, and that just doesn't feel like that much value, does it? Right?
It feels really bad that they added a DC for something so piddly.
Right? This feels like
Yeah.
one of those things where the damage should just apply automatically.
It does.
Like, I don't think it would be that much stronger with it, honestly. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Guaranteed damage is always strong, but yeah, you
It
still
would be stronger, but it's so weak.
But it's also like
anyway, so
think
it's
think
like-
about Bardic Inspiration, right? If you start a combat and nobody has Bardic Inspiration, you give out 1 per turn.
Yeah. I will
third
say
level,
it did occur to me. There's one thing which is interesting, which is that even if you miss your attack, they still get to do a save. So I guess combining an attack roll and a save has some advantage that you're likely to get some damage.
Like I said, this welcome to Ice Knife. You're turning
Yeah.
every attack into Ice Knife.
I mean, most people consider Ice Knife to be half decent, although I really don't.
Ice Knife is annoying.
Yeah, I don't.
third level, this is
Oh yeah,
pretty good. I think once you get a
Fifth
little
level.
bit past, once you get like 5th level, this is garbage.
yeah.
Basically, as soon as you start encountering enemies that have more than like 11 hit points, this becomes much worse.
Yeah,
Right.
And then, yeah,
it quickly becomes
and the
irrelevant.
same-
I like the saving throw
The
one.
saving throw one, I think, is not bad.
I think it's
Because
hinging
it's,
on good. The
well, no.
times.
So the thing is, if you consider what it is, if you're using it as a saving throw, this is healing, right? You're essentially getting a free
Yeah.
Bardic Inspiration die of healing. which is
exactly.
like pretty good, actually, I would say.
And yeah, exactly. Especially given, and I was initially like, well, temp HP can go both ways, but if you're making a save, there's a very good chance you're making it against some damage that you're about to fucking take.
Yeah.
So you're gonna get immediate value out of those hit points.
I would honestly say this is probably the best one of the lot.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it's the best designed one too. I actually like that one. I don't like.
If you look at if you look at people at third level, like even the barbarian probably has like 30 hit points at the most. This thing at third level you can still roll
this is really
10
good
temporary hit
level.
points. That's a lot.
That's a lot. Yeah, it doesn't scale very hard.
No, but imagine you have like let's say like 3. I would say 3 charisma is like pretty average for like a third level character. For a bard, depending on the system you're using. Obviously, we use more fun systems that give you higher and lower numbers, but like that's like 1d6 plus 3. It's like 6.5 damage. Like that's pretty decent, right? Like that's more than a healing word is gonna give you.
Yeah, it's
free, right?
And it
sort of.
And you could theoretically do how many of these a day? How many?
Charisma mod, I think, like 3 to 5.
Yeah, it depends, right? Because before 5th level, you can only do it like 3 to 5 times a day, depending on your charisma. And then after that, as soon as you take a short rest, you can regenerate it. Which is, I don't know why that limitation exists because it feels so clunky.
Because they didn't have anything else to give bards at 5th level.
No, they give them. Well, no, that's not that. Okay, a lot of classes get nothing at 5th level because you get 3rd level spells.
Or an extra attack.
If you look at wizards, they get nothing at 5th level. If you look at druids, they get nothing at 5th level.
Bards
right?
get 3 things.
Bards get 3 things, so they didn't need to give them anything at 5th level, except the fact that this feels like it should be baseline, which is why I'm annoyed. But on the other hand, I don't view it as eating a slot that they would have gotten something else instead because they statistically wouldn't have.
I'm not viewing it as eating it a slot either. Really, I'm viewing it as they purposely made a feature worse so that they could slightly improve it later.
Yeah, but the only reason they would do that is because they think it's unbalanced at low levels, and I don't understand why they think that, and it annoys me that they did that.
Yeah, I disagree with their thoughts about that, right?
But it's okay. That's all of ours. We don't have to give a shit.
That's true.
Mostly.
Okay, at 3rd level, as an action, you can channel the magic of the Song of Creation to create one non-magical item of your choice in an unoccupied space within 10 feet of you. The item must appear on a surface or in a liquid that can support it. Interesting. The GP value of the item can't be more than 20 times your bard level, and the item must be medium or smaller. The item glimmers softly, and a creature can faintly hear music when touching it. The created item disappears after a number of hours equal to your proficiency bonus. For examples of items you can create, see the equipment chapter of the player's handbook. Once you create an item with this feature, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest, unless you expend a spell slot of 2nd level or higher to use this feature again. You can have only one item created by this feature at a time. If you use this action and already have an item from this feature, the first one immediately vanishes. The size of the item you can create with this feature increases by 1 size category when you reach level 6, large, and then 14th, huge. Okay. So that is also something you get at 3rd level. And it's obviously more of a flavor ability, but I think there's some potential use for this. Maybe.
I view this as flavor, and I think it's good flavor. I really like this flavor actually. Like it does something. You can be creative with it. Funnily enough, my initial thought was, wow, I am like not smart enough or creative enough to make good use out of this.
Yeah.
But I do like that it's there. Like a lot of flavors just kind of whatever, but this one's like, no, you can actually find a use for this. If you need something specific, you can create it. And I genuinely enjoy it. And also you have a way of refreshing it if you need to.
I would say that good flavor tends to be something that is potentially useful in out of combat scenarios.
Yeah. And this definitely is.
And this feels like it, right?
I mean, you can make toolkits like, I need to break that. Was like, let's make a thieves kit or something. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of use for this. I would say that this is quite a versatile ability.
Yeah, actually, I really like this. See, this is the problem.
Make a crowbar.
Oh, I really like this bard's flavor. Just overall, we haven't really touched on it, but yeah, the more I think about it, I remember this. I was trying to pick a bard, and I was like, I looked at this, and I was like, this might be cool, and then Anyway, we keep
I
going.
especially like the scaling. The 6th level you get large things, and 14th level you
I
can make.
love.
Oh
Okay,
my
it
God,
is
that's
very
funny.
to me that you can create non-magical huge objects at
Okay,
14th
that is
level.
actually. I admit I forgot about that. That's sick.
I have
Yeah,
no
it's
idea what I
awesome.
would do with that.
Yeah. having played an illusion wizard, you will do less with it than you think you initially will,
Mhm.
or maybe I'm just not creative enough. But I really want to do
Mhm.
this now because I want to
Just, like,
see
make-
if I can do stupid shit.
Listen,
Yeah.
only
It-
make
it is
huge
sad that
statues
you-
of yourself everywhere you go.
It is said that you can only use this once per long rest.
Yeah,
Because it is
unless-
a flavor ability.
Yeah, unless you spend spell slots. But I'd heard see that it's 2nd level or higher. But I guess
yeah.
once you get the huge, it doesn't really matter. How long does it last? I've already forgotten. I won't lie.
About 3 hours at the start because it's
Nice.
proficiency bonus,
Yeah,
and then it
a
scales up to
number
a
of
max of
hours
6
equal to
hours.
proficiency bonus.
That's a good duration.
That's
Oh.
good. Yeah.
All right, I like this a lot. But yeah,
I can tell
So
this is going to
at,
be fucking
at
impossible.
3rd
to
level,
rank.
you can make something worth up to 60 gold pieces worth of value.
okay, that's enough to make most things you want that aren't like fucking diamonds.
Pretty much all weapons as well.
Wait, I just realized that you can make a diamond worth 300 gold pieces once you hit a certain level.
Actually, wait, is that true?
I don't know if you'll be able to consume
I think it's like level 15, mind you, but
Huh?
the GP of the value would be 20 times your bard level. 20 times 20 is 400, so a max of 400 gold.
I mean, it doesn't say you can't use it as a reagent. Like, it's non-magical.
Like straight up.
Like, yeah, I think you could, honestly.
I'm reading it as you can use this to make reagents if you then use them within the allotted time.
I mean, it
Game
makes
the
sense, right?
system.
Because it means that you have ready access to Revivify, but nothing really higher than that because, like, your maximum gold value is not going to be more than 400 at
Yeah.
20th level. So it's not like you can cast, like, True Resurrection or anything.
You get okay. To be fair, you get ready access to Revivify at 15th level.
Yeah. So,
Oh,
I mean, that's why
boy.
we're saying it's not that good.
Yeah, it's not good, but it is interesting. It makes me wanna.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you'd probably find uses for that. Yeah.
Niche uses, but it is funny.
Yeah, I mean, I like this ability. I think it's pretty neat. I think as far as something that is like a tool that is given to a class that prompts you to use it in a non-combative way, I think this is probably honestly one of the best ones in the game, I would say.
Agreed.
Like, it reminds me of the transmutation wizard a lot, but just kind of way less finicky.
Reminds me of the illusion wizard more. I did that.
Yeah, you just made boxes real.
Listen, I'm not the most creative person, but it was handy.
I mean, there's
So
a lot of
about
like
sixth
stuff that you
level.
can do playing with like line of sight and stuff. Like the thing is, this is like not useless in combat either, because it's you
It's
can
an
make
action.
a
You made it
medium
in action.
item and it takes an action, right? So it's very specifically you can use this to break line of sight.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's good.
I mean,
Overall,
You can do
probably
that
my
with
favorite.
minor illusion too, but like you know.
Yeah. But this one can eat spells, which might be a bad thing, but you know, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Now we get a even funkier
Yeah.
ability.
If you want, I can read this and you
Sure.
can continue munching. I don't
Please.
know if you finished. Yeah.
I'm still eating.
Or at least I'll skim it. At 6th level, as an action, you target a large or smaller non-magical item within 30 feet and animate it. It uses the dancing item stat block, which is your proficiency bonus. It's friendly. It obeys your commands. Lasts for an hour until one of you dies. In combat, it shares your initiative, but takes a turn immediately after yours. It can move and use its reaction on its own, but only takes the dodge action. Most of this, yeah.
I'm
Sorry,
not-
I don't like reading
Yeah.
verbatim. If you haven't noticed.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
It's all, this is all some semantics, honestly.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I love this feature.
So you just get a pet. You just get a pet object, basically.
No, okay. So here's the
They're
thing,
like,
right?
hey, Rangers are the pet class. No, wait, no, they're not. It's the bard.
Combine those two, and you can make a little moving statue. That is exactly what I was gonna say. Is I can immediately think about what I would do with this, which is I would make a bard that is obsessed with himself, and then just make statues, and then bring the statues to life.
Holy shit! I forgot about. I didn't realize it. Yeah. Okay, that's kind of sick. I love that especially because the other one you get at 3rd level and this one you get at 6th. So you just constantly keep making statues of you, and your party members are just freaked the fuck out. What's wrong with you? And then you start animating them. It's like
I'm not gonna lie to you. If you wanted to play Alex Louise Armstrong, you might consider this.
yes.
I love that you can. It works so well with the 3rd level ability where you can craft something exactly what you want and then animate it.
Yeah, it's actually kind of great. I love that.
Hi, Gwen.
And it happens right when you get to the 6th level ability for the 3rd level one, where you make up to large creatures, so you can make a large statue of whatever you want and animate it. Do whatever.
Now that said, what can this do in combat? Because you can command it with the same bonus action as your Bardic Inspiration, which is great. I thank fuck they actually accounted for that, because we haven't touched on it, but bards have the most painful action economy.
Yep.
Like, I can tell you what this creature can do in combat. Very little damage.
Very little damage, except it has one passive that might, in certain circumstances, be useful. Sort of. But it's flexible, so I like that about it. Irrepressible Dance makes it so that any creature that starts its turn within 10 feet of the item can decrease or increase, your choice, the walking speed of that creature by 10 feet until the end of the turn, provided the item isn't incapacitated.
That's pretty good.
Huh. Interesting. I was expecting the decrease, which is fine.
So,
but the increase is
no
probably
say.
yeah, I was
better.
gonna say, what's funny about this is that it kind of turns into like a World of Warcraft shaman totem.
That gives it a speed buff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in early levels. That's basically just another attack, which is pretty good.
Yeah, and it does 1d10 plus proficiency damage,
Yeah,
which is not bad. It doesn't do.
It has a
But effectively 0 scaling.
yeah, effectively 0 scaling. I
Fair.
would say that the passive of it scales a lot better. But you know, it's not perfect control because you're not like restraining anybody, but you can play with movement. Like it's not impossible to manipulate movement in such a way that it is harder for enemies to catch up to you. Because like the thing is, if everybody starts within 10 feet of this item, at the beginning of all your allies' turns, you just increase their speed by 10 feet, and then at the beginning of all your enemies, they decrease by 10 feet, right?
It also can fly.
Yo.
Also can fly.
It has good armor and good health.
Can you ride the statue of yourself?
Oh my god.
Probably. If it's large, then I'm sure you could.
I mean,
Is that okay?
Yeah, right.
I kind of I kind of love this. I don't know if it's that good. I guess AoE speed increase for your friends, and decrease for your foes, and it's damage. It's not bad.
Wait, now that I'm thinking about the fly thing, literally a bard could just sit above everyone in combat and be immune to everyone unless they have ranged weapons.
I think honestly, yeah, I think it would depend on how you rule it. But if you could fly on it, obviously that's pretty Gucci. I would say I think oh my god, it has a hover speed too. So
Right.
even if it's like even if its speed is 0 and it's grappled, it just stays there.
Yup.
That's actually super funny.
So used conventionally to whack and slow, it's decent. But if you get creative with this, I guess it is actually could be actively good.
Yeah, I would say that at 6th level, it's definitely good. Because obviously, what's it called? It gets its turn immediately after yours. That shares your initiative count. So you don't have to spend like let's see. It takes a dodge action unless you use a bonus action in your turn to command it to take another action. That is kind of painful. Obviously.
Yeah.
Because
Because bards need their bonus action.
No. When you use a Bardic Inspiration die, you can command the item as part of the same bonus action.
I see.
Yeah. So
Nice.
when you give out Inspiration, you can also command it. They solve
Okay, yeah,
that.
it's pretty efficient then.
Like they should have done with Frenzy Barbarians. And
And the rage, yeah, they
this is before they discovered the as a part of the same action wording.
yes, exactly. It was new tech back when this was this in Xanathar's or was this Tasha's?
This
I want
came
to
out
say
officially in Tasha's.
Tasha's.
This
That's
is
what I
Tasha's,
thought. Yeah,
Oh,
I almost played this. I like it.
Yeah, I like the 6th level feature a lot. I think you can really mess around with it and
So
even if you can't fly in or whatever, like it's still good.
I will say this about the third level feature because this is the kind of primary combat utility you're going to be getting aside from your like your golem or whatever. Bardic Inspiration is one of those things that is really good early on and then falls off later because of action economy.
Maybe.
Well, no, because the bottleneck is not the amount, the size of the die, right? Because Bless is super good. It's the amount of dice you're getting and the amount of time
You're
it
assuming
takes to
people
give
like
them
having
out,
extra attack, right?
Exactly.
right?
I mean,
The die itself goes up, but it doesn't account for the fact that hitting one attack is much less impactful when your fighter attacks 3 or 4 times.
Right, and
I
you
just don't
and you have to
think
use your bonus.
that's
action
you're just saying
one.
that for people with extra attacks. Yeah,
Yeah, but
does not
everyone
scale.
gets extra attack,
Mhm.
or they get extra.
Casters.
But like,
Casters get, that's true.
But here's-
Warlocks get extra attack.
but here's the thing,
With
right? Is that
casting.
like the reason that Bless is super good is because it applies to basically everything that you do, even though it's a smaller number.
Yeah.
I
And
feel like with Bardic Inspiration, you just have to like
you
one
have to choose
like,
one.
You have to choose one thing to use it on, which is like fine, right? Because it's okay to have more
Then it's
situational
gone.
things, because you can choose which thing is probably going to be the most valuable, and I think in most cases you're going to be able to pretty readily identify what that is. But again, you just get one per turn, right? You can give out
Yeah.
one per turn. I think bards should have been given the ability to give out more than one bardic inspiration per turn at higher levels.
Well, I think a lot of bards make the mistake of trying to use bardic inspirations in combat when you really to make
You
use
just
of
wanna
it,
give
you
it
gotta
out
use,
before
you
combat and then
gotta
get
dish
in.
them out. You gotta dish them out before the combat starts.
You gotta get all
Very,
your
very
buffs up
possibly.
before you walk into the boss room.
Like
Free
literally, so often it's like we have a bar and it's like, all right, you guys can let you want to buff up before you go, and it's like, no, I'm gonna save my bardic inspiration. What? Why?
Okay, but I will say this: that is something I dislike about bards is the
It's a bad
encouragement of
design.
that behavior, right? It's far
It's
less
bad
interesting to
design.
me because it encourages an okay. We're not gonna talk about bards forever. I swear to God.
Yeah,
We're gonna talk
for
about
real.
subclasses, but that is really frustrating to me. The fact that the optimal what is encouraged to be optimal play is this like mode of play that D&D really thinks it likes of having to be prepared for everything that is super boring and bad.
And then we get 8 levels of nothing, or like 7 levels of nothing, and
I mean,
then
you
we
get
get one
spells.
thing at 14th level, which
Like
This
keep
is
in mind
very-
that all bards get magical secrets around like 11th level or whatever.
Yeah, we're not touching overall bards,
we're,
but yeah.
we're not touching overboard, yeah.
But yeah, you get
If you
nothing.
think this is bad, wait till we get to clerics.
Well,
Oh god. All right, at 14th level, you use your performance of creation feature. You can create more than one item at once. The number of items equals your charisma modifier, minimum of 2 items. If you create an item that would exceed that number, you choose which of the previously created items disappears. Only one of these items can be of the maximum size you can create. The rest must be small or tiny. You are no longer limited by GP value in creating items. Okay, all right,
Wait.
never mind.
Hold up.
This kind of if you go to the spell ruling thing, you can make a whole bunch of small items that are worth tens of thousands of gold for like any sort of reagent you need.
Yeah, this seems broken.
I wouldn't call it broken at 14th
No,
level.
okay, fair. Well,
Totally-
this seems no. I would say this is broken because this is the kind of thing it would like break a campaign,
Yeah, so
How?
totally worthless in combat, but
destroy the economy, sell everyone
potential-
false.
like huge potential to just destroy the economy. I mean,
Well, no,
obviously-
but then they just get
No
pissed
one-
because their shit would disappear. It's like
Yeah, they
leprechaun
would,
gold.
they would
So
just
you know
get
what?
pissed and come
That's-
fight you.
Yeah, you're right. That's a fun mechanic. I
They
like
already
it.
have spells that you can access earlier that
but
do
like
the same thing.
if we're talking about being able to create spell reagents with this, then you can theoretically cast whatever spell you want.
Yeah, but you could do that by just getting the reagents. So
Yeah, but reagents cost money.
yes.
Yeah, but do you think money's a problem at 14th level?
I think it depends on the campaign.
Well, then this is a way of negating the campaign limitations, which
Alright,
could,
fair
I
enough.
guess, you could view as a bad thing and could arguably be broken in some campaigns. But you're right. It's less powerful than I initially thought, or at the very least, I really like it.
Yeah, sure.
I will
Now,
say-
with that said, this is the performance of creation is the creating items. It's not, you can only animate one still, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I'm ex-
this is the thing, right? Is this is a great flavor feature.
Yeah.
You do not get any more combat utility. And
I don't-
none of
I'm
your
not
shit scales
upset
at all.
about that. I'm not really upset about that. I think we're very quickly going to find out that most bards don't scale in combat.
Yeah, that's true.
Not from their subclass, at least. They get all of the scaling that a wizard, basically all the scaling that a wizard might get, aside from in terms of spells, raw spells alone. But yeah,
if we do find other bard subclasses that scale way better, then yeah, that's a downside for this one. But right now, I don't even feel comfortable ranking this one because
we don't know the
I
others.
have no idea. Yeah.
Yeah, this is fucked.
I think it's going to be above average.
I think so too. Let's just put it in B tier and move on.
Yeah, I was about to suggest B, and we might have to raise it.
Yeah.
Or lower it. We'll see.
I don't think we'll have to lower it, but yeah, but none of us really know that many bard subclasses. We have much less experience with the bard subclasses than I think barbarian.
Well, that's why we're gonna have to go through all of them if we want a full list.
Woo! Buckle in, Dan.
Mm-hmm.
It's only been an hour for that one.
We gotta go a lot faster.
No. I mean, I say that, but like also we started late because fish and chips, and then we had to explain bards. Yeah. It's okay. It'll pick up. We'll pick up the pace. We might actually
Eloquence has one of the best fucking third level features ever, in my opinion.
Eloquence? Ooh, is that the next one? No.
Yeah, is it not?
Maybe it is. Hang on, where's the list?
Dirge Singer might be next.
Yes, that's the one that Josh has on their stream. And Tribal, yeah, the massive gem scam was my first thought too. Is like, well, if you can create infinite temporary gold, let's go, I don't go
think
convert it into permanent gold.
Broken. All this is doing is saving you spell slots though, because there's already spells that can do that.
Yeah, but they all have gold point limitations. All of them.
Okay.
Like creation has a limit of I think 100 gold.
If you happen to be in a campaign where where there are NPCs with tens of thousands of gold, like most people wouldn't even be able to afford your scam.
Yeah, exactly. It really what it is just removing a limitation and giving you more creative reign. I kind of like that. Sure. I like it a lot actually. This probably would be a fun bard to play if you really want to just go out there.
Okay, so Dirge Singer is from Exploring Eberron, which is technically unofficial content, but it's made by a Eberron writer. So it's made by someone who was official. So this is like a
what?
Sorry about that. I'm back.
Yeah,
I found the last singular Boylans.
You missed it. So Josh, this is from Exploring Eberron, which is basically unofficial content, but it was written by someone who was official. So it's here.
Who wrote this? Was it what's his face? Chris Perkins?
Keith Baker?
Baker? Never heard of him.
I don't know.
Okay, let's see.
He worked with Wizards of the Coast on creating Eberron. So that's why his subclass here is given some merit.
Okay.
We probably should discuss flavor because I do not know the flavor of this.
Okay.
Okay, do you know what a dirge is?
Oh, good point.
A dagger?
sad song. Sad death song.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
You're thinking of a dirk, Dan, I think.
Okay.
Is a dagger, I think. A dirge is okay, yeah.
Dirk is.
Yeah, dirge is a song sung at a funeral usually.
Yeah, dirge songs are trained to inspire their people and direct soldiers on the battlefield. Students of both history and war, dirge singers use tales of past glory and their knowledge of great victories to inspire their allies and provide keen strategic insight, directing allies to strike when enemies are weak. That's the flavor.
Cool.
Okay.
All bards are dirge singers during a party wipe. Not unless you listen. If you die first, you're not a dirge singer.
I am the dirge.
I am the dirge. Do you know what? A dirge singer is like a bard that was playing when the Titanic sunk.
Ooh.
So anyway,
I like the broad inspiration feature.
Broad inspiration. You learn to strengthen the hearts of troops and stir them to greatness. You learn the guidance cantrip, which is considered a bard spell for you. Doesn't count against your number of cantrips known. Okay, guidance is one of those spells that is good but annoying.
Very annoying because it slows down the entire campaign. Not just combat.
Okay, you know that problem I said about how the optimal play is to give everyone bardic inspiration before the fight starts?
Yeah.
Very similar problem where if you have somebody with a guidance cantrip, they will want to use it constantly. So anytime you're like, can you make this roll? Guidance! It's like having...
I like to... It's in a normal conversation. Just like, and you're just trying to persuade someone, and then your cleric's over in the background tapping on the shoulder, guidance.
It's like having like a super enthusiastic like member of your class who raises their hand at everything. It's like,
It's pretty annoying.
yes, I understand. You add value to this classroom. I need someone else to speak for once.
Yeah, I sent you the comic again, Josh.
Well, I don't get a comic.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll put it on the stream if you're watching.
Yeah,
Are you watching?
I'll open it.
I can send it to you too.
I'll watch the stream.
Me trying to describe
Oh,
rooms.
that-
I want to detect
oh,
traps.
okay.
I want to roll perception. I cast guidance on the guy rolling perception. I have dark vision.
Oh, I've heard of this one.
I saw this and instantly thought of both you, Josh, and Dan. Like I've heard both of you be like interrupted mid description
By
to
guidance.
be like, I want to do, I want to perceive.
Let
I
me
feel like
describe the room,
we
please.
don't. So we don't normally Sungeons and Saragons. Yeah. We don't normally play a lot with like guidance because it's annoying, like I said. But a lot of games are going to be games where people are like, I want to cast guidance, and guidance is objectively good, right? It's like basically mini bless.
I mean, I literally at one point asked a player, like, oh, can you choose a different cantrip?
Yeah, please, can we do something else, please? I beg of you.
Like, this is the start of the campaign. I don't want the campaign to be ruined.
Oh my god! I'm you're
Very
making me
dramatic.
want to play guidance, Stan.
No,
You gotta
dude,
be careful.
I hate it. I hate it more than counterspell.
Oh, it's so funny. But don't.
Oh, okay. So
okay.
as a bonus
next
action, you
action.
can expend one use of your Bardic Inspiration die to inspire multiple allies. When you do so, choose 2 creatures within 60 feet of you that can hear you. Each creature gains 1 Bardic Inspiration die. I think this only costs 1 to inspire multiple.
Yes.
Yeah.
It
This solves
basically ends up
this
being
solves
double binding.
100% of my problems.
Keep reading.
Your Bardic Inspiration die does not change at 5th level, but remains a D6. It becomes a D8. What?
They had to
Doesn't
nerf
matter.
it somehow, or else they double Bardic Inspiration, I guess.
It's the tiniest nerf, though.
Yeah,
It
it's
becomes
honestly
a
a
D8
non-issue.
at 10th level and D10 at 15th level. That's fine. That's honestly fine.
Yeah.
It'll do 1 less on average.
This makes Bardic Inspiration so much more worth using in combat.
Yeah.
It does.
I like
is-
this a lot.
This is actually
this
one
is
of the
this
few
just
bards that
this
could
feels
buff the entire party before combat and still have plenty of
this
uses
just,
of
this
it.
just
Yeah.
feels correct, right? It's not like you're spending all your Bardic Inspiration before the battle. You use one and you can grab like you use one and you grab 2 people, right? And then if you want, you can do it again depending on the size of your
You can grab,
party.
like,
And then you
4
can
or
do it in
6 people if
combat.
you
Like
want.
this feels much more worth it to me, right? This like removes the big bottleneck for Bardic Inspiration to me. Like obviously, you know, it gets nerfed because the die is smaller for a longer time, but to be honest, giving it to more people is way more value than having a bigger die, I would say.
Oh, way more.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Well, with one caveat, which is that you might reach a point where your party isn't burning through them fast enough, and then you'll be like, well, I gotta give it
I
to
don't
2,
think-
but everyone has it already.
I don't think that'll ever happen.
It'll happen if you roll a lot of hits or you have a caster heavy
Like,
sub.
you don't-
Because when you give it to casters, if they don't
I
roll
see.
an attack roll cantrip, they like straight up can't use it unless they need to make a saving throw.
Gotcha.
So there are some
You just
side.
have a whole bunch of casters.
Yeah, if you had a whole bunch of casters, basically,
yeah,
or if you always
if your
hit. but
party
yeah.
is not set up for it, sure, but like I feel like that's more of a
Yeah, that's
more
niche.
of a niche problem, right?
I agree. Most parties you will probably not run into this problem, and even then, it's 2 per. So if you have a big enough party, yeah, no, it'll be fine.
Also, at 3rd level, you gain proficiency in either history or performance. If you are already proficient in both these skills, you gain proficiency in one of the following skills of your choice: Arcana, Intimidation, or Persuasion. In addition, choose either history or performance, and your proficiency bonus is doubled, so you get expertise in that skill.
Very nice.
Yeah, that's good. Expertise is always going to be nice. Bards tend to get. Do bards get expertise by default?
Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. So having an
Well,
extra one is
Wait,
pretty
wait.
nice.
Am I wrong?
A
Is
lot
it
of
lore
people-
only?
No, all bards get some expertise. I'm pretty sure. Check.
I can check, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think skill proficiencies are one of those things that is like hard to quantify. But I would say that we have to put we have to put quite a bit of weight in them because they are one of the primary mechanical ways to interact with a world that is not combat. Like it's kind of the other only thing you get, right?
Like literally just increasing one of your skills is a role-playing feature that that player is now excited to roll those skill checks, and they will put their hand up like me. I want to do the history check, and it makes the player happy with their class. And a lot of people play Bard for being useful and beneficial to the party in combat and out of combat, and
Yeah.
they like the
Yeah.
stuff like
I mean,
that.
this plays into the sort of core fantasy of playing a bard, right? About being good at skills and wanting to use them, right? So
Agreed. Though the one caveat is that because they get jack of all trades, like proficiency technically has slightly less value, but because it doesn't stack, but like no one's thinking about that when they create a bard, because bards are great at skill monkeys and you get a billion proficiencies anyway, and expertise always feels good pretty much no matter what. It's always fun to roll something that you have plus a billion to, right, Dan? Right, Dan?
Yeah.
wow, I wonder who would do such a thing. Who would stack so many bonuses on one singular ability and use it for everything?
Anyway, look at
Caruso
that, 6
shows up in
levels.
a room. I perceive.
I'd like to cast guidance on my perception.
I'm gonna make a weird ass fucking multi-class that's gonna have like Eagle Barbarian in it. It's gonna have a bunch of rogues.
You're gonna have guidance, right, Dan?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Dan's gonna make a
I would
class.
never.
Dan's gonna make a multi-class abomination that can only use their eyeballs.
Yes.
They can cast guidance. They can cast guidance.
See up to
Bardic
1
Inspiration
mile.
and
Read
the other
lips
one.
up to 1 mile. Have a
Good.
passive perception of 30. Yeah.
Oh.
So in short, flavor, but also good. Like straight up decent. Like maybe not as fun as the creative one, but like they can't all be winners. And this one is
Ooh.
pretty much a winner. It's good.
That
think-
sixth level one is a super winner in my opinion.
So I would also say this about the proficiency / expertise is it is less interesting, certainly, but it is more mechanically solid, and that's going to depend on the game, obviously. Dan literally had in one of the games we played a cantrip that was perception.
Yeah, Tribal, you were like straight up calling Dan out without even knowing it.
Yep. All right, starting at 6th level, you excel at inspiring and directing soldiers in battle. When a creature has a that has a bardic inspiration die from you, takes the attack action on its turn, you can use your reaction to allow it an additional weapon attack. The creature rolls the bardic inspiration die, adding the number rolled to its weapon damage roll. This is
Nuts.
good. Very, 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 very good.
Wait, so you give another creature extra attack?
Correct.
Wait, I love that.
Yeah.
So
Super good.
this basically is it solves frenzy barbarians.
Lol. No, it
does.
doesn't.
It does eat your
not.
reaction, and like Bard action economy, they've got decent reaction spells, but mostly it's just if I'm not going to shield, then I may as well just give my party. Yeah, that is good.
I think you could take a reduction of the. You could say this is worse than it looks because this consumes that bardic inspiration die, and usually that bardic inspiration die is there to turn a miss into a hit, which is effectively one hit. This allows one swing, which might miss, and adds a little bit of damage. So I think this is slightly better, but I don't think this is actually that much better than just using a bardic inspiration normally.
Wait, serious question. Does it say it uses bardic inspiration?
The creature rolls the bardic inspiration die.
If it rolls the die,
forces
then it
them.
goes away. Okay.
Yeah,
you're right.
But if they miss, does it go away?
I don't know.
It doesn't seem to say.
Probably because it says it rolls the die, adding it to the weapon damage. So it says it rolls it unconditionally, and then it mentions the damage.
Yeah,
I would read it as it probably goes away if you miss, which is
I would generally read it as that too. I mean, yeah. I think it depends, right? I think it very much depends on what you're fighting, how high the AC is. Like if we are considering like if we're
65%
considering
miss
like a
chance,
65% chance to hit, right? Is it better to guarantee one hit, or is it better to make another attack, right?
Yeah, I'm sure it's pretty similar.
I think so. I will say the spike potential is pretty good though, right? The fact that you can potentially allow an extra attack, extra attacks on melee characters or on martial characters is pretty good value.
And if your melee guy is gonna hit most of his attacks anyway,
right. And if they have like a magic weapon, for instance, that also provides a lot of value.
True.
Yeah, the scales.
So I would say 6th level is also like a pretty decent level to have this, right? Because you're essentially like giga boosting your
and your party will love you.
Yeah, you're basically giga charging your martial classes.
Dan, you told me bards don't get shit at 6th level. No, they get a subclass feature. Oh my god.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, counter charm is not painful, but you also
so.
happen to get a subclass feature, depending on what your subclass is, I suppose. But
Counter
yeah,
charm sucks.
no, yes, but it doesn't matter because you still get something at 6th level.
Look at 14th level.
Bards just get
counter charm.
Bards just get a lot of features.
At 14th level, we get counter charm features.
Good. We'll get to discuss it.
Oh, good. In terms of being a support class, as far as a bard goes, like as a support class using bardic inspiration as a support ability, this augments it in a way that really makes it feel useful.
Josh, we tossed you the perfect segue, like up and at 'em.
And then I don't think that hurt us.
What?
Starting at 14th level, you unflaggingly maintain the spirits and discipline of your unit.
You can use counter charm as a bonus action.
During your turn, you use counter charm as a bonus action. When you start a counter charm performance, if any creature that gains the benefit is currently charmed or frightened, it can immediately make another saving throw against the foes. In addition, when that creature gains the benefit of counter charm, it can roll a d4.
Counter charm works.
The point is that it's so here's the thing. Do you want to know what this is? This is that thing that removes conditions. It's the thing that Josh really likes and I thought wasn't that good, except slightly worse. So now we get to argue about conditions again.
Let's see. It's only 2 conditions though.
It is, but they're the most common conditions. Because all the other ones are fairly niche.
Okay. All right. As a bonus action, that's way better than using your full entire action on counter charm.
True. I agree.
If any creature that gains the benefit is currently charmed or frightened, it can immediately make another saving throw against the effect that imposed the condition. In addition, when a creature that gains the benefit of your counter charm makes an ability check or saving throw, it can roll a d4 and add the number roll the ability check or saving throw.
Does actually
base counter charm doesn't do shit the turn it's activated?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. So this is actually better than counter charm in another way,
objectively better in every way.
Yeah, exactly. If you can end a person's frightened condition before it impacts them, if you go before them in the turn order and start this, and it's fine. It's not the worst.
It's decent. It also alleviates the problem of because it occupies the bonus action slot. It also alleviates that problem by having a d4, so you get like a consolation bardic inspiration.
You could also look at it as it makes counter charm less niche and garbage, and you could just
it also basically gives counter charm bless, right?
And
okay, that is kind of sick.
Counter charm can be used as much as you want. So out of combat, this becomes guidance again, which is sucks.
Wait, that's really funny.
So you're gonna be every time someone's like, I talk to the NPC, I start singing and dancing and doing counter charms, and I also cast bless spells on that. Go on, do your role play now.
Now I will say
I know exactly what bard I'm playing next campaign.
I will say it would be extremely funny because as a Dirge Singer, like, so yeah, right. So like as a Dirge Singer, you are quite inclined towards certain types of songs and certain types of instruments. So just imagine you're trying to go about your day. You're like haggling with a shopkeeper, and your friend just comes in with a set of bagpipes and just goes.
A tragic funeral march, and you become just inspired. Oh my god.
They're casting spells on you. They're literally their subclasses saying use guidance on your friends.
Man, I gotta say, it is so hard to rank these. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Tribal says this is sounding like something out of JoJo.
Yeah.
This is again hard to rank. Do we think it's better or worse than Creation in terms of
overall design? Do I think it's
design?
better or worse than Creation?
The third. Well, let's go. But the third level is better. We like it way better.
I would generally say it's better.
Yeah.
The 6th level is probably better, if less fun. Much more boring, but you know.
I actually don't think the 6th level is better on this one.
You think it's on par?
I think the Dirge Singer its 6th level one is deceptively not good.
Well,
Like,
I think it's still good, but I agree that it's not as good as when you first read it. But giving another attack is probably still good, and it is satisfying.
okay, but it's better than like occasionally doing better than making an attack that would miss turn into a hit
A
is
minion?
having an entire minion that can swing once per turn for more damage.
Yeah, but I hate
there's a lot
minions.
of
Yeah, but, like,
economy there.
Mechanically, it is way better of 6th level
Alright,
feature
fair
than this
enough.
one.
All right.
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? Is that this augments your team members that already exist, but when you put a minion on the board, so let's say you're at 6th level, this minion has 40 hit points.
True.
Yeah,
But that said, it does not really scale.
It
And
doesn't scale,
16 AC.
but like here's the thing, right? Is like we have to consider the leveling curve and the fact that
Yeah.
like 40 hit points plus 5 every level is like pretty much a character, right? In terms of just pure damage sponging, and that can be worth a lot. Like I'm a 6th level character. I'm a 6th level cleric right now, and I have 45 hit points.
Fair. It is basically just another player in terms of
Yeah.
damage. It's very satisfying. All right.
And in many ways, the commanding voice feature, while it scales with like the weapons getting better, it scales alongside bardic inspiration, also scaling equally as much. So in that way, it doesn't really scale.
Wait, what do you mean? No, I would argue that a player character scales pretty hard if they get a better weapon
No.
and they up their strength.
Yeah, exactly. But that means the stronger the player gets, the better commanding voice gets. But bardic inspiration normally scales
okay.
equally as much.
I would also say this though is I think this somewhat depends on party composition, because I think making a fighter like if you consider a fighter, right? It's probably more value to add the bardic inspiration to an attack roll and have it be guaranteed to hit. But I would say that as a barbarian, it might actually be worth just having another attack entirely because of brutal critical.
It might be.
They'll also have advantage on it.
But yeah, just simply because barbarians are unlikely to miss.
Yep.
So if you have a barbarian, this is really good.
On a fighter, I don't think this is very good, actually.
Not as good on a fighter. A fighter is about consistent damage. A barbarian is about spike, and this is like this ability. I would argue is much more of a spike ability. Like you're bursting.
This is all, but also this is very good on a paladin. This is another.
Yeah.
chance
That's
for,
true actually. Yeah, another
Yeah.
chance to divine smite is always good.
However, paladins would already be missing fairly consistently, so they would be turning misses into hits, which is with normal bardic inspiration.
Yeah,
so
I would say this is probably most value on
mostly
barbarians.
barbarian.
I mean, like God, everybody knows, right? Berserker barbarians at this point. They'd be really good otherwise. But exhaustion really is bad.
Okay, but we said 6th level was better for the other one, and now 14th level we don't really have to put much stock into.
We don't have to put a lot of stock. Counter
One's
counter charm.
combat, one's
Listen,
not.
a counter charm feature that actually operates like as intended isn't terrible.
I think we can practically.
I'm not
ignore
really
14th
like
levels.
you really like those other mechanics, Josh, that removed conditions, but not this one, even though this one's an AoE condition removal.
I don't know. Something about it. I mean, the thing is, like, also, like, I'm not saying that it's like bad or anything. I'm just saying that this is what counter charm should be by default.
Your words were, "It's terrible." You literally said it was bad.
Did I say it was terrible?
You said it was terrible just now, I think. Can we rewind the tape? Am I wrong?
I don't know. I mean, if I said that, I would walk that back. I don't think it's terrible.
Okay.
I'm gonna
That's why I
say
took issue. I was like, "Whoa, terrible seems harsh."
I think
But maybe I misheard.
creation should be ranked higher than Dirge Singer.
You know what? I was gonna say maybe Dirge Singer's B and creation is A.
Maybe. I don't know. We can put Dirge Singer in C for now, but it feels
Oh, there's no way this is C.
okay. Do you want to just
Right?
move it like this, or
Right?
we can just
Given that it actually has a really good third level ability, which is what we like. We rated barbarians with really good third level abilities as basically S tier, because there was only one.
I just don't feel like either of them are A.
I think we put them both B. I don't think Dirge Singer is C. Put it that way.
Yeah.
I think it's too good.
Might, yeah. Sure. Okay, Dirge Singer could be B.
I think they're both B then.
Yeah, I just think Creation is a better B.
Yeah, I agree. I agree there, right? But I don't care about which one's better in their tier.
Tribal. Fireworks did start again.
Oh, this fireworks?
Hey Eric, how's it going? I'm told that there's a Miles stream happening right now, so I'm assuming that you're either
Creation
here
also allows a lot more out of combat
on the side or
shenanigans.
So I would say I am generally of the mind that I think these are both B tier.
Okay.
I think Creation could be A, but we're gonna revisit that.
Yeah,
later.
we can revisit that when we look at some other stuff. Like, we don't have a big enough sample size to actually Miles ended stream because the internet was being rude. Oh, that's tragic. Well, welcome to this a stream where we were going to talk about Dungeons and Dragons bards for the next 4 hours.
All
right,
I have a raid at 6.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, let's
It's an optional raid.
Yeah,
get up early for an optician's appointment. All right, good luck, Tribal. Thanks for coming.
Yeah,
All right,
that's
College of
really
Eloquence. Adherents of the
feature.
College of Eloquence master the art of the oratory. Persuasion is regarded as a high art, etc., etc. So you're a talking bard. I love the flavor of this bard.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to play an Eloquence bard because I like talking.
You like speeches? You like words?
Yeah, I do.
Really?
But also, like, you start with Silver Tongue, which is nuts.
Yeah, you're a master at saying the right thing at the right time. When you make a charisma, persuasion, or charisma deception check, you can treat a d20 roll of 9 or lower as 10, which is
It's like everything a bard wants.
Yep. That is you cannot fail persuasion or deception checks, which is super good as a bard.
Well, you can fail, but yeah.
Well, you can fail, but
you're gonna succeed somewhat difficult checks almost by default.
At third level, right? Because here's the thing: is let's say that you are a bard, right? I'm pretty sure bards get expertise.
So you put expertise in these because you get those at third level.
All you do is expertise one or both of those skills, and at both,
yes,
right?
I agree.
So at third level, you're getting +4, and then depending on how high your charisma is, let's say like on average like +3
or 4,
8, right? So your lowest roll on anything is an 18.
Yeah, basically. And then at 5th level, bam, now it's up to 20.
And again, like it's one of those things where like
21, 22.
The value of this will always depend on your game and the context that you're playing in, but because it's the mechanical framework for out of combat interaction, we rate it pretty highly, right?
Oh, and deception and persuasion checks are like the checks to
they're like the checks to make, right? Like that's how you interact with the world. That's how you do things.
Yeah, you talk or you lie. Yeah, exactly. Like broadly, you can think about all of the persuasion, deception check jokes that are made in pop culture to give you an idea of exactly how prevalent these ones are. Literally, Dodger tweeting earlier today about her daughter having a really low deception skill.
Yeah.
Like,
Nice.
it's common. You will almost regardless of campaign, unless it's like pure combat only, you will probably make these you will probably find use for these, and I would argue you can go out of your way to trigger these skill checks by trying to do stupid bullshit. And you'll probably get away with a lot more stupid bullshit.
Yeah, this is
by having this, which is objectively a good thing.
Yeah, so this isn't something that we've talked
So
about a
nice.
ton, right? About more like not non-combat or like less combat oriented, but just like any game where you're allowed to have a little bit of freedom in how you interact with the world. This is going to shine because I don't know if you've noticed, but it's really strong to be able to, because like it's not mind control, right? A lot of DMs kind of run it like it's mind control. It's like, I will do what you want, like you're Jedi mind tricking them. But no, you're just like, you're convincing somebody to do something that
might be a charm spell.
Right, it's not a charm spell. You're convincing somebody to do something by the force of your ability to persuade them. Obviously, it fits really well with the flavor of the class. You're good at talking. Yeah, I would say that this honestly gets a lot of value for being what is essentially a flavor ability. And it's very, very funny to me that when you look at things like Silver Tongue and they're considered flavor abilities, that really tells you something about the way that D&D is designed to be played.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure that when they were, I've read some of the design documents or some of the the design processes, and they've talked about abilities like Silver Tongue like being flavor abilities, which is extremely funny to me because I'm just like, this is like mechanical like bolting.
This is to me is like, damn, this subclass is strong already.
Also, like
How
third
I
level
view
so
how I view
early for
strength
this.
on a subclass is like how good it feels to play as. Like not
Like,
even
Yeah,
just combat.
there's a chance that
already
this
a
is
good
not.
subclass.
Yeah, there's a chance that you might not. There are some campaigns we might not finally. I will say, and I say that I like to add this to everything. This feels good. Like
it feels
straight
good,
up,
yeah. Okay.
it feels so bad
So
to
here's-
fail a check that you should
No,
succeed.
100%. This is something that I have to basically explain to a lot of people about the way that I run games, which is that if there is a like if there's a check like that is presented to the players that would like not make sense for them to fail 9 times out of 10, I'm not going to make them roll for it because it doesn't make sense, right? If somebody is just like, hey, I'm like the high paladin of Kelemvor, I need some assistance, please, right? Like the church is not necessarily going to turn you away unless they have a really good reason, right? So yeah, like, but that's not how everyone runs games. In fact, a lot of people run games, especially newer DMs, run games where they'll make you roll for everything, right? Because
It's true. And everything is a
easier.
chance of critical failure.
Right,
Like
so-
now they hate you.
right, exactly. So you could do something that you've done your entire life. You're like, hey, I from the age of 9 to the age of 35, I was a baker, right? Before I was an adventurer, I was a baker. I'm gonna make a baking check, right? And then you do a wisdom check or whatever, and then you could easily critical fail that, and you're like, but my bread, and it doesn't feel good, and it makes no
And they're
sense
like,
because you're a
your shop
baker,
burns down.
right? So that's why abilities like this are interesting because obviously it gives you really good consistency with your rolls because the D20 is very swingy. That's baked into the system of the game, but at the same time, rogues get reliable talent, right? And that feels good, but it feels good in a way where it's just like, I probably should have always been like this, right? Because a lot of people get kind of get cheated out of their skills, right? Of their character because they're just like, oh, you got to roll for this. Well, no, you don't have to roll for everything. That's the joke, right? That's the D&D joke. It's like, can I roll to tie my shoelaces? All right, you've rolled a critical 1. You've somehow managed to wrap them around your neck and you've choked to death. Sorry, make a new character. So, I would say that reliable talent is a really good skill. Getting reliable talent on the specific skills you want at 3rd level is nuts.
I agree. Let's move on to the other one because I think this one is also quite good.
Oh, this one
Especially
merits some
for-
talking.
Especially for save or suck spells that
You
might actually be
spin words
useful
laced
now.
with magic that unsettle a creature, cause it to doubt itself. As a bonus action, you can expend 1 use of your Bardic Inspiration die. And choose one creature you can see within 60 feet of you. Roll the Bardic Inspiration die. The creature must subtract the number rolled from the next saving throw it makes before the start of your next turn. I think this is really good.
I think this scales really well as well.
Yeah.
Because
I think this scales
spells get
far
strong.
better than normal Bardic Inspiration.
I
I was
agree.
going to bring up the fact that I think this gets better as you level.
It does. It
Straight
does.
up, 3rd level, your saving throw spells are like not stellar for the most part. There's some caveats there. There's some
When you get
true
Hypnotic
standouts.
Pattern,
That's a 3rd level spell. So
I
level
think
5.
the standout one at 3rd level would probably be
Web.
hold person.
Hold person
Old
would
person
be nuts.
is nuts, yeah.
You could do some shenanigans with web as well, as Josh was
Okay.
talking to me earlier. But yeah,
Yeah, I taught Sean about
forcing
the
someone to be
glory
paralyzed
of web.
with hold person from this.
true.
Yeah, well, the fact that this is a single target ability makes hold person like quite a lot of value out of it, right? Okay, here's the thing: is I love this ability because it feels to me kind of the fantasy of what I want out of like bards, which is I want to play a support class that can support or debuff,
Yeah.
and this fulfills that for me.
One of the only debuffs, yes. And
Yeah.
which makes it, as a result, very powerful and also
Really
very good
strong.
late game. Because we talked about how the arguments of like, does Bardic Inspiration scale when your fighter is attacking 1 billion times and it only applies to 1 roll? And it doesn't feel quite as impactful as you level up. This will pretty much always. This will be fairly impactful depending on how you use it. Always potentially. The one caveat here I would say is that the next saving throw it makes
Yeah.
means that turn order matters, and that can be really fucking.
Well,
But
great.
generally,
I think in general,
use
you're
your
gonna be using
bonus
this for
action
you.
on this, and then immediately use your action on a spell.
Yeah, exactly.
I see. If it's your spell, yeah, that's fair. That's a good point.
And bards get a lot of like of those utility spells that aren't straight damage, right?
Yeah.
But do inflict conditions and the like, right?
It does
Hey,
give you
perfect
the
detection.
option
Thanks for the raid.
It does give you the option. Oh, nice. It does give you the option to use this if you know like your wizard's coming up next and they have something even juicier. To
Yeah.
Even
You're right.
juicier.
But
yeah.
as long as you have something, you can always make use of it. And you're right. That I forgot, and that's very, very important.
Yeah, honestly, this is this is very, very much getting up there in my listo.
I might play this part.
This is a great ability.
All right.
I think, yeah. Well, because also like you mentioned this, Sean, but like the fact that you're essentially kind of flipping the action economy back in favor of you with this ability makes Bardic Inspiration worth a lot more, I would say.
Yeah, which is nice because it's
nice.
so we've talked about the tedium that can't be Bardic, but we won't get into it because now we're on to Unfailing Inspiration.
Your inspiring words are so persuasive that others feel driven to succeed. When a creature adds one of your Bardic Inspiration dice to its ability check, attack, roll, or saving throw, and the roll fails, the creature can keep the Bardic Inspiration die. Great. I love it.
Yeah. It very satisfying.
Oh, yeah, I love this.
Players will use
this just feels good, you know?
Yeah.
Like, literally, if you're like, there's a 1 out of 8 chance this succeeds. Oh, I might as well try.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the flip side of that, there's a 7 out of 8 chance I succeed, and then you roll the 1 and you miss the thing as a result, and it's like, well,
so
there goes God. That is the worst fucking feeling in the game. This just deletes a bad feeling from it.
It deletes
nice.
a bad feeling. It adds consistency to an ability that is already about adding consistency, and it really kind of shores it up. And this is the important thing for me, is that it encourages you to use Bardic Inspiration.
True.
Which is which is the other frustrating thing about Bardic Inspiration to me, right? Is the fact that sometimes you will give it to somebody and they just will refuse to use it. And I'm just like, please, I beg of you, I gave it to you so that it could add value.
Do the thing. Poke.
Josh and I spent an hour hashing out our grievances with Bardic Inspiration, and that was very high on Josh's list of annoyances.
People just don't
It's like,
use it.
no, please, just use it. I swear, it's fine. But what if I fail? And you know, I understand that. I understand the feeling. So this just like kind of shores up Bardic Inspiration, really makes it into like a solid feature. Like it encourages you to use it in a supportive manner too, especially because at 3rd level you get the one that gives you the ability to use it in an offensive manner. So yeah, it's pretty flexible. It's pretty good.
This bard also this next feature seems like it's like a flavor feature or whatever feature, but it reminds me of like the Peace Paladin.
All right, let's see it.
Okay, you gain the ability to make your speech intelligible to any creature. As an action, choose 1 or more creatures within 60 feet of you, up to a number roll equal to your charisma modifier. The chosen creatures can magically understand you regardless of the languages you speak for 1 hour. Let's see. Once you use this feature, you can use it once per long rest, unless you expend a spell slot to use it again. Doesn't specify, so you can use a 1st level spell slot. That's pretty good, actually.
That's very good. I like that.
Well, like what are the language spells anyway? Like, aren't they usually 1st level spells anyway?
I think they usually have longer cast times. I don't know, but that's a good point. Let's compare it to Comprehend Languages, which is a 1 action, lasts an hour.
That just lets you understand languages, right? Doesn't let you speak them back.
And the very, very, very important thing with this one is it lets creatures understand you.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter if you can't understand them; they will understand you.
Oh yeah, and the amazing part about this is literally like any attack. Let's say bears attack you, demons attack you, whatever. You can make them understand your language and use your silver tongue to persuade them to stop.
Oh,
that's the use case here I see, and I love that.
This has I would say that this generally has a quite a large amount of potential use. Even in a game that doesn't utilize a lot of languages, you're gonna be running into like monsters and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So I would compare this to the spell Tongues, which grants the creature you touch the ability to understand any spoken language it hears. Moreover, when the target speaks any creature that knows at least one language, and can hear it, can understands what it says. So it makes that person basically you have tongues.
Tongues is a third level spell.
It is a third level spell, and this is AoE. Yeah, exactly. Well, no, it's not quite AoE. It's the same thing, but yeah, this is basically that, but as a feature. Which, if this was the only
one spell,
yeah. Well, no. It basically gives that person this cleric feature.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So it's arguably slightly worse than tongues, kind of ish, but not really. Doesn't really matter though. Because this is if this is the only 6th level feature, I'd be a little bit disappointed. But it's like flavor tacked onto an already good feature, so
it's
like
already good one, yeah.
Wait, I think this is way better than tongues, for instance.
Because,
Did I
misunderstand?
Tongues wouldn't even work on bears and creatures that don't understand languages.
Right.
You'd have to touch them.
But you'd only be able to touch one of them.
True. That's a good point.
So the thing is, this is making your speech intelligible to any creature, even one that doesn't speak a language.
You're right. It's kind of AoE tongues in a way.
AoE tongues, and you can speak to sharks. I mean, that's already kind of a win in my book.
AoE comprehend languages, isn't it? Really, but still, you're right.
I like it a lot.
I would say that this I think can be useful in a variety of situations. And if not, you will find a way to make this useful, and I don't think it would be that hard. You know?
Oh yeah. I love it.
This is good. I like this a lot. I've always wanted to play a College of Eloquence bard that was somebody who uses words to twist reality.
No, I'll be the College of Eloquence bard.
This is God, like this is what I mean. Like when bard's some of the best flavor.
I mean, yeah.
Like straight up, they just
also
do.
This is like this is just one of those things that is very low key and not relevant 95% of the time. But your magic comes from your speech, so unless someone casts silence on you, you can't be disarmed of your spellcasting focus. Like,
well, D&D might disagree if you read it raw, but it depends.
I would roleplay this character as not even using an instrument. Their instrument is their singing voice.
Speech, yeah.
God, any and all vocalists will not shut the fuck up about the fact that their instrument is
did you know that the human body is an instrument?
Do you know how many times I heard that lecture in choir?
How many sopranos have you talked to?
Just you look the choir director and they're like, "This is your voice," gestures at throat, like every single fucking time, because then they have to go on. You wouldn't want to drink milk right before your performance and dunk your instrument in lactose and like, no, I don't. But yes, I've heard this before. Please, I get it.
So
no sugar, no milk, yada yada yada.
I say as I drink a sugary drink before talking for 4 hours.
I know, right? I'm actually gonna go get some water. Be right back, but feel free to move on. I'll catch up.
I'm out of water. All right, infectious inspiration.
Yeah.
See, the power of your eloquence can now spread to someone else. When a creature within 60 feet of you adds one of your bardic inspiration dice to its ability check, attack roll, or saving throw, and roll succeeds, you can use your reaction to encourage a different creature other than yourself that you can hear within 60 feet of you, giving it a bardic inspiration die without expending any of your bardic inspiration uses.
Yes.
You can use this reaction a number of times equal to your charisma modifier, and you can regain all its bonuses. This is good.
This is boring, but
good. I will say I almost think this is more interesting and fun than just
the
having
20th level feature.
Wait, what's the 20th level feature?
Isn't the 20th level feature for bards just like get fucking a bardic inspiration if you start combo with that one or something stupid?
Oh, it is, yeah. This is, I mean, it's efficiency, right? But I would say that the funny thing about this ability is that it's not like you give out 2 at once. It's somebody uses their bardic inspiration die and it just kind of rolls over onto someone else.
However, this is worse. I think this is worse than the
it's
third
definitely
level feature
worse
for Dirge Singers, and this is a 14th level feature.
Yeah,
that's worse than a 3rd level feature.
This feels a lot like the consolation prize of bardic inspiration uses.
This is very much on the power level of a 3rd level feature, not a 14th level. Feature.
Hey. I'm talking about infectious inspiration.
Yeah, this is on the power level of 3rd level
it's
feature.
Not like I would say it's not awful, but you're right. It does not feel like a capstone ability.
Wait, hold on. So what does this do? This is just infinite bardic inspiration, right?
But it uses your reaction.
Yes.
But it uses your reaction, which means that you only need to give it to them.
It's not infinite.
Well, yeah, okay, fair enough.
It could be infinite.
But it means that you can give it to them on the roll that they need, which means you don't need to pre-fire bardic inspiration. Potentially, as
I would
long
say
as you
it's-
assume that only one impactful roll happens per
I would
turn.
say it is not infinite, but it's practically infinite in the fact that like
True.
it's equal to your charisma mod, and you're not gonna go 5 rounds in combat.
Okay, so it sort of doubles. Is it a full bardic inspiration die?
Yeah,
This
so,
has the potential to give you 5 extra
so
bardic
yeah,
inspirations
what
if
it
you
is
use 5
is
reactions.
when somebody uses their bardic inspiration die, you use your reaction, and it essentially gives someone else within 60 feet of you
Oh, this is good.
a bardic inspiration die.
This solves the issue of 1 bardic inspiration per turn that we complained about before. It now doubles it, basically turning it into that 3rd level feature that we liked without
Yeah, so
the negation.
I
You
would
can
say
also use it reactively. It does eat your reaction. And go ahead.
Well, for a class, for a subclass that doesn't have the ability to just give out 2 bardic inspiration at one time, it is potentially, it's definitely an upgrade, right?
And it means that you can do the thing that I always do on Bard, which Josh and I had. What was it? It was the question of we talked about resources of, do you give your bardic inspiration die to your party members, or do you use it on something like unsettling words where you use it offensively? How do you decide what to do? And my answer was always be greedy, steal them for yourself, don't give them out. Now you can do both.
Yeah,
you can reduce their
yeah.
saving throws and help your party.
Yeah,
I love this. I straight up love this feature.
I think
how
this feature.
How much do you want your reaction though? No more shields for you.
Whatever, I'll survive.
I think this feature works a lot better in the context of the subclass, though. Just because, like Sean's right, it means you can juggle essentially 1 bardic inspiration on your party, and then you can use just the rest on your unsettling words.
Okay, but you can get stuck where literally an entire turn happens and no one uses their bardic inspiration, and you just don't get to use this feature, and you're gonna be I mean, bards are already jabbing their party members to use the bardic inspiration. You're just gonna be jabbing more.
Yeah, but you also have the unfailing inspiration, so they're more inclined to use it.
They're probably gonna use it.
So, yeah, I would say it to me doesn't feel like the strongest capstone ability. But I wouldn't say it's particularly bad.
But like in ranking, like we're not even looking at the 14th level one very much anyway, and I think the 6th level features and below are all like S tier total.
I kind of am very inclined to agree.
I will say, for barbarians, we did look at the 14th level features, right? Straight up. We did. And so I don't think we can just completely dismiss them.
We're not.
The reason we dismissed the other ones was
we're weighting it lower.
Yes, we are weighting it lower. I agree there. But my point is that like this is the 14th level. I don't view it as a knock against it. I don't view it as an underpowered one. I like this.
So here's what I would say.
I think it is good.
The reason we considered the barbarian 14th level ability is that most of them are pretty bad. Like it actually didn't matter whether we considered them or not, except for in the case of Zealot, where they had a really good one, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's true. All the other ones kept being like,
they were really
damage.
bad.
Yeah,
do 14 damage. Do 14 damage.
It felt like it had no bearing whatsoever. Right? It's not even it has less bearing because it's the 14th level ability. It's they were so bad they weren't worth considering.
Well.
So, I'm inclined to think that this is an S tier subclass. I think this is really strong.
A minimum, I will accept S on this.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I'm a little bit hesitant. We might have to drop that if there are some stellar ones elsewhere.
We can drop it if there are stellar ones.
I somehow don't think I'm gonna find any other bard subclasses that I'm gonna like more than
that one. Yeah,
that one. It's very possible.
Yeah, so I guess by that definition, we have to give it S tier, don't we?
I feel like with Eloquence we hit the high.
And it met our criteria of it excels in combat, it excels out of combat. Like where doesn't this bard have some feature that covers it? I don't think anywhere, right? 14th level and 3rd level it gets stuff in combat. 3rd level and 6th level, or 14th level, 6th and 3rd it gets in and out of combat. Actually, all of them does it get in and out of combat. That's neat. I like this a lot. This is definitely S tier. You're right.
Yeah.
It's every single sub feature, it just gets something good both in and out of combat.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that also there's like Eloquence truly is the epitome of classic bard. Yeah, it feels that way, doesn't it? That's the thing, right? Is that sometimes there are flavor / out of combat features that just don't feel that useful, right? Whereas with Eloquence, it feels like all of these have very clear use cases, right? Very clear places where it will be useful, and you can make it useful if you can't see one, right?
Yep.
Okay, let's talk about College of Glamour, which
Oh, boy.
is all about, it's like Fey Trickster kind of college. They're regarded with a mixture of awe and fear. Yeah, that sounds about right.
The stuff of legend.
Did you know that that is a feature of, I believe, oh god, what was it? There's a type of literature. I don't know if it's Gothic literature. Might be like right before Gothic, but about I think it's Gothic literature about the concept of the sublime, which is something that is so awe-inspiring that it inspires many different emotions in you, like fear and also like beauty, right? So it's like fear and beauty mixed in one. Anyway, that's my weird literature major rant for the day. Let's talk about College of Glamour.
Subscribe for more weird literature facts.
Number 7 will surprise you. When you join the College of Glamour at 3rd level, you gain the ability to weave a song of fey magic that imbues your allies with vigor and speed.
Vigor.
Vigor. As a bonus action, you can expend one use.
Speed.
God damn it.
The worst.
As a bonus action, you can extend one use of your bardic inspiration to grant yourself a wondrous appearance. When you do so, choose a number of creatures you can see and who can see you within 60 feet of you, up to a number equal to your charisma modifier, etc., etc. Each of them gains 5 temporary hit points. When a creature gains these temporary hit points, it can immediately use its reaction to move up to its speed without provoking opportunity attacks. The number of temporary hit points increases when you reach certain levels in this class, increasing to 8 at 5th level, 11 at 10th level, and 14 at 15th level.
I was about to say this is very strong and then it'll never scale, but it does scale.
It does scale slightly. And I would say honestly,
that's more scaling than we're used to.
Even at yeah, honestly, at 15th level, 14 temporary hit points isn't like nothing. That's like
times 5.
Right, times 5, right? Even
point.
for an individual person, if you gained 14 temporary hit points, that's like the equivalent of like a 3rd level like Armor of Agathis.
This is 70 effective hit points at 15th level.
That's pretty good. And everybody knows the best healing
Yes?
is preemptive healing.
Oh my god. This
Disagree.
how often
someone
can you do
who
this?
died last time.
How often can you do this?
You can anytime you use a bardic inspiration die as a bonus action. Wait, that's really strong.
Ooh, okay, that's good. And then we haven't even touched on my favorite part, which is obviously suddenly you may be speed, right?
Wait. What do you mean every time you use a
So
bardic inspiration?
so as a bonus action, instead of giving a bardic inspiration die, you can expend one to use this feature.
Oh, okay. Instead of bonus. All right, fine.
The best healing is doing more damage. I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you expend
or CC.
So instead
that
of
is actually
instead of,
super worth it.
I 100% agree. This is essentially a party like tank buff, and you can reposition.
Yeah, it's both a get in there fast and also a get out of jail free buff. Like you can use it. It would have saved Steven when he was surrounded by
Yeah,
enemies at one
exactly.
fucking hit point. And same with Mads, right? At last session, like it would have
Gets
been
Tyler
good to
into the
escape,
front lines
and it
faster.
would have gotten Tyler into the front lines when his character was too fucking slow to get there on his own. Oh
Yeah.
my god, yeah, no, this is great. I love speed buffs. I really love speed buffs that don't provoke opportunity attacks, and I really love AoE party speed buffs. So temporary hit points, great. Speed, really great.
The thing is, I wouldn't even necessarily discount the temporary hit points, right? Like, consider that like
strong.
4 to 5 people in a party on average, right? As a bonus action, you're essentially giving it like 20 hit points worth of like healing.
Yeah,
true.
Like,
it's a lot at 3rd level. That's a nuts at 3rd level.
Like that's
actually
really good, right?
Yeah.
At 3rd level, you're pretty likely to have somewhere in the ballpark of like 35 hit points. So that's like a 1/7 of your HP that you're just getting on top of.
It is
And you can get it
sizable.
every turn.
Yeah, every turn is big.
I think imagine worst case scenario where you have a 16 charisma at 3rd level, but you still have 3. You still have 3 of these to use. That's 45 total hit points to give out at 3rd level. And
yeah, with
if
the caveat that you will never get that much optimum because not everyone will lose all those points in that turn. But
that's true.
But
Yeah.
even so,
You could all get fireball, then you are going to get used to all that.
It's
you're not
fine,
gonna,
but
you're all gonna die from a fireball.
Honestly, the optimal party composition is just one of these bards and then like a shit ton of bear barbarians.
No. Even then.
I mean, my headspace is if it didn't have the speed, this would actually be. I wouldn't like this ability very much, because I don't think temporary hit points alone is enough to justify it. Although it's not bad, I will grant you that. It's just it would be a one-off, but the speed does it for me, and the fact that you get both and you don't have to choose, love it. Really love it. The speed on its own would actually also be bad, to be perfectly honest.
Another pro for these temporary hit points is temporary hit points last 8 hours or so, or until you long rest or whatever.
Until you take a long rest normally, or you get new temporary hit points.
Optimally, you'll be walking around. The whole party will effectively just start every combat.
Just start every combat with a bunch of HP.
Yep.
Yeah, that's like I mean, consider.
And even
like,
if you somehow don't choose to do that, if you use it on your first turn, it does all the stuff we talked about earlier. That's good, and you'll get that.
So consider like the value of this compared to Aid, which is a second level spell. So you choose up to 3 creatures within range. Each creature's hit point maximum and current hit points increase by 5 for the duration, right? For 8 hours, right? So this is basically like Aid for free.
And Aid targets how many people? 3.
This targets potentially more.
Now,
3 at the worst.
My counter argument to that is that 8 is bad. It should feel bad.
8 is okay. No. 8 is not a bad spell.
Oh.
Do you want to know why?
I don't think it's that good.
No, 8. Sure, I'll hear why.
Because Aid. Okay. So here's the thing, right? Is 5 hit points as a second level spell? I would argue is pretty decent for 3 people. It's pretty decent. But do you want to know what a very curious interaction with Aid is? One, it gives you actual legitimate hit points, so it's not temporary hit points, right? It is casting time in action. If somebody is downed, you can use this and they gain 5 hit points.
So you could use a second level spell to get someone up.
Well, what they're saying is that Aid it is actually has multiple uses. Aid can actually get up multiple downed party members.
Multiple downed people.
With one
up to
spell. 3
or higher, depending on the spell slot level you want to use.
That's actually pretty good. However,
that's but the thing is, like, as a second level spell, that's 15...
you were talking about why this is like an Aid spell. No, this can't do those things.
Okay, this cannot do those things. I'm also arguing that Aid is actually an underrated spell.
I can see that.
Because the thing
it's
is,
not.
like, is it not? Because here's the thing: is like,
No.
Healing word and healing action, or what is it? Cure wounds, right? 1d4 plus whatever, right? 1d4 plus your spellcasting mod.
Yep.
Or 1d8 plus your spellcasting mod. You're probably, if we're considering a +4 bonus, you're probably considering like 6.5 healing. And you're to what's 4 points? 8.5, right? So as a second level spell, you're healing 15 hit points.
If you bump it up to 3rd level, it's 30 hit points.
All that matters when they're downed is that one, which is why mass healing word, which is one more spell level, is like does the job, but it's a higher level spell, so I'll grant
it's
you.
a higher level spell,
and it's a bonus action.
How much does mass healing word heal? Let's see.
1d4.
1d4 plus wisdom, or plus spellcasting
each
ability.
Target will heal at this level at 3rd level. Maybe you have 4 charisma. Each target will heal like 6.5.
I am
8. This is a bonus action, which helps, but
yeah.
But Aid actually is more effective than that.
Isn't Aid concentration?
No, it's 8 hours of non-concentration hit points.
All right, then fair enough.
And it's 30-foot range, which is pretty good. The part where healing word might be better is if you literally have 6 people you want to heal. But even in that case, that is.
To be perfectly honest, the criteria of you want to get 3 people up is.
No,
I don't want to say uncommon because it would have been nice the other day, but on the other hand, if you'd gotten all 3 people up, they would have just been down again.
Yeah, I was gonna say to be fair, if that many people are down, you're pretty much like in the hole anyway.
Yeah, so like, I will grant you it has that edge case. I still view it as not incredible. Sorry, and so if this 3rd level feature was Aid, I would be very underwhelmed. But it is different.
It also lasts 8 hours.
Aid might be solidly better than massive healing word. I'm not sure. Also, once you're done with that combat, when you take your short rests and stuff to use your hit die to get back, you can go up to above your max.
You go above
Yep,
your
because
max,
it increases your max health. Yeah.
I mean, even if you cast this at the beginning of the day, that's like 5 temporary hit points that you can heal and add temporary hit points on top.
It's also aid is something that if you were a class that somehow gets spell slots back on a short rest, you should objectively cast aid before short resting.
True.
But that's like,
I'm not sure
to be fair, D&D is kind of weird. I learned that apparently Goodberry is one of the most disgustingly broken healing spells between combat if you don't have time for a short rest, because you just cast it and you just eat 10 good berries.
Yeah.
And apparently, they for some reason they ruled it where it synergizes with the life cleric's ability that adds more healing on top of healing. So
I've
each
heard of
good
that
berry
one
does like
class.
4 healing.
Amazing.
So you just cast a first level spell and you can out of combat heal 40 hit points
Lol.
at first
Okay,
level.
well,
Anyway,
let's move on to the next feature because I think this one is good.
Yeah.
if you perform for 1 minute with seductive fey magic,
They get another 3rd level feature. Wow.
you can attempt to inspire wonder in your audience by singing, reciting a poem, or dancing at the end of the performance. So you perform for 1 minute. Choose a number of humanoids within 60 feet of you who watch and listen to all of it, up to a number equal to your charisma mod. Each target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC or be charmed by you. While charmed in this way, the target idolizes you. It speaks glowingly of you to anyone who speaks it. It hinders anyone who opposes you, avoiding violence, and unless it was already inclined to fight on your behalf. This effect ends on a target after 1 hour if it takes any damage, if you attack it, or if it witnesses you attacking or damaging any of its allies. If a target succeeds on a saving throw, the target has no hint that you tried to charm it. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest.
And it doesn't know it was charmed after it ends.
So that is pretty important. I would say that's the major downside of charm spells, is that people know that you tried to charm them. This potentially has some uses. It's a little niche.
Well, the
Just
thing is,
because-
we as a party don't really use charm.
We
but-
don't really use charms because charm's kind of gross, but
I was gonna say Mads would like to have words with this feature.
But but here's the thing. Also, is
It is very bardy.
It's very bardy. It's a little niche, just because you essentially have to entrap someone to watch your performance for a minute. It's just inherently, like, even considering that we don't really use charm a lot, this seems very niche to me.
This is straight out of the all NPCs you meet are in a tavern and you can sing to them.
Right, exactly. Like, you would have to engineer a situation for this to work most of the times, unless you were like, hey tavern keep, do you mind if I play a little jig? And then you play your music, and then you're like, hey tavern keep, do you mind if I get a discount on my room? And they're like, sure. And then an hour later they'd be like, why did I do that? But I wasn't charmed, so
Yeah, it was a good performance. I guess that's why.
You might be able to persuade people to listen to you, or you might even be able to trick people. Like, you might be talking to someone and secretly you're actually reciting a poem to them.
You know what? Actually, I could see some use in this. Like, just go up to somebody you need to convince of something, and just be like, before I would like to convince you, I would like to read you a poem that I've written for you.
Yeah, exactly.
That is so convoluted. You're right that you might get away with it.
That kind of feels like you could get away with it, right?
It does,
such
but
a
it still
hard thing
fits
to
into
do.
it does definitely fit into the I must engineer a situation for this to occur.
Okay,
That's
I
not
almost feel like
necessarily a slight against it, but it feels like a slight
I
against
almost feel like that might be like an intended way to use it. Like,
Right.
I
This
agree.
feels
it
like
just
one of those
feels...
this feels like one of those like labyrinth moments where David Bowie walks in through your window and dances with you for a solid minute, and then suddenly you will listen to anything he says.
Okay.
When you think Glamour Bard shines is with a
You're right, I
specialized
would.
build like Eladrin or other race trait that has some great face character buff, still makes it pretty niche to use though. Yeah, like the thing is that bards are going to be like face characters, right? And this technically is a buff to that. It is, I would, in my opinion, nowhere near as strong as College of Eloquence in that regard, but there are potential uses for this. Like, I'm trying to imagine some things. Like, you could get some townsfolk on your side by giving them a performance. Like, there's, as a bard, you're already going to kind of be like playing in that role of like performing for a lot of people, so you could use it to seduce people with your sexy fey magic. I'm just not
charming
really sure.
5 people is hard.
Right.
Like, it's
I'm
hard.
not really
It's
sure
a
100%
high level
like
spell.
what you would use this for commonly, right?
Yeah, so it feels weird to rank what we consider flavor abilities in some way, but all the past ones have kind of been winners. This one is not it to me,
I
and
don't.
and
I
it doesn't
kinda
have to be
disagree.
powerful to be a winner, but I don't really like the flavor of this one that much either.
Well, I'm going to disagree because I think charms in general are pretty underpowered in D&D. And if we looked at this, and if this you have to put a spell slot attached to it, this is a multi-target, long duration, no downside, and like this is an amazing charm. This would be like at least a 4th level spell, and you get it at 3rd level.
Yeah,
On a
that's
1
true.
minute cast.
I mean,
Yeah.
on 1 minute cast, but
Charms
like,
are out of combat spells usually.
yeah, like you're not really most of the time you're not going to be charming unless you're doing something like Tasha's.
Like at 3rd level, this is incredibly powerful if you put this in a spell.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that.
I just don't like charms.
I think
Because if
it's-
we're not
You
going to
don't
touch
charms.
on the creepiness of it, and that's where I don't like the flavor. Like, it's not the worst, but it's like,
If you, not all bards have your face characters, but Glamour definitely feels like it has to be. Yeah, I mean this
Yeah,
is
well,
definitely built to be kind of the. It's the thing is that it's because like Fey Charm is meant to be like a little bit sinister, but in a way where like it's just alien to the Fey
True.
themselves, like why that would be weird and creepy to like normal human beings.
that's a good point.
So obviously, in that respect, the charm works. That's why Fey abilities tend to be very like charm centric. Because okay, here's the thing about the Fey as a historical kind of mythological construct is that Fey are all about constructing consent in a way that benefits them because they don't understand why overextending those boundaries might be problematic, right? Like that's why they're always just like, yes, here, have some of my delicious Fey treats, and then you eat like 6 pomegranate seeds and you can never leave the fairy realm again. Right?
I think you're mixing up your. Okay, yeah.
No. It's
All
completely
right.
correct. It's completely correct.
Okay, yep. Persephone was Feyan, or Hades was a Fey creature. Fair enough.
Have you seen him?
I'm not going to touch on that point because I don't think I'm qualified to argue that. I think you might win me there.
But yeah, anyway, if you eat any food in the Fey realm, you're essentially locked to be there forever, right? Because eating it is a tacit agreement that you are accepting a favor from the Fey. So anyway, it works. As a Fey, you can confirm. Yeah.
I actually think this spell is this feature is on a similar power level to Mass Suggestion.
To Mass Suggestion, I can see that, right? I
Yeah.
think it's hard for me to rank charm spells because we just don't really use them.
We don't really use spells like Mass Suggestion. But
Normally-
Mass Suggestion is a 6th level spell.
Well, yeah,
That's
like
pretty good.
the thing is that like we tend to avoid using the spells because mostly because they feel bad. We're just like,
Yeah.
hey, if you can
Yeah.
agree with us, and if you don't agree with us, that's cool. We'll just figure out some other way to do it.
Also, because charm rulings are sometimes finicky.
Charm is super
Yeah.
finicky. Well,
So this
charm basically makes it so that like you just have advantage on persuasion checks, which is just
This
like,
this one actually gives us some extra things. It says the target idolizes you, it speaks glowingly of anyone who it hinders anyone who opposes you, etc.
Yeah, it
which is
goes a
good.
bit further, which is good.
as a flavor ability. I mean, it's a flavor ability. It doesn't seem useless. And in fact, in certain
think it's pretty
situations,
good.
it seems like it could be fairly strong.
I am prejudiced against it for mostly flavor reasons. I think objectively you could probably find very powerful uses. I'm still gonna judge it for. I might judge you for doing that, but that whatever.
All right,
City
at 6th level, you
role-playing,
gain the
yeah,
ability to cloak
has a lot
yourself
of
in a
potential.
fey magic that makes others want to serve you. All right, that's not weird. As a bonus action, you
So-
cast command without expending a
You
spell
guys are
slot.
gonna hate this subclass just
And
by
take
default.
on an appearance of unearthly beauty for 1 minute or until your concentration
blame
ends
you.
if you're concentrating on a spell. During this time, you can cast command as a bonus action on each of your turns without expending a spell slot. Any creature charmed by you automatically fails its saving throw against the command you cast with this feature. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. Okay, so this actually synergizes super well with your 3rd level feature.
It does.
Mhm.
But what would you do out of combat that requires? Why do you need to command someone out of combat? How is that helpful?
Yeah,
Ooh.
that's
Legitimate question.
generally I would struggle to think of use cases for that. I mean, this is so specific.
Wait,
Like
yeah. Hold on, this is bad.
to me, Like, yeah, like, okay, let's pull up the command spell.
I don't think it's good either. But there might be a case that I'm
like
not
you can
thinking
make
of.
like simple commands and make people do things they wouldn't do, things that would hurt them, obviously. Things like approach, drop, flee, grovel. Just have a character who the only thing you do is make people grovel.
This
God.
this 6th level feature almost feels like it makes the 3rd level feature worse by setting a precedent that they wouldn't do these command things by charmed unless you command them.
Yeah.
Couldn't you just persuade them,
is-
especially if you have advantage,
Yeah.
you know? And the other thing, or alternatively, if you were playing just,
Like,
you know,
can't you just say like instead of like sit, you could be like take a seat.
Yeah, well, this is the thing is, it does apply to any charms, right? So then that's where they're like, oh, well, you could use it with an in-combat charm. And it's like, how many of those are there? Do we ever use those? Are there any
I
good?
have a list
How
of
many?
them.
How many immunity enemies are immune to them? A lot.
Charm person is
Yeah.
bad. Crowd of Madness is bad. Hypnotic Pattern is very good.
True.
But
Okay,
why
but
would you ever want to
does hypnotic
command?
pattern count as being
Hey.
charmed by you?
Yes. Well, okay, maybe not. It might not count as being charmed, but it is.
Right, because
Let's
I
see,
think
let's
this very specifically applies to the
Yeah,
oh,
the
no,
creature becomes charmed for the
Charmed for the
duration. Hypnotic
duration,
Pattern
okay.
does charm.
the creatures while charmed by this spell, the creature is incapacitated and has a speed of 0. I mean, they're incapacitated, so
No, it says the creature becomes charmed for the duration.
Yeah, they're 100% charmed.
No, I know. I'm agreeing with you there. I'm just saying that
Okay.
if they're incapacitated, what commands can you actually give them that they can fulfill? Because they have 0 speed, they can't take actions or reactions.
Well, I said that earlier, Josh. I said, why would you want to command someone you hypnotic pattern?
Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. Okay. I want to say that being able to command every turn as a bonus action is like pretty strong, but it's really not.
Nope.
Also, why did they limit like how much you can do this? This is such a tiny use case.
This
Like-
doesn't feel. I struggle to think of a use case for this. I'm not gonna lie to you.
This is bad even as a flavor out of combat role playing mechanic.
Yeah, because if someone is charmed by you, why wouldn't you just
Talk to
use
them.
that instead of
And
having to command them? And command is like so hard to use because it's like you have to use 1-word commands, and yeah, I don't know.
command has a really short duration. Like it's very. Oh, I don't like this. It's confusing and seemingly unhelpful.
This just feels super clunky. You would need a stronger suggestion, not
it
command.
is a-
I mean, I agree. I think if you were going to do anything with this, you would have to at
Yeah.
least be able to give like complex instructions, because like
It's just
already
a waste of
you're
a 6th level feature.
right, because already you're bottlenecked by the fact that your 3rd level charm only lasts for an hour or whatever, right? And charm what is it? Charm person. How long does that last? I expect it doesn't last that long.
By the way, this uses concentration.
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay, there's
It's
one.
really
Okay,
bad
there's one.
if it uses concentration.
Okay, we are. There's one thing we can actually make use of this for. Some people actually like using command combat and thinks it's useful. If let's say a combat lasted 5 rounds, being able to use your action for your normal spells and stuff, and just spamming command as a bonus action every turn. Ignore the charm part.
That is fair. Like obviously, we're focusing on the charmed part because they automatically fail to save. But actually, being able to command as a bonus action on each of your turns, if you get a certain amount of turns, I would say that around the like 2 to 3 turn mark is where it starts to like actually pay dividends on anything. If it is useful at all, like
That's fair.
yeah.
I mean, they literally give examples in command. There is grovel. You can make people fall prone.
Grovel is
you can
really
make
good,
you
right?
could say drop to
Flee.
drop their weapons. You could do flee to make them run away, which is actually really good.
Yeah, no, you're right. That actually is not bad. I forgot that you. We focused too much on the charm.
We
It's
did.
it is better than we initially thought because
The charm part is
caveat to
useless,
this, concentration sucks. Like that hurts straight
Concentration
up.
sucks, but
it-
you're essentially using your concentration to be able to channel like commands, which is like honestly okay. Here's the thing: is that forcing saves isn't terrible, right? Especially if you do something like grovel, because grovel is target falls prone and then ends its turn, right? So you're
Ooh.
essentially shutting people down. And I think that there is actually some value there, regardless of the third level feature, right?
Yeah.
Wait, that's like stun.
Yeah, that's very good.
So that's actually pretty good, I would say.
And all it takes is your concentration and your bonus action. And I
And your
can't see
bonus action.
any issues there.
I wonder. There's no problems with that, right?
What if there was a
Also,
monster with legendary
casting,
resistance?
you are casting the spell, so you can't cast this and another spell. It's this and cantrip every fucking
That's
turn.
true.
It's annoying.
Wait. No, wait.
During this
on
time,
following turns, can't you cast like a firebolt or whatever the fuck you want, and then also get bonus action?
yes, you can cast
Well,
a
you can cast
firebolt,
yeah.
but only cantrips.
So during this time, you can cast command as a bonus action, right? So very specifically, you're casting a spell.
Yeah. Right, and it's your bonus action, so no
Okay.
more bardic inspiration for you.
This to me, I think would be useful in certain niche situations, and if like. Here's the thing. I don't think that this is like super broadly useful as a shutdown spell, because at this level you're just going to be casting Hypnotic Pattern anyway. But it doesn't cost a spell slot to use this ability.
And
right?
Nice.
Hypnotic
So
Pattern is save or suck, whereas this at least you can do it every turn.
And the person who would choose this weird subclass would enjoy making people grovel.
Grovel. Yeah. So I would say
It's the theme.
given that there are some commands that are shut down, right? Like a grovel that just forces someone to end their turn.
Kind of nuts.
I think that actually gives it a lot more value than we've been giving it credit for.
Yeah, this is not bad. This isn't as like absolutely awful as it's actually quite good. But the caveat there, while this might be good,
that's all you're
it's
doing.
annoying.
Yeah, it's super clunky, and I don't think anyone's denying that.
But okay, so comparing it to like 3 rounds of just casting command and using 3 first level spell slots, and also using your full action for each command, there's only a bonus action for each command, so you can still use your action. But what does a bard want to use their action for?
Yeah,
if they
what would
can't
you
cast
use
spells?
your action for? I feel like bards don't even use their action
Disengage.
for anything other than spells. Like,
Dodge,
what are you gonna do? Like
a cantrip.
Yeah,
Cantrip.
like I'm gonna
Okay,
cast
a lot of
vicious
bards
mockery
spam
again.
vicious mockery.
This Mockery's not bad, yeah.
Yeah, this seems very situational to me. I would say honestly.
It's okay.
Because like, okay,
Alright,
here's the thing about like charms also is that charms tend to not be super useful in combat unless there's something like Hypnotic Pattern, because obviously like your team's just gonna want to damage everybody, you know. Like it's useful to be able to shut enemies down without having to fight them, or at least delay having to fight them, but yeah, this to me feels like, as far as a 6th level feature goes, time to see how wrong we are. Yeah, no, we're never wrong. It has some uses. It has potential, but yeah, let's talk about the 14th.
That's like the 14th level, yeah.
Your appearance permanently gains an otherworldly aspect that makes you look more lovely and fierce. In addition, that's so funny. They're like, the main part of this feature is that you look pretty. Anyway, here's the other thing. You can assume a magically majestic presence for 1 minute or until you are incapacitated. For the duration, whenever any creature tries to attack you for the first time on a turn, the attacker must make a charisma saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failed save, it can't attack you on this turn, and it must choose a new target for its attack, or the attack is wasted. On a successful save, it can attack you on this turn, but it has disadvantage on any saving throw it makes against your spells on your next turn. Once you assume this magic presence, you can't do so again until you finish a short or long rest. I actually think this is pretty good. This is like Sanctuary, right?
Yeah, but Sanctuary at 14th level?
Sanctuary at 14th level? It depends. I think it depends.
Like,
for instance,
if you're gonna be up there,
if you're like me, playing Smith John, and you're going for pure support, Sanctuary is super good.
Yeah, but it's a 2nd level spell that bards probably get access to, and this is a 14th level feature, and it eats your bonus action. The biggest thing about this is that last bit. If they succeed the save, it can attack you, but has disadvantage on anything saving throw it makes against your spells next turn. So it means you can retaliate more effectively.
I feel like at this point it's just gonna be like, how is the bard even getting attacked at 14th level? Do you just have no front line?
I don't know. that stands to be seen, right? I think that's a very good question, right? Is that it is hard to say. I mean, I think it's possible that at 14th level you're fighting enemies that are smart enough to kind of gank the squishies.
Maybe.
Like, you know, we talked about how strong Ancestral Guardian Barbarian is for having aggro control, right? This is a form of aggro control on the
but for one
kind of
party
support
member,
side.
not the whole party.
This is better than Sanctuary actually because there's no condition that you can't attack them, is there?
Yeah,
There's no
yeah.
concentration
So the
either.
thing about
Sanctuary is not.
the thing about Sanctuary
Really?
is Sanctuary is not concentration. I'm pretty sure.
Oh wow.
Sanctuary is actually really good. That's
it
why
is.
it's really good. It's just having the wherewithal to cast it before we get into a fight is annoying. But the thing about Sanctuary is that they have to succeed a
Wisdom save
to attack you, right?
Oh.
This is a charisma save.
Yep.
Well, yeah. that's
Charisma
true.
save,
Which
better
is way
save.
stronger.
You can attack them and you don't lose this, whereas if you attack someone with Sanctuary, then you
Correct.
lose Sanctuary.
Yep.
So it's better in that way.
It's
And if they succeed, yeah, this is
it's
strictly better.
than Sanctuary. And Sanctuary I think is really strong for casters. So I honestly rank this pretty highly. Obviously it's a 14th level feature.
It does feel like a 6th level. All these bards 14th level features feel like low level features.
Yeah,
I
not.
think you will tend to find that. I suspect
might
that
just
when we
be
get
constant.
to clerics, you'll be very offended.
Yeah, clerics is brutal.
It's not like hurting these classes because they're all
It
equal
feels like it should
in
be a
that
6th level
14th
feature.
level respect.
It kind of does. It's hard to say because it is strictly better than Sanctuary, which is a 2nd level spell, and at 6th level you are still juggling 2nd level spells. That's still an important resource for you.
No, it isn't. Oh, it's 6th level.
At 6th level? Yeah.
I thought we're talking about 14th level. Wait,
No.
They specifically said 6th level.
What? Okay, yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
But, like,
so at
why?
6th level it would be too strong. I'm reading chat.
Yes. Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah.
That's why we're.
But at 14th
saying-
level, like, who gives a fucking rat's ass about 2nd level spell slots?
Well, we know that.
No,
Yeah.
nobody cares about that. Nobody's arguing that.
But it is better. It's not hugely better. It's good. This would be way better if it didn't have that bonus action activate thing. God, it just makes it more frustrating. But I probably shouldn't judge it.
Are you
want it to
implying
be
that this would be
reaction,
better if
right?
it was an action?
You want it to be an action?
No, I want it to just be always on.
No, I think that would be too strong.
That would be way too strong.
This
that
is
would
effectively
be
always on.
That would basically be like, it's just like a
okay,
huge
but it's
defensive
effectively
bonus.
always on the basis that you use
you
your
have one
bonus
fight.
action, right?
Yeah.
Like that is the downside of using it, right? Like that's how they balanced it.
It would be really strong then, but as it stands, I guess it's strong. I don't know.
Okay,
So,
but in my
if you put
opinion
this
though,
as an
because
AC value, this would be like 8 AC.
yeah, so in my opinion, because you're getting because this class actually doesn't do anything with its bardic inspiration other than the 3rd level feature, I would say that you can hold off on using this 3rd level feature because you probably cast it like 8 hours ago.
Fair.
Like honestly, in my opinion, like
Well, no.
this-
You actually have to open with the 3rd level feature because you
No,
need
you
it for
don't.
positioning.
you don't necessarily
in some
need it for
fights you might.
positioning.
Yeah, there's a very real chance, but in that case, like, who cares? You just
Well, yeah, I was
it's
gonna say
one turn where
just
you're vulnerable.
like literally, it's one of those things where it's like that toggle that the thing that we write where it's just I'm reckless attacking unless I specify otherwise. Right?
Yeah.
This is on unless specified otherwise, and if it's on and you need to use it, you'll just use it again anyway, and it's like basically no harm, no foul because
You
you're
start
probably
every
taking a short
day with
rest.
one less bardic inspiration. Everyone gets hit points.
Oh no! Yeah,
like mage armor.
Like, and the thing is that your bardic inspiration is not augmented by this, so it's just like kind of the base bardic inspiration, which we've already talked about the problems with, especially when you get to higher levels like 14th level. And what you're probably going to be doing with it is using Mantle of Inspiration. And I would say that Mantle of Inspiration can wait at least one turn.
This subclass adds 3 different more uses for your bonus action.
Yeah,
It
that's
sure does.
bards in a nutshell. I find that
I know.
Okay,
it might not be bad, but I find it very annoying.
that is one knock we will have, which is it very saturated on bonus actions. I mean, that is like kind of the sort of
the fate of bard.
that is like the fate of a bard, right? Is that you have so many bonus actions that you you have to spend a long time considering what to do every turn.
Some of them
Well,
got it right.
Well, let's rank this.
Yeah,
though.
I just wanted the one last thing.
Yeah.
It might be good, but I am slightly bitter that they took to the 14th level. They were like, well, let's just take this 2nd level spell and we'll make it a little bit better in ways.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
third level feature,
But
I
like,
think
okay, but
quite
being
good,
able
very
having
good, very strong.
having Sanctuary on while being able to attack is really strong in my opinion.
I think
Yeah,
it's
but
reasonably strong.
How often do bards want to attack? They usually just go
Well,
there
no,
and
but
twiddle their
okay, but
thumbs
Sanctuary
magically.
also ends if you cast a spell that affects a hostile creature,
Okay,
which is a much
That's
more
fair.
common like thing that's
That's
gonna
fair.
come up, right?
that
So
certainly is.
like I think on its own, the feature is really strong. I think at 14th level, it is arguable whether it is strong enough or not.
Yeah.
But again, we don't even consider the 14th level that highly. In
Yeah,
terms of
that's true. I can't.
the
Yeah.
weight. So in
Well, I think
in
the third level
general,
feature
I
is
feel
really
like
strong.
okay. In general, I feel like this is either like high B or low A.
I think as well. I think it might be better than creation, and it might be A worthy.
Hold on. So what were the other two? Because I'm inclined to put this as B at the moment, but I can be.
Other two
So
is creation and Dirge Singer.
what were the things that we hold on? Where did we, Dan? What did you think was better? You thought creation was better.
Creation was
I
better.
did think creation was better.
Well,
Let's
because
take a look
creation
at
augments
creation.
your bardic inspiration die, and
Yeah.
then also gives you a body at 6th level.
That's right. You get the body. And then this one gives you speed and temp HP.
Keto.
Those are the
And-
small ones.
I love reading these messages. Y'all started early this time. Oh God, that's a lot of subclasses.
This is one of the small
Yeah,
ones.
Peters. That's why we started early.
Okay, so Glamour. Okay, Glamour to me feels on the basis of its 3rd level ability, stronger than Creation or Dirge Singer to me.
Although creation's 6th level feature is really strong.
Yeah, and like I think hang on, so temp HP and speed good. I can't remember.
But I would also
yeah.
say this. I think that the other features contained within up to 6th level are pretty niche. Like they seem solidly B tier niche to me, whereas the 3rd level feature, the Mantle of Inspiration, is solidly an A tier ability to me, right? So
Yeah.
it's just to me it depends on where it averages out, and I'm kind of inclined to say high B tier.
I agree. I think it is B tier. I don't think it quite hits A to me, because as good as like it's, I would say it's sort of on par with creation, where its 3rd level is
Well,
decent, but like
if we're gonna put glamour there, maybe there's an argument to say creation should be A.
Yeah,
I can see that.
I would be on board with that. I think
They do get that extra party member.
I
will say we didn't talk about that when we discussed creation. We didn't cover the HP that thing had. I didn't realize it had that much.
It actually has quite a lot of HP.
Oh, you didn't notice?
I didn't do the actual math of the level you get it at. I was like, oh, it's got like 20 HP. No, it's got more.
It has
It's got
40
more.
HP when you get it, which is
and it goes up to
40.
over
Okay,
100 at
40
max
AC
level.
and 16 armor class. If for nothing else than a punching bag on your team, this is great. Plus, like 1d10 plus what was PB?
If this thing gets beaten up, if this thing gets beaten up in combat, that's like a lot of healing effectively because it was damage that didn't go on you.
Yeah, so I'm okay with upping. I think I'm okay with upping creation. I
think I want creation in A
Yeah,
tier.
I agree.
Then I'll go with it.
But this is all keeping in mind that we're more heavily considering the game at 6th level than we are considering it at 14th or higher.
Yes.
Because I think yes, creation will probably fall off a lot more just because it doesn't do damage. Like obviously irrepressible dance is like pretty okay.
It does fall off. You're right.
But like just okay at 20th level, only having 110 hit points is not. It's not nothing, but it's like if it's not presenting a threat. Then it's not absorbing damage necessarily.
It does a whole 1d10 plus 6 damage. What are
1d10
you talking
plus
about?
6
Not a
I
threat.
actually think
It'll be
the amount
huge.
of health it has at 20th level is fairly respectable. It's
it
just
actually
not.
cannot be huge. It can only be large or smaller because it's a
Large or
consequence
smaller.
of the creation.
But large is big. It's a horse.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of wish this had like at least one more scaling option. Like at 14th level, it can attack twice or something. Like
If
anything.
it's damage scaled slightly.
slightly. Like,
It would be
obviously, you don't want
nice.
it to actually take the presence of a party member, because at that point you've run into the problem of
I think
like summoning classes. But
I almost see why they didn't have it scaled damage, because it is free damage. It does not take any actions for you to make an attack, right?
it takes a bonus action unless you use your bardic inspiration on somebody. In which case you get to use it for free.
What does it do if you don't use your
It
Bardic
just takes the dodge
Inspiration?
action.
It just sits there and can you make it move?
It can move and use its reaction on its own. So,
Oh, okay.
you
That's
could
good.
use it to make opportunity attacks. Hilariously.
And the main thing for it to do is just to move around the enemy and be a nuisance with impressible dance and just like being
Yeah,
tanky.
you could. Yeah, basically, this is a shaman totem, right?
But it takes a lot of hits to bring it down.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. Obviously, you are using your action to create it, but like, you know, it's a good
No,
amount of
I've-
hit
I-
points.
We've become sidetracked.
All right,
Fine.
okay, all right. Creation A, Glamour B, Dirge Singer B. Got it. Oh God.
Eloquence S.
I don't know if those are strictly correct, but I'm okay
I-
with them.
currently think it's correct.
All right,
Okay,
then I'm
let's
game.
talk
Wanna
about
be
College
more
of Lore.
confused? It's Lore.
Oh, goody.
Okay.
The fun one. Everyone's favorite.
Lore time, baby.
So, College of Lore is really, really simple because you gain proficiency with 3 skills when you join at 3rd level, and you can use
What is
cutting words.
words? What is cutting words? Let's see.
It is the other one that's a debuff, I believe. When a creature you can see within 60 feet of you makes an attack roll, an ability check, or a damage roll, you can use your reaction to expend one of your uses of Bardic Inspiration, rolling a Bardic Inspiration die, subtracting the number rolled from the creature's roll. You can choose to use this feature after the creature makes its roll, but before the DM determines whether the attack roll or ability check succeeds or fails, or before the creature deals its damage. The creature is immune if it can't hear you, or if it's immune to being charmed.
That's
So this is basically you can subtract a roll of your Bardic Inspiration from everything except for saving throws, because that's what Eloquence gets.
yeah.
Potentially
If you
useful.
think of it,
it's very
the
flexible.
main use of this is probably gonna be basically using it like a shield, where
Yeah.
you're-
Right, you're using it as a one attack shield, which could potentially be useful, or you're using it for very specific cases, like if you are grappling.
That's right. It's a parry. It's not. It's one.
Yeah.
One
It's a
thing.
parry.
It's only
You can
one
use it
attack.
on your party members, which is pretty good.
I remember this being quite good when you first get it and being really nice at low level, and I vaguely recall just never using it again as we got really high in level.
So that is it, right? It is kind of the problem with action economy. It's like kind of the same problem, because as you go up in level, enemies are going to have more actions. And if you can only target the actions that they make, you have to choose which one quite sparingly. It's nice that you can choose after you see the roll, but before before the
Yeah.
GM determines, because you know what your AC is. That essentially means that you can use it as a parry because you can use it reactively, and that's nice. But again, like you're basically like you're making like one attack miss.
And only like maybe like 2/3 of the time, because Bardic Inspiration fails occasionally.
Well,
Yeah.
or you're reducing the damage by, a whole D6 or a whole
boy.
D8 or a whole, which is not
Not a lot, yeah.
your best value is going to be ability check or attack rolls, right? But it's not guaranteed, and it's not always. You will probably be able to find one use for this every round, but the impact, because there will be a lot of attacks, but the impact of that one attack will be somewhat lessened.
But also at 3rd level, you're like it doesn't. Okay, so at 3rd level, I think it's a fine feature.
I think it's good. I think it's
You don't
quite
you don't
good.
you don't have very many Bardic Inspirations. Is it even?
But you don't
worth-
have a lot, and they don't come back on a short rest.
I would actually rather use these on your allies than use cutting words.
Oh,
I-
my allies don't get shit, Dan.
Wow.
No, they don't use my bardic inspiration. They just ignore it. No, I'm gonna protect them. I'd rather use this.
Sean takes the one jack of all trades support class, and it's just gonna have a Joker moment. Like, no, this is for me.
I'm telling you, bardic inspiration and allies overrated. There's my hot take.
Yes, the reason for the
Whoa.
entire class to exist is actually false.
The
From
Bardic
the
Inspiration
start.
exists as a resource to be consumed by a subclass if they have a worthy ability, and I view this as probably worthy. There's some
Well,
caveats on that,
Oh,
but yeah.
The
I
reason
kind of
why-
disagree,
Go ahead, Dan.
actually. I mean, okay,
No. Well,
at
It's
3rd to
fine.
5th level, I think this is a fine feature because enemies are basically going to be making 1 or 2 attacks per turn, and they're going to be like hard hitting because they're usually, if it's a humanoid enemy, they have brute, or if it's a monstrous enemy, they have more than 1 like attack die. And in that case, I think using this, especially if it's targeted at you or somebody that you don't want to get hit, can be useful. I think it falls off really fast.
Dan, I rudely interrupted you for
It's
comedic
fine.
effect, and Josh continued on beyond that. Please continue.
It's okay. I'm used to it. I think this feature is only okay and not good. I think we're going to be spending a lot of time talking about the only reason why you pick lore.
Yep,
is the
but
6th
pretty
level
much.
feature.
Yeah, but well, I agree at higher levels. I think you're underselling this at low levels. I think eating an attack, being able to eat an attack on an ally is actually quite good at low levels.
Is it better or worse than being able to make one of your own attacks hit?
Better.
I think it
Straight up better
I think it
because
might
you
be better.
have a lot of
Worse.
attacks. No, it's I feel very strongly that being able to protect allies is much more useful than just making a single one of their attacks slightly more likely to hit.
I think the enemies have more attacks than you at low level.
No, not unless you're heavily outnumbered. Because everyone in the party gets a turn, they might have at least 1 or 2 attacks, right? It depends on the enemy. It depends on the environment. The advantage to this is you can be flexible, but I think this is actively good at low levels and then falls off.
Okay.
Okay, so anyway, magical secrets. So this is actually interesting because lore bards get magical secrets at 6th level, which means you can only choose up to 3rd level spells.
Yeah, which is unfortunate.
Which is actually like it's strong, I would say, because any class that gets access to Fireball is strong. Just on its face. Like Wizards has acknowledged that Fireball is way overtuned on purpose. And that only certain classes have access to it on purpose. Like a lot of clerics, most clerics actually don't get access to Fireball specifically because of that. They get access to the worst Fireball you get at a much higher level that does the same amount of damage. Yeah.
Yep.
But like Flame Strike is if Fireball was balanced. But like yeah,
exactly.
Magical Secrets is a very curious ability that lets you choose 2 spells of your choice from any class. Of a spell level you can cast, and they count as bard spells. So base bards get this at 10th level, so they get 2 at 10th level, they get 2 at 14th level, and they get 2 at 18th level, which makes bards is kind of honestly the strongest feature that bards have. Period. Just the fact that you can kind of nick stuff from other classes, especially very high level stuff. So here's the thing: casters in D&D are really strong. Arguably, they're far stronger than martial classes because not only because they have the ability to take spells to do damage, and like they're the premier AoE classes, right? They get spells that allow them to overcome most challenges, like the
Where are you going with
knock
this?
spell, right?
They're going to go into spell balance between classes and how this overcomes it.
Right. This completely ignores the spell balance between classes and is just like, okay, bards just get whatever they want. And honestly, like that's super strong because like it means you get healing spells and utility spells that wizards don't get, in addition to also all the wizard spells that you want.
Yes, very, very deliberately, to put it explicitly, very deliberately, Wizards of the Coast does not want wizards to be able to heal. They don't let them do any of that. And they do not want clerics to be able to utility like wizards. Clerics and bards do not get the wizard spells. In fact, very few classes get the wizard spells. Even sorcerers don't get all the wizard spells, straight up.
Yep. Which actually makes sorcerers worse.
In some ways, yeah. They're metamagic's, yeah.
Okay, but
Metamagic's
I
are
mean,
good,
metamagic's good, but that's only if you're considering spells as and I mean, there's some metamagics that overcome this and augment spells that you're going to use otherwise. But like, the thing is that like people focus a lot on the pure damage spells, but some of the scariest spells in the wizard's arsenal and specifically the wizard spell list's arsenal, are spells that shut down enemies and prevent them from interacting with the combat,
Yes,
such as
and
Wall of Force.
you have just dismissed all of the meta magics that augment those, which is
we're
why
not
sorcerers
talking-
are, but we're not talking about that right now. That is beside the point. The point is that wizards get really good spells that very specifically other classes don't get, and other classes get healing spells that wizards don't get, and bards can do both, and they are the only class that can do both, which makes them good. Now, additional magical secrets let you choose 2 of those spells.
Theurgy wizard.
Shut up.
Shut up. Theurgy isn't real. It can't hurt you.
Oh, it's on the tier list. And
good
I know
Jesus.
straight where it's going.
Theurgy Wizard is the great mistake of Wizards of the Coast. It's like
Okay,
you know
moving
like
on.
you know like the story of the Minotaur where it's like this ugly, hideous monster baby that he was just like, oh god, I've been cucked by my wife. I'm gonna send it to the
Theurgy Wizard
labyrinth.
was the
That's what
most
Theurgy
fun
Wizard
class.
is.
Most fun class I have ever played.
Theurgy Wizard is the Minotaur that was locked up in the labyrinth.
It was worth it. It was so fun.
So additional magical secrets.
So anyway,
Let's
the value
immediately think:
of
how much strength do you get out of taking these spells? Some highlights are fireball,
Fireball,
counterspell,
Counterspell.
conjure animal, spirit guardians, revivify, shield. Bards don't get shield. Shields
Wait,
is
do
kinda
bards not
nut.
get counterspell by default? That seems like bad. That seems like an oversight.
Yeah, counterspell is an amazing spell to take from magical secrets. Don't do it. I hate you. Fly, haste.
Do bards not get haste by default?
Spirit guardians, by the way, is one of the best spells like fucking
Spirit
ever.
Guardians is really good, actually.
It's good.
It's nuts.
super good,
Now-
especially if a combat goes over an amount of time.
So we do have to discuss the fact that all bards get magical secrets. So all bards can slurp up spells from other classes. So really, all that but they get them at 10th level and I think 18th.
You
Hard
make
to
a
remember.
good point,
Yeah,
Keeters. Sorcerers
so-
can in fact turn all their spell slots to 3rd level and just keep fireballing.
So we're just looking at the 3rd level.
We're
and
just
lower
looking at
ones.
3rd level and below.
You can look at 4th level ones too, I believe. No, because you get this
No.
at 6th
No, you
level.
get
You
it
have
at
to
6th
look
level.
at. You can, 3rd level, 2nd level, 1st level is the only real value you'll get, and there is value to be had.
So very simply, take a look at the strongest spells that you can take. Pick the 2 strongest and assign a power level. How strong is it to know those 2
but
spells?
I would also say this is kind of a curious one because I think that there is quite a lot of potential flexibility. The fact that you can choose any 2 spells is really strong. Like if you're in a game where Revivify really matters and you don't have someone that can cast Revivify, you can take Revivify, or you can take a I was gonna say you can take a Paladin 3rd level spell, but actually all of these suck dick.
No, but the
No, they
Paladin
don't.
2nd level spell.
Yes!
Find Speed.
Find Steed is the one
You
I
can
just
take
pulled up.
Find Steed.
And Find Steed is almost better as a bard because
It is.
Find Steed has that feature where if you cast a buff on you, it also applies to your mount. And unlike paladins, you can cast 9th level buffs. So
Oh
It's
my
true.
god.
it's actively really good. And actually, we don't talk about it here, but you can get Find Greater Steed as all bards, to be fair.
Correct.
So how much you want to rate that? This
can,
might fall off at later levels, but it is good.
Fireball truly is the only spell you need. You know, in many cases, you are
Okay.
correct.
So
You can also take
really,
conjure animals.
How good is it? How good is it for a bard to know 2 spells? How good?
Okay,
of a
I would
feature
say
is-
just the fact that bards can cast fireball really just kind of rockets it up there, because it means that because okay, here's the thing about bards is that like bards have a very specific spell list. They're meant to be support and utility. But sometimes you just want some raw damage, right? And the fact that you have the flexibility to choose that is really important. I feel like honestly, like this is a fine way of doing it where we just take the 2 most powerful spells and we assign a power level to them. But I think the flexibility is something.
No, the
to
flexibility
consider.
is not discounted. That's just like you
Yeah.
just get value from the flexibility.
Yeah, that's why you can't do it this way of just find the 2 most powerful and assign
No,
value.
you do both.
Well,
you
yeah,
guys
yeah,
aren't
yeah,
thinking
we'll
about
always
it
consider
correctly.
both.
You
Like,
aren't thinking
all-
about
What
it.
are the
all
other?
2.
What are the other strongest spells you can take at up to 3rd level?
Okay, want me to list them again? There was shield.
Mm-hmm.
There was conjure animals, which is really strong. Spirit guardians.
Yep.
Fireball is always amazing. Haste, you could consider. Haste and fly. Yeah.
Fly
Find
less.
Steed.
Well, yeah. Find Steed.
Spiritual
Yeah.
weapons, some people put value in. but I think it's
a bonus
too,
action.
It's not
No way.
as impactful.
Oh, not on a bard, please.
No, yeah, especially with the bonus actions.
Well,
But
actually, caveat here: you don't have that many from this subclass. You basically just got the base one, but still,
So-
I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, so a lot of people say counterspell is one of the best. Fireball is obviously
Counterspell
amazing.
easily, yeah. Depending on if there are casters as
Spiritual
enemies
guardians,
in your game.
and then it's
There's
funny
quite a
enough
lot
the
of
first level
them.
spell shield is also nuts.
Yeah, no, I would say that the first to third level spell list has some real gems in it that if you manage to kind of Thanos gauntlet all of them onto one class, become very strong.
But yeah, you have like a solid 10 options that are pretty nuts.
Like the question I guess is whether the amount of value you get is worth having over another 6th level feature, and I would easily say yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's 100% because do you want to know the other big limiting factor about bards? It is spells known.
Yeah,
Bards
that's true.
do not get that many spells. They barely get more than sorcerers, and the main reason they get more than sorcerers, like, trust me, having played a lot of bards and sorcerers, it's painful trying to choose just these 6 spells are all you will ever cast for this level.
So a lot of these spells are kind of
enormous.
bad though.
You could also
A lot of these spells are kind of bad though on the bard spell list.
But even this helps round that out as well. But but that's my point is I think even if you consider a lot of them bad, they do not get enough of them for you to be like, oh god. Like if you've ever played Wizard, eventually you reach a point of I'll just pick whatever spells to add to my spellbook because they get so fucking many to every level. Bards did not feel that way when I played it. It was, oh god, what else am I gonna choose? I have to make some decisions.
This is the other thing.
There's also Pass Without Trace.
You can take Web.
Web. I was gonna bring up Web.
Web's not worth it.
Oh,
no.
buddy. Oh, Dan, we got some words for you.
No, I don't want to hear your hour-long talk. I want to go to sleep.
No. I'll send you a 10-minute video.
I actually was kind of underwhelmed by the video. I think the video could have been summed up as what was it? Restrained is a good condition. AoE restrained really good. Non-concentration AoE restrained very, very good.
Non-concentration AoE restrain
nice.
that you have to take an action to overcome.
Wow.
So Web, we're probably underrating.
Probably.
Yeah, you never want to set it on fire though. So
Do bards not start with Web?
no, they do not. Weirdly,
Man, as you list all these good spells, I'm thinking, man, do bards get any good spells baseline?
Let's see.
Cool.
Do bards
Good
get any
healing.
good spells? Healing word. Tasha's hideous laughter? Question mark.
Sure.
Hideous Daughter.
Yeah, I'll give you that one.
Uh-huh.
Bless? No, I bet they don't get that.
Why don't bards get bless?
It's a very clerical, holy spell. Mechanically, it's like a bard.
Hypnotic
but
pattern
it's
at 3rd level is really good.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, bless mechanically is bard, but not like Lori.
Man, okay, now you're right though. The bard spell list is kind of bad.
Yeah.
Really bad.
Hey, BB. Yeah, no, I it almost sometimes feels like it's less like magical secrets adds a lot of value, and it's more like bards struggle so much without it.
Yeah,
Magical Secret salvages bard.
in
All right.
some ways, but that does lend power to this 6th level feature.
Okay, so
Yes.
yeah, the fact that you get it early is really strong because otherwise, the first time you get it magical. Okay, it's funny because the first time you get it magical secrets otherwise is level 10, and that's pretty late. A lot of people don't reach level 10, but the spell quality once you get to those higher levels is actually insane.
I mean, I know a lot of bards at 10th level might pick more 3rd level spells.
That's true, but what spell level do you have access to as a 10th level character?
5th level spells.
You can take Wall of Force.
It's a good one.
Oh yeah, I took that on my bard.
Yes, you did.
I love that spell.
And
I miss that. I haven't cast that spell in so long. You
I know.
guys.
I was gonna say it used to be the only spell you cast.
I'm gonna next whatever next
Wizard.
campaign is. I have to play a class that can cast it.
Jesus.
I've gone.
No,
yeah,
the next campaign we're playing Pathfinder.
No.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
I hate you.
I'm not joining.
I'm gonna find the equivalent Wall of Force in Pathfinder 2nd edition.
I'm gonna
They might
play
have
as
Wall of Force.
I will.
No, Josh, I'm gonna play as a Wall of Force.
Oh.
A sentient Wall of Force.
Oh, I see.
Anything's possible in Pathfinder, right?
We've pretty thoroughly hashed this. Should we take a look at their 14th level?
Yeah, at 14th level, when you make an ability check, you can expend 1 use of Bardic Inspiration, roll a Bardic Inspiration die, and then add the number rolled to your ability check. You can choose to do so after you rolled it. What?
Okay.
It's normally you can't do Bardic Inspiration on
No,
yourself.
I know, but it's just Bardic Inspiration for you, but only for ability checks.
Yes,
It's an out of combat. It's an out of combat. Be good on your persuasions
okay,
and
no,
stuff.
you're right. Okay, but Bardic Inspiration you can always use out of combat for someone else. I mean, okay, you're the skill monkey though, I guess.
This is fixing an oversight that makes other people better at skill than you.
Okay, so again, this is just one of those things that feels like it should be in the base bard at a higher level.
As a feature, this is probably one of the most uninspired ones.
It's very underwhelming.
You see what I did there?
Yeah,
This should be base bard.
This should be base bard. I agree,
but
it's not, and
so it's fine,
Pretty good,
pretty
it's,
underwhelming.
It's fine, but it's underwhelming, and it's at 14th level,
which we don't weight that heavily. But I'm also disappointed.
But like, it feels bad.
It synergizes a bit with your bonus proficiencies.
I played.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
it's true.
So, at the end of the day,
Skill monkey.
basically what happens with lore bards is that they have one feature, and that feature is really good. They have one and a half features, and that feature is
They're
really good.
a skill monkey with a shitty little, okay little cutting words feature, and then they have a really good.
And then they have a
features.
really, really good feature. How does that average out? Because
I would never put them lower than A tier for sure.
I would never put them lower than A tier either.
agreed.
Just on the back of Magical Secrets, it's so strong.
It's so flexible.
Is
So
that
strong,
6?
so flexible.
If we were slightly underwhelmed but okay with 3 and pretty underwhelmed at 14, can 6 bring it to S? Probably not.
I would
Okay,
not
so
put them as. I don't think they're as
wouldn't,
good as
because
Eloquence.
here's the thing to me, right? About although, okay, here's the thing to me, right? Is that on one hand, I think it is one of the best features in the game to be able to just nick spells from other classes, and that adds a lot of flexibility, and it means that you're better in a larger proportion of situations, which is kind of our criteria for S tier. But at the same time, it kind of feels to me like at the point at which you're like really heavily investing into a lore bard and you're taking like spells from other classes, wouldn't you just rather play a wizard?
Yeah.
No. I want to heal.
Do you? I don't know.
I
if you
really
do.
don't.
I don't know if you do is the thing.
Well, the answer is wizards can't take fine steed, so your argument is moot.
Okay, I see. You're right. If I wanted to play a bard
They can't take greater fine steed either.
Can you imagine a bard that has find steed and just rides around on like a giant horse playing like whatever? It's so funny.
Uh-huh.
To be fair, all bards can get greater fine steed at level 10.
It's
So
true.
it does lose some value, but it's good early game.
I don't know.
the
It's
find
hard.
rare
It's
steed
hard to.
is
It's hard to
directed
say
in.
though because I think lore pushes bards to be very strong as like a standalone class. At level 6. At level 6, you're disgusting.
Yeah.
It's actually really funny that lore is very much like a skill monkey bard, but then if you compare a lore bard versus all the other bards, if you're trying to make one of them really good in combat, lore bard blows them all away all out of the
100%.
water in combat, which is really silly. Because how could like a fancy bard twisting their words and throwing inspiration everywhere? That's helpful. A bard casting one fireball, that's 5 times better.
That's so good. Okay, yeah, that's the thing, right? Is that as a bard, when you're playing so much support, you are supporting other people, but support abilities in D&D only help
They're just
so
not
much
that-
because you're essentially boosting the output of your party. And the question is whether boosting the output of your party is equivalent to the output of just a regular old character casting fireball.
Well, it depends on whether you're of the opinion that wizards should be casting fireball, because there are the people that play the wizard that does bullshit with walls, for instance, and are like, if you're dealing damage, no, that should be your fighter barbarian type. Your job is to control the battlefield, yada yada yada. That said, bards can't really do that. They more support, like you said. So either way, it comes down to, well, okay.
If in a situation where there's a whole bunch of enemies, a bard is usually like, I can stall them with hypnotic pattern, or I can sit here and be useless. Fireball means you can destroy all the enemies and carry your party on your back.
Okay, so here's the thing: is
or leave that to the wizard and you can
mentioned.
pick
But
something
if you don't
else.
have a wizard,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the flexibility
but
element.
even if you have a wizard, as a bard,
what if they have enough health?
Okay, even if you are a wizard, as a bard, the only other third level spell you're realistically going to be casting is Hypnotic Pattern, and sometimes you might just want to explode like some enemies out. Like there might just be more value, right?
And also,
and like it
the
means your
enemies
wizard doesn't have
might
to
take
expend
2 fireballs to kill them.
Right, exactly. It means one, potentially it saves your wizard fireballs. Just like more fireballs is never bad, right?
It's true.
And then 2, like enough fireballs and anything will die, right? And then 2, like it's just like it gives you something to do on your turn. Because like okay, you like mentioned this earlier, Dan, when we were talking about what's the point of controlling the battlefield if you aren't kiting people with a fireball? Yeah, exactly. You talked about this earlier where bards tend to spam Vicious Mockery a lot, and Vicious Mockery is not like a terrible cantrip, right? But there's a reason why bards just spam Vicious Mockery a lot. It's because there's not a lot else they can really do.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I feel like honestly, I'm actually almost inclined to put lore in S purely based on magical secrets at 6th level.
Well, we agreed that's the only reason to do that.
It would be the only reason.
My caveat here is that magical secrets is at peak power level between the levels of 6 and 9.
Which is exactly within the weighting that we need, right? Because like
that is only 4 levels, right?
This is also the thing, right? Where obviously it would be a different tier list entirely if we only considered the full feature set. But like most people really, really don't get to high level, which is sad because they write the high level features and we play with them a lot. But
I think you could put it as for 4 levels, Lore Bard is God among bards.
Yeah. Well, because here's the thing, right? Is that S basically means that it excels in all circumstances, and I would say Lore shores up all of the weaknesses that bards have kind of at once by just giving them access to all of the spells at once.
Like Eloquence, for instance, is good always.
2 of all of the spells, right?
Eloquence is good, level 1 through 20. Lore,
Eloquence is really good. I'm actually surprised at how good Eloquence was.
The 6th level lore features, as good as they are, do fall off.
Yeah, they do. Well, because all bards get them, right?
Which is an argument against putting lore in S tier, because if Eloquence is good 3 through 20 and lore is good 6 through 9, I don't know if lore deserves to be S tier, and which is why I'm still at least A for sure. I don't know, but just because other well, put it this way, 2 more. Are you likely to choose 3rd level spells on your additional magic on your magical secrets at level 10? You might want some 5th level spells. You might want some 4th. Having the ability to choose 4 spells from any class is actually more than just choosing 2.
In general, I would say that the 1 to 3 spell list has a lot of value in it. Even scaling up, right? Stuff like Counterspell is obviously, if it's useful for you, it's going to be really, really useful no matter what level you are. Yeah, I don't know. It just gives you so much flexibility. And like those are spells that matter. I would say that I would say in general, if we're considering the full feature set, I think Eloquence is stronger than Lore easily.
Oh yeah,
sure. But lore is stronger than creation.
I guess that's so lore is definitely stronger than creation.
Part of me was like, what if we just took those bottom 3 and just shunted them down a bit, and then
moved them all down to make room,
made room for more. Try and see how that looks.
This?
No, well,
Hold on. Let's look at Dirge Singer again.
Well, the thing is, that might be something. I think we shouldn't do that yet. But if later we discover that Dirge and like whatever the other one was are like on the bottom,
they might just keep getting worse. It's true.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm game. Leave it like this, and we'll keep going.
Leave it like this for now. Yeah. Okay.
Although I bet something like Valor is going to be pretty far down.
Oh God, I bet Valor's going to be garbage. Holy shit. So I will say this. I think to be fair, in consideration for being an S tier class, it should also operate well at level 20. That is something that we shouldn't overlook. And lore does kind of fall off.
I
But
don't
does
know
it
if
fall
that's-
off
I don't
enough?
know if I necessarily agree that a class has to be good
Or at the
20.
very least, at its capstone level, right?
At 14, I think
'Cause
it's reasonable if we look at the past S tiers of
Because if we're considering the of S tier as like excels in any circumstance, one of the circumstances is that you're at a higher level.
yeah, like if we look at the S tier, part of the reason that we went crazy over that one barbarian zealot was because literally
You
every
just don't
feature
die.
was great, and then they popped on the capstone,
Okay.
which is just insane.
Here's an argument. Imagine this. What if every bard had a fucking garbage 14th level feature? I would still want to put something in S.
Well,
I think there would be still something might be deserving of S.
oh, John, we had this discussion, I think, of whether something is it possible for no subclass to be S tier?
Yes,
I think it
it's
is
true.
possible
I think
for
it's
that.
possible.
is.
Yeah.
It is
But it would
possible.
be really hard. I don't think we're gonna encounter a class that doesn't have an S tier class.
I'm okay leaving it like this for now, because I want to move on. Because we have to move on,
It's
please.
been a long.
Okay,
Stream's
College of
almost
the
3
Maestro.
hours, and we're not even halfway done. Not even close to halfway done.
Okay. You all know what a maestro is.
All right, it's speed run time. It's speed
Why
run
did you
time.
put this shit in here, Dan? It's not even real.
What?
When you join
Yeah, it
College of
is.
Maestro, you gain 1 additional use of
Is it
your
not?
bardic
Oh.
inspiration.
Oh, it's a Matt Mercer one, yeah, but it's garbage.
Wow.
Okay.
Holy
maybe it was a
shit!
little
Oh
harsh.
fuck! There's so many.
Oh.
Maybe-
Okay,
don't-
all right,
don't
it's fine.
read
It's a
it.
14th level. We don't have to. Oh,
Oh,
no, never
God.
mind. That's the whole thing. Oh god. Oh god. Okay.
Matt Mercer, please.
Matthew, I'm gonna die. Let's see. You've been trained in the bardic art of magically manipulating sounds. You learn 2 conducting techniques. Oh, I see. It's one of these. That's actually interesting. I don't
I
hate
love that.
All
good.
techniques require at least 1 hand free, a baton or wand to utilize. For these techniques to function, you must be able to see your target, and they must be able to hear you. You learn 1 additional conducting choice at 6th and 14th, etc., etc. So, okay.
What the fuck was that noise?
That was Josh's mic's been breaking every once in a while.
Oh.
Oh, I don't know what that problem has been.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's kind of an oh no, isn't
Me and
it?
Mads have noticed it. Being fixed.
Is it in your? Never mind. We'll do that later.
I literally don't know.
Moving on.
Yeah, this is literally the talked OP Destiny one. You're right. Also, yeah, tell me if my microphone is fucking dying on the stream, because apparently it's dying in Discord.
Okay, so Battle Muse is literally just you get more bardic inspirations. That's always nice,
You get
I guess.
no, so yeah, at 3rd level you get more bardic inspirations, and you get to choose 2 of these techniques. You basically become a battle master fighter, but as a bard.
All right, start at the top.
You hear a little crackle. Oh, that's not good.
Okay, we only heard it once.
Yeah, but it means something in your setup is
Setup is not going, which is
Oh, there it is again.
not ideal.
Oh, I hope it's not Mike. Oh, even
Josh always
interface would be
has
bad.
this
Anyway,
just-
we're gonna move on.
Power through.
Money for more equipment.
I have spare
Okay.
mics.
You build an air of tension, so aria of suspense, of tension and paranoia with subtle droning tones. As an action, you expend and roll a bardic inspiration die. For the next 10 minutes, any creatures of your choice within 60 feet cannot be surprised and gain a bonus on saving throws against traps and environmental hazards equal to your bardic inspiration die roll.
We hate it. It's useful in certain certain campaigns. You know what kind of campaign this is useful in. We
Yep.
hate those campaigns, but it can potentially be useful. You'll take it if you do it.
Hazards.
Next one.
Marcado, or Crash, you learn how to harness and amplify the roar of a well-placed blow into a violent explosion of sound. When a creature other than yourself within 60 feet of you hits you with an attack, you can use your reaction to expend and roll a bardic inspiration die. The target of the triggering attack must make a strength save against your spell save DC or take thunder damage equal to half the number you rolled, and be knocked prone.
No, the prone part's good. The damage is kind of weird.
Not terrible.
Strength save bad,
Strength
prone
save,
good, damage bad.
Maybe Sean
Spell
should read
save.
the spell names.
I really like the flavor of this one.
This is a great... I was going to say, I bet you like it.
Marcado is strong with act. Oh god, I'm singing it in my anyway.
Read.
Oh God.
Dirge of Dread finale. You play.
Hey, wait a minute.
That's my department.
That's
It goes
Copyright.
against union regulations. You play a terrifying dirge to accompany a death blow, striking fear into the hearts of nearby enemies. When an ally brings a creature
Ooh.
within 60 feet to 0 hit points, you can use a reaction to spend a bardic inspiration die. Select the number of creatures within 50 feet of the triggering ally equal to half the number rolled. Interesting. Oh, they must make a wisdom save or become
Okay.
frightened. Okay, you can frighten people when someone
Ah.
downs an ally.
It's
that's
that thing when
interesting.
Darius kills someone and all the minions run away in terror.
This actually is actually probably is really good actually, because you're rolling a bardic
could be.
inspiration die. At 3rd level, it's a d6. A maximum roll 6 is 3 enemies that you're potentially fearing.
Is it
Within
rounded
15
down?
within 15 feet of the downed
Granted, they have to be
enemy.
pretty close. Yes.
And is it rounded down? So
It's going to be rounded down at default.
you're gonna fear 1 to 2 people.
Fear 1 to 2 people within 15 feet. Wisdom save is not amazing, but could be worse.
I mean, it's a fear effect. Wisdom is going to be common.
I don't think this is that exciting.
I'm not super excited, but it's definitely not the worst one.
Okay.
The dissonance discordia, summoning a harsh dissonant tone, you muddle the mind of an opponent, lessening their defenses. When a creature within 60 feet is forced to make a saving throw, you can use a reaction to expend bardic inspiration. Now you reduce their saving throw by half of the number
wait.
rolled.
This is
You
that feature
use
from the other
features. Wait,
This is the Eloquence's feature.
it is, but half.
But halved. So that seems to
Wait,
be
no, isn't
the,
Eloquence?
so that seems to be the kind of like the balancing feature of this class
right,
is
it's
that
half.
most of the features, if not
You're
all
right.
of them, we haven't read all of them, seem to take half the number rolled, which the bardic inspiration die already starts pretty small.
Half is pretty brutal. I don't think reducing their saving throw by 1 to 2
1 to
is
2.
very exciting.
It's not going to be very good.
What's the highest it goes to?
A D12.
D10, right? Or is it a D12?
So
I don't
average-
think it gets to a D12.
Okay, if it goes less, even if it goes to a D12, you're gonna roll a 6.5, and then you reduce their saving throw by 3. That's fucking
So like
sucks.
3.75
yeah.
average is not.
I forgot that it's like half of half. I mean, you could theoretically.
This is actually tiny. See, that's why I think that the Dirge one is stronger because it's
Might be.
number of creatures, not
Okay, but knocking
not-
prone is always pretty good.
Okay, prone is pretty good. Yeah.
It's not that great.
It also
Yes.
depends though, right? Because like if they're attacking you on their turn and they're knocked prone, wouldn't they just get back up?
Wait, no. When a creature other than yourself with when I see it as when your champion fighter runs up to an enemy, you make their first hit knock the target prone, and then they'll have advantage on the rest of their attacks.
Oh, hits with an attack. Oh, I see. No, that makes sense actually. You're right.
So that's better than it's pretty good.
Yeah.
I read that as hits you with an attack.
Oh yeah, that would be not great.
That'd be
That
much
was
worse.
the
Anyway,
suck.
Guiding tone for Mata. You drag a sharp, powerful cord through the mind of a creature, forcing it to suddenly stumble in a direction you wish. As a bonus action, expend a bardic inspiration die and select the creature other than yourself within 60 feet. The target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or take psychic damage equal to half the number rolled and be pushed 10 feet in the direction of your choose. A target can fail the saving throw voluntarily.
okay, that's
Interesting.
very
10
funny.
feet.
So you can just go zoop, take a minuscule amount of damage. We're not even
a
going to
bonus
talk
action.
about the damage.
Yeah, the
Just-
damage is nothing.
You know, I'm not even gonna lie to you. This is probably more useful for relocating your allies.
Wisdom save, tiny damage, 10 feet push, not good.
What's
No,
with Matt
no, listen,
Mercer
listen,
and
you-
having displacement abilities displace so little?
I know that.
Because it can actually get really broken, I suspect.
I mean, they
guess
can
so.
get really strong, but like 5 and 10 feet is like
10,
nothing.
10 is better than 5. 5
10
is
is way
just
better.
awful.
10 is
Five
10
is,
is
yeah,
the
twice as
minimum
good.
amount you should be considering with any displacement ability.
Yeah.
Because
And
that's
the
the
psychic
amount
damage
that,
is most likely going to do 1, but it can make people have a concentration check.
Okay. So here's my argument is I honestly think that this is more useful for relocating your allies because it doesn't trigger opportunity attacks
Because it forces
because
them.
it's forced movement.
That's not bad. I would rather take
really
like two.
funny.
I would rather take 2 psychic damage than like 3 opportunity attacks.
It is, but that's not going to be obvious, and it's. I view that as clunky game design. But they did explicitly
It's-
say they can choose to. Okay, no,
that's
that's
the thing
fair.
is it is kind of clunky and it's not immediately apparent except for the
deliberate.
fact that it says you can fail
Yeah.
the saving throw voluntarily, which isn't not something that they write unless they want you to
Yeah.
potentially
That's
use it on your
Smart.
allies.
That's smart. That's smart.
So that's actually not terrible. But
I like the
for-
theme of you
it's
just
so-
sending a piercing tone towards your ally, and your ally just kind of like writhes and jumps away from the enemies. Like, what the fuck?
I mean,
I like-
I wouldn't be able to make an opportunity attack at that moment either. I'd be like, what the fuck?
He just hit his ally. All right, I think it is still bad, but
it's
Okay,
not
fine.
amazing.
but slightly
hit him.
better. So far, have any of these been actively really good? I don't think so.
No.
Yeah, but I guess it's not the worst one.
Okay,
I
go.
still think the prone one's the best.
What am I on? Am I on Accelerando? Hasten tempo. You manipulate the tempo of a song and can inspire others to act more quickly. You can use your bonus action on your turn to choose a creature other than yourself. Expend a die, adding the number rolled to the creature's initiative and moving them up to the initiative order.
Wait.
accordingly. If this would move them higher than you, they immediately take their turn after you finish this round. They can't be affected by it again. Okay, so it's only a one-off.
This
I've never
is-
heard of it's such a unique interaction.
No, okay, I love this ability. This
Can
is great.
Can we get this on more stuff? Hold on.
An initiative order changing mid combat is so cool.
That I actually really like this ability, and it's so janky, and they're never gonna write anything like this into like any of the official game content. But I love this ability, and I 100% love.
Amazingly, we often find uses where we'd love this.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
We run into this problem all the fucking time. So actually, mad props. This one is actively. Oh, hold on. Is it?
I don't think it's very
half, right?
strong.
It's upping them 1 to 2. This has the potential
It's not
to be.
half. It's not half.
It's not half.
It's not
so
half,
it's
it's a
up to 6 at 3rd level, and then 8.
Okay, good,
10.
because
So on average, like this is you basically have a D. You're gonna be level 3 through whatever. So it's like moving up 4 in the initiative order.
Well,
That's,
it's like
plus-
I was gonna say it's like having a +4 to initiative, right?
Plus-
But
plus
also
4,
being able to
yeah.
choose like
Yeah.
to add it later.
this is
right?
very
It's
niche,
cute,
but there are
it's
cases.
it's +4 to the initiative after you see all the rolls, meaning you know how badly you need that +4 or not.
Right, exactly.
So
That's true.
it's quite. I think this is like quite good, but also has. But you can't. If this was a soul
Yeah.
feature, you could have you could have times where this is utterly wasted.
Correct,
Like you don't
yes.
need it.
I think most combats it probably is.
Many or most, but I think maybe a lot of combats. Anytime that a creature goes before an ally, you can almost always find use for this, and it's very common for that to happen.
This is hilarious. I'm not going to lie to you.
Some-
I would love this ability.
Oh,
In the most opportune moment where you shunting up an ally and they are the last target, like the combat ends after that ally takes a turn, it's almost like this is use a bonus action to give your ally an additional turn immediately. Like that's its best case scenario.
Mm.
That's what it effectively amounts to.
Tyler.
Fix my bad initiative rolls. Yeah. Right.
So
Oh
true.
my god, I don't think anything can fix your bad initiative rolls, man.
It's a you
Oh.
problem. Okay, next.
Okay.
Hymn of Harmonia. I don't know that word. The melody surrounding your allies promote rapid recovery. When a creature that has Bardic Inspiration die regains hit points, they can expend the roll and regain additional hit points. Boring.
Yeah.
You can heal
Yeah.
with you can't even heal with Bardic Inspiration. They can heal in addition to it, when in fact normally the only healing you want is from 0 to 1. I view
Sure,
this as
is
bad.
not good.
This is
Not
actively
good.
bad. Any more, or do I keep going?
No, keep going.
Majestic Anthem Maestroso. Okay, then. Pulled from the chaos, you muster an uplifting melody that bolsters resolve of your allies. You can expend a Bardic Inspiration die as an action, and all other creatures you choose within 60 feet gain temporary hit points equal to number rolled plus your charisma
It's an
modifier.
action.
These temporary hit points last to the end of your
This
next
one-
turn. Very short temporary hit points.
This one is 10 times worse than the one we saw on Glamour. What was it? I don't remember.
Mantle of inspiration.
These last like a fucking turn. It doesn't scale. Like this is gonna be like 4 temporary hit points. That one was 5 at the worst, and it scales up to like 15.
14, but yeah.
14.
Whereas I
This is
guess
awful.
worst case at high levels, it's what 6.5 plus 4. It's like 10. It's not hugely worse, but it is decidedly worse. And
You're
it
right. It
lasts
does have a roll.
and it lasts a
Yeah.
no, this is
This is
bad.
it's an action. It's an action.
Yep.
Brutal, dead.
Oh, it's
Nope.
so bad.
And then again, as a bard, what are you doing with your action anyway? Casting spells.
Oh my God.
Like, yeah,
Yes.
you might find a use for this. I don't think you'll find a great use for this.
The Lord loves
Resonance.
casting spells.
Resonanza. I really don't know that many of these. You shape the harmonic vibrations of a weapon's movement into a dangerous sonic enhancement. Using your bonus action, spend a Bardic Inspiration die, choose a weapon within 60 feet of you. One weapon. Until the end of your next turn, all attacks with that weapon deal additional thunder damage equal to half the number rolled. Minimum
That's not very
one.
much.
That's not a lot. And it even
Best case
even with a champ like even with a 20th level fighter that has 4 attacks and uses action surge to take 4 extra attack, like you're doing what at max level, like the 5.5 times
times 8,
44 damage. That's not like nothing, but it's not like there's other effects that are better. I feel like
it is comparable to Hex or the Ranger one.
Hunter's
Hey,
Mark?
free hex. Yeah, Hunter's Mark.
Yeah, I don't know. I
But it
really
only
don't
lasts
know.
until the next turn. I think this is okay.
This does not feel astounding to me.
But yeah, and especially because for like 99% of people's campaigns, no one ever gets more than 2 attacks.
Yeah. Okay, next.
Sprint Presto. No, don't you? Right? Am I? Yeah.
I don't know.
You're reading from my stream.
I think these are all just made up words.
Yeah, I am. I'm sorry. I can't type. My thumb's all fucked up. I'm not typing these out. The song you conjure can stir the winds, pushing along those who require expedient travel. A creature that has a bardic inspiration die can expend it and roll their inspiration to increase their speed for that turn. A roll of 1d4 increases by 10, 5 to 8, 15, 9 to 12, 20.
That's clunky.
Does it take anything? No. No bonus action, no action required. Okay.
Huh. Wait, what?
Well, no, you give them the bardic inspiration,
see.
but they don't have to waste theirs, which is important.
Oh, wait, do bardic inspiration go up to D12? Do they?
Yeah, they go up to D12.
Okay, so that's what 6 point.
Because I'm pretty confident they go up to
5.5?
D12
Okay,
because
yeah.
that one
This
thing.
this mentions a roll of 9 to 12.
Good point. That proves it.
I see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
10 to 20 foot speed increase. Hey, Tyler,
15.
would you have liked
movement.
this?
Okay, but a 15-foot movement speed increase is not that much.
No. Now, the caveat to that is they will already have the bardic inspiration die, so they can use it either on movement or an attack roll or a saving throw or an ability check.
I guess so. I mean, it's
And
flexible.
they have to remember that their bardic inspirations I now have an additional feature.
That's not too bad. No one remembers the beginning ones anyway, so what's one
true.
more that they'll forget?
Awful.
Okay, so in totality, you can take 2 of these at 3rd level.
It's not
and then
many.
An extra 1 at 6th.
We
I
were
dislike these features.
wowed by one of these.
Ugh,
One of these has
it's fun.
potentially very strong uses, but is kind of niche.
It's in almost all cases will be mechanically useless or weak.
No,
Yes.
disagree, but okay.
And none of the rest of them were all that impressive. They're like really, really small amounts of damage.
You get so few options to choose.
The fear one isn't like, it's not awful,
All
I
right.
would say, but it's, I don't know.
All right, fear, prone,
Fear,
bonus
prone,
initiative,
bonus to initiative. Yeah.
movement, more movement.
Honestly,
Pick
that
2, maybe 3. Is that good as a feature?
honestly, that prone one, and the initiative one are probably the ones I would take, right?
Yeah, probably.
I don't think I would.
I usually dislike these kind of Battle Master things where there's a whole bunch of techniques and you only get a few of them because it's like, why do you make all this cool stuff? And like, you get like 1. But most of them are bad anyway, so.
Most of them are bad. Listen, they're there for flavor. If anything, if nothing else, Matthew Mercer, very good writer.
That's the problem. I think it's bad writing because they are there for flavor, which means there's no mechanical power advantage to them. You should just be able to get all of them.
I think it's interesting because I think this just reveals to us that there's a particular way of playing D&D where the power level of D&D parties seems to vary so much between parties because
Yeah.
I feel like a normal subclass would just kind of dumpster this in terms of combat effectiveness.
Of course.
That's not too difficult to say. I mean, this class is very flexible, but that flexibility doesn't go very far anywhere, and as a result, it means you kind of do everything badly.
I actually don't think this class is the good kind of flexible. This is the kind of flexible in the same way as the Storm Barbarian is flexible. You know how the Storm Barbarian gets to choose stuff, but then you're locked into those choices? That's like this.
Yeah, that's true. The fact that
you don't get to choose these flavor options, because if you choose the flavor options, you only get 2 choices. Then now you have no comment. No.
Dan, I disagree. Because
Why?
I consider almost all of them bad, so it doesn't matter. That's sort of my, and like I actually really like Battle Masters. I think more things should have Battle Master options.
I was gonna say I don't share your
Yes, but I think you should be able to get all of them.
I don't think you should get all of them straight up. I think it would be bad if you could get all of them on one playthrough alone.
But why should you get so few?
Battle Master gets a good number. This one, 2 is a little low given how weak these are.
You get a total of 4 by 14th level. I think you should learn 2 every time you get like a level like.
And with 6 maybe.
It's also a gripe I have with Sorcerer, like because meta magics are very interesting, and you don't get to access most of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think it's fine. Dan, I think that's a you problem. I'm sorry to say that.
I think that is a problem that way more people are going to agree with me than you think.
No, I don't. No,
okay.
I don't think they should have all.
Here's the thing: is like I kind of don't think so. Just because I think a lot of people see this as just a part of building their character.
Think about Arcane Archer.
Like, cool. Okay, Arcane Archer is a different case because they're limited in 2 respects, right? They're limited in the amount of arrows they can choose, and they're limited in the amount of times they can use those arrows, and that time is the amount of times they can use them is so criminally small.
Well,
right?
let me tell you, these use bardic inspirations. You are limited in the amount of bardic inspirations you have. This is limited in 2
no.
as
But
well.
here's the difference between this and Arcane Archer, right? Arcane Archer gets 2 arrows, period.
And Arcane Archers are playing fighters, which means they can attack up to 4 times per turn, whereas you can only go through 1, maybe 2 of these a turn, right? And you come up with equal to your charisma modifier. That's the big beef with Arcane Archers, right? The big beef with Arcane Archers.
You're no longer using bardic inspiration.
Yeah, you're not.
Suddenly I understand why Sean likes bards, because he doesn't give a shit about playing the bard.
That's like their main feature, and you just don't care. You're the one bard that doesn't care about it.
Because it's not that good.
You're the one bard that does that.
But anyway,
I don't think your opinion holds much weight here.
I had an hour-long conversation with Josh about this very thing, where Josh has expressed their many frustration with bardic inspiration. I was like, "That's why you ignore it when you want to."
So here's the thing to me is why
Mads gets it. Mads understands. Fuck bardic inspiration
Jesus
for other
Christ.
people, honestly.
They don't really let you use it for yourself, though.
Well, yeah, base
Some
classes, no, you're
subclasses
dead
do,
on, Dan,
yeah.
and that's why lore was a little bit annoying, and maybe that's why I do overrate cutting words, Dan, because I really just want to be able to use it for something other than just buffing my party members in a way that they'll forget about.
Such a selfish bard.
I feel like if you're picking bard, most people who pick bard because they want to buff their teammates.
So to me, I regard the use of what is it called? So class features like this, to me, I don't really have that much of a problem with. This I obviously have a problem with because they're just not useful, most of them. But to me, like, it's not a problem if I get more of a limited selection. Like, I don't necessarily agree that you should get all of them. I think you should get a healthy number of them. I think you should be able to choose the ones you want to suit your playstyle. But
enough to have some combat and some flavor. Right now, you don't get that choice.
But the problem to me with this is that you are honestly, like, I don't see this class as having the same problem as Arcane Archer, because Arcane Archer is limited by the amount of times they can use that resource so heavily, right? Because it's one thing to have the ability to use like 5 superiority dice that come out on a short rest or whatever, and being able to use 2 arrows.
Sure.
Yeah, it is a different level. I do see your point of, like, Dan, I think you were I dismissed it for comedic effect, but it is probably an issue for many that so many things share the resource of bardic inspiration. Is that what you're going for?
Yeah, I mean, it's like if you only, I'm saying if you only used conducting techniques, it means you no longer have a bardic inspiration feature, which a lot of people play bard for.
Yeah, I mean,
My
that's true.
no, my caveat there is that these don't eat your bonus action, and
Some of them do.
some of them do, but
Some
not
of
all
them
of them. You can use some
Some of them use
conducting
your action.
techniques. Some of them use your action. Some of them don't use anything. Some of them go alongside bardic inspiration itself, and therefore you are still actively
Uh-huh.
using bardic
Okay,
inspiration.
I think we can generally agree that a third of these have potential use, and then the rest of them are pretty garbage.
But
I think within like 3 turns of combat with conducting techniques, you'll be out of bardic inspiration
yeah,
if you're using them.
I view that as a good thing. Isn't that funny? Because otherwise you'll never get through your bardic inspiration, at least not in like one session. And like at low levels, that's probably a problem. But once you get it on a short rest, I view it as a non-issue. And if you need an issue, you can just hold back a little, right?
Anyway,
You don't, just because you can get through them in 3 turns doesn't mean you will, doesn't mean you have to. I view it as, in fact, it would annoy me more if you couldn't get through all of them even while trying. I would actually find that more annoying.
I also don't have
It does bother me that like the theme of this is conducting, and then I just imagine a conductor only doing Mercado, 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 Mercado.
Right.
That would
actually
be
is-
funny.
That's a failure of flavor. I think
Yeah,
all
yeah.
of the music people I know would be pissed about that. Well, listen,
Like you only get 2 of these.
to be fair, like Handel exists, right? Like it's not even fair. He's not anyway.
But yeah, I don't honestly have a problem with these things that present you a lot of things within one class and then ask you to just like choose a couple, because like that's essentially what warlock invocations are, right?
Yeah. Now, two hurts a bit. I'm with Dan on that. I would like
2
3.
is a little small.
I don't want all, but I definitely two
I think
hurts
you
a
should
little.
you should at least
All
be able
could
to
be-
grab
all could be
anywhere from.
overwhelming.
I think you should be able to grab anywhere from 60 to 75% of them.
Mhm.
All can be overwhelming because it just like clogs your character sheet.
Oh yeah.
So
And
there's a happy medium.
yeah, exactly. That said, none of them were amazing aside from maybe the initiative one, so I view this as not super strong, but at least it's
Okay,
flexible.
6th level. You can use your action to expend any number of uses of your bardic inspiration feature. For each expended use, you can immediately grant a bardic inspiration die to a creature other than yourself. Within 60 feet, you can see a creature can only have 1 bardic inspiration die at a time. You must finish a long rest. At 6th level, you can just give him out like
Dump.
candy.
You just dump them.
I got distracted. This wait,
But
you
then, but this is not. But this means you can no longer use conducting techniques once you dump out your inspirations to
Correct.
everyone.
This seems a little.
And energy.
I think this reveals the kind of like problem with loading everything that bards do onto bardic inspiration. You're like, here you can have it.
okay, this is we've talked about this problem multiple times, and then they solved it while also creating a new problem of there's another resource for you to manage.
I know. This is
That's-
on a different
That's what I hate about
subclass.
bards. Too much resource management.
It's true.
I mean it's fine. Oh no, it's not that
No,
fine.
that is a wasted feature on on this specific subclass.
Unless you consider the fact that the conduction techniques are bad.
Okay.
In
Then
which
the
case,
subclass is bad.
well, we'll get to that part at the end. Let's go see. I think we've mostly discussed. Funnily enough, we've discussed this feature multiple times, and I think to be fair, most of the time we landed somewhat favorably on it.
Yeah,
No,
but
but
this
that was
is
before
like
it.
way worse, right?
Yeah,
it's not
yeah.
about being able to dump all your bardic inspiration at the same time, right? It's about being able to give them out at a better rate than just 1 per turn.
Yeah.
Like there's a difference. Again, there's a happy medium.
Yeah,
Okay,
that
Josh,
other
if you
class.
did- Josh, if you did 2 per turn, over 2 turns, yeah, you've dumped out 4. That's most of your bardic inspiration.
Right, exactly.
What? That's
Which I view as sort of okay, but this is, but not
feel
when
like
you
you
have
get
the conducting
enough.
techniques. If we go to the 2 to 3 turns is how long combat often ends, but we're not going to get into that right now.
Upon reaching 14th level, you begin conducting a mystical symphony as an action. Lots of actions. This one floods you with actions. Distracting and capturing the minds of nearby creatures for up to 10 minutes. Any number of creatures you choose within 60 feet, you can hear, have disadvantage on any saving throws against being charmed and against magical sleep. In addition, do you save against magical sleep a lot? I don't think so.
no.
I think the only thing that really does magical sleep is like the sleep spell, and that's just an
Also,
amount of hit
all
points.
elves are
Literally.
anyway.
Literally any elf, this is worthless on.
In addition, affected targets have disadvantage on wisdom perception rolls that rely on sight or sound to detect targets other than you. In combat, you must spend your action each turn to continue the performance, or the action ends. Once you use Virtuoso of Captivation, you must finish a short or long rest before you can use it. Again, this is worthless.
This doesn't seem good at all.
Does this suck? Sorry.
Yes.
I was a little distracted, but everything
Let me
about
reread it to make sure I'm not missing anything.
Yeah, what have we missed here? Hold on. Disadvantage on sleep, which
Okay.
players don't really inflict any sleep besides the sleep spell that I can think of.
All right,
Yeah,
you
I
can
need to open up
discuss
my
this.
own
I think
page
this is a
'cause
D
it's
tier
fucking
class.
scrolling. Stop scrolling.
yeah.
Motherfucker.
They went to the bathroom.
Good.
Heaters, that's the great joy of playing a sorcerer.
Resources.
The more
Great.
resources, the better. No, not true. But and that's sort of a conflict of this class to me. Is on the one hand, I wish that they didn't share all the resources. On the other hand, if they didn't share them, it would be another resource to manage, which is teetering on being ridiculous. So, yeah, I don't really view this as a success.
No, I don't think so.
Hold on. Oh, yeah, but right. Rereading.
Yeah, okay.
Disadvantage on perception. Okay. Targets other than you. Okay, so you can distract.
Yeah, but that
Really?
disadvantage on perception checks don't
You're kidding.
matter when they're in plain sight of you. This only means if you're hiding, but if you're making a symphony, you're kind of giving away your position.
Yeah, it's like a pass without trace, but for the rest of everyone but you. I mean,
Imagine
that's
pass
niche.
without trace, but you have to drum. You have to drum while doing it.
That is a great flavor ability, and they decided to make it the capstone ability.
I don't think this is a great flavor ability.
Unless there must be some Matt Mercer only spell that puts targets to sleep based on a save that's like level 1 sleep but godlike, and then or if the target falls asleep they lose like 20 d20 hit points, and then I don't fucking know. It would take a lot to make this like anything.
Yeah, I see the point of this is for you to be distracting while your party sneaks behind them, and then the party is split, and then the DM gets pissed.
Yeah, it's objectively worse than a spell that hides your party, because now it hides your party but not you, and you have to actively distract them, and it's less applicable.
Use it once per short rest.
It's a really cool flavor ability that they decided to make a capstone.
Here's
It should be one of those abilities that goes alongside a real ability.
Yes,
I think you're right. It should be.
And get it level 3.
Here's the thing about this class is it feels a lot like it has a very strong theme
this is a Mercer
to
one.
it. Yeah, this is a Matthew Mercer one, right? Like the other Matthew Mercer ones, it feels like a class with pretty strong theming, but is very afraid to make a subclass that is too strong. Which is why so many of these abilities feel so underwhelming, right? It's like they most of them barely actually do anything. If you like,
I'm thinking in most cases you're basically playing a base bard without subclass features.
Yeah, I think I would tend to agree. I
gotta
very,
pee.
very okay. Have fun.
My vote is D or F. Good luck.
Yeah, my vote is also
be.
for D or F.
It's got to be D or F. There's no way it's above D. It's just so low power and fun.
I think, in my opinion, I think that it has some potential uses, but it would be hard to make work, which to me says it's a D tier class, right?
I think it escapes F simply because it gets extra bardic inspirations.
Yeah, that's true. You know what? You're right. That's it.
I think the 6th level and 14 abilities people will likely never, ever, ever use, simply because the 6th level feature almost is usable, but you can only use it once per long rest, and it takes your full action, which sucks and it feels awful.
All right, you should hydrate, by the way. If you wonder if a lot of Matt Mercer things end up underpowered because if they were good, nerds would complain. I think that's
probably.
I think that's true. I think that's very possible. Like keeping in mind that anything that Matthew Mercer writes is
Under a lot of scrutiny.
it's going to be exposed to a lot of people, and it might actually be exposed to more people than in some of the subclasses in the regular books, right? Because a lot of people buy the like supplemental material for like Critical Role and stuff, but they don't care about like Xanathars, for instance, right? So they more like it's honestly the amount of people seeing the subclass are pretty on par with like an official release, or maybe possibly greater. It's hard to quantify, right? But yeah, I think that plays a large role in it. I think Matt is very careful about what he writes. And the theming is always very on point. It's just that sometimes the mechanics feel a little underwhelming to the point where you're wondering why you would take this instead of doing anything else.
He's really good at flavor and really bad at balance.
Well, I think that like that might be the reason is that it'll be seen by a lot of people, and obviously he puts a lot of thought into it. But the other reason is because it's not official. That means it's effectively homebrew.
Yeah.
And think about the perception of homebrew.
The perception of homebrew
is that it's generally speaking unbalanced, and when they say unbalanced, they usually mean overpowered. And so as a result, if you want to counteract that, you're going to actively tune your classes to not be that, and then you end up erring on the side of caution because you're a coward, right, Josh?
Here's my hot
cowardly.
take. I think that homebrew should be overpowered.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to get into it. Yeah, I'm shocked.
I'm so sorry.
I think this is cowardly.
This is the coward's way out, Matthew.
This is the hot take that it's cowardly. That like they'll praise me for my design, but no, I'm gonna shit on your bad balance decisions. You don't know.
No, Matthew, give in.
The answer is it's very hard to balance, and we'll judge you no matter what you do. So you may as well do what makes you happy, and that should be making powerful classes. God damn it!
It's not a story the
I
wizards
am
will
upset
tell
though
you.
because Matt Mercer hasn't been close yet. Out of the two we've seen, both of them have been not close
That's true.
to balance.
It will be very funny when we get to Blood Hunter and we have to actually read what a Blood Hunter does.
Oh, I'm not.
Oh god.
Okay, we're gonna move on.
Yeah.
Wait, no. Did we place it? Oh, we put it in D. That's
we
fine.
put it in D tier. Just
I
because
said I think it escapes F because it gets extra bardic inspirations.
it gets an extra bardic inspiration. Yeah,
I
that was
forgot
so
about
long
that.
ago you forgot about it, didn't you?
And another one at 6th and 14th.
And you know, that's so
actually
you get a
makes the
lot more
six-
bardic
yeah.
inspiration.
That actually excuses a lot of this. Okay, they
There's-
accounted for that. You're right. That makes it D tier.
There's potential use with the initiative one, which is a super unique ability that doesn't exist anywhere else in the game.
It's fun.
And you know what? If it comes down to it, knocking an enemy prone is gonna be good with your martial classes. You can
It's
use
true.
it. It's usable.
It's very usable.
It's not particularly strong, I would say, as far as a subclass goes, but it's not an F tier class. I wouldn't say never take this. I would just advise against it.
Take it if you really like the theming, which
Theming is so good. Like the thing is like it's such a unique theming too for a bard because like a bard is just like, oh, he's like a fancy boy that plays a lute. And this guy's like, no, I'm a fucking maestro.
I just wish the maestro would jump back and forth between different styles and then finish on finale. Like what if their capstone was a finale?
Yeah, it's a little. You're
no.
right. It should have been.
Actually, you're
finale
right.
is just like
It should have been. You're right. These two abilities should be switched, and then maybe add another ability on top of this one for realsies.
You could add some more
theme-
powerful conducting techniques that you get at higher levels, like you have with other. Anyway, we're
the theme
we're
could
way
have
off.
been better.
Actually, a finale ability would be super cool. Can you imagine if you just like were able to, instead of giving out all your bardic inspiration, you just dumped it all at once while cannon sounded?
Imagine
like you were conducting a specific symphony.
Oh.
Imagine if your finale gained power based on the number of bardic inspirations that were used or consumed in the last minute.
Right? Exactly. That'd be sick as shit. Actually, though, if you were able
Or
to
the
just
num-
like, this is the
Or the
finale,
number of
and you just kind of
even better, the number of unique tones, and you dish out like a mercado, a tempo, and then like your finale combines all of them to some big whatever.
Okay, that's really cool. I think it would get too convoluted
it
for
would
most
get complicated.
stuff,
but
it's
I
so
think
cool.
I think if you reduce the amount of I know we're not here to fix the classes, but I think if you reduce the amount of what's it called conducting techniques you had, and
Then you could do it.
Then
you
and
give
you
them
gave
all
them
one.
kind of a either like an interplay bonus or like a stacking bonus. I think that would be interesting. I mean, obviously it's more stuff to keep track of. It's more of a mental load, but
Yeah,
If you
I
cut
don't
it
know.
down to like 5 or 6 of them, then you can give them all.
Even
Anyway,
that would be too many.
so let's talk about the
No.
Mage of Lorehold.
Okay.
Is this the right one? Are
Oh
they both
no,
in
it's we're onto
Unearthed
the
Arcana?
weird ones.
What the fuck is this?
Okay, so
Oh,
this is a
these are for
recent
Mages of
these are-
Strixhaven.
I can explain. These are some recent Unearthed Arcanas that apply to multiple classes. If you look at the top, the Mage of Lorehold can be taken by Bard, Warlock, or Wizard.
What the fuck?
Oh, that's gonna fuck with a lot of things.
Oh no, they get spells. Guys, I have a raid at 6.
Wait, a Bard that gets extra spells? Wait, that could be good.
Wait, what? Wait, do we have to consider, do we have to consider this for all of them?
Flame Wizards.
Ah!
The great part is once you read it once, you already know how good it is for the other two classes.
Yeah,
as
I guess
well.
that's true. Anyway, let's see. Mages of Lorehold are particularly concerned with the forces that underlie and drive history. I guess that makes sense. Okay. Oh, this is so complicated. Oh, I hate this. Kill me.
Just read it from the top. Oh my. We can skip it if you'd prefer.
No, we'll do it. So at level 1+, which is whatever level you get your subclass, you learn the cantrip
Wait.
Sacred Flame and the first.
What about the thing above it? The thing above it.
Oh wait, let's see. You gain 2 features: Lorehold spells and Ancient Companion. In the any reference to your what?
Nothing.
In
couldn't
the
see it, couldn't
subclasses
see it.
features, any reference to your class refers to the class from which you gain the subclass. If you're a bard, the college of Lorehold counts as your college. If you're a warlock, the magic of the college serves as your patron. That's so fucking funny, actually. This is actually a really funny detail.
I like the.
Hey, I've signed a pact with UC Davis.
UC Davis has my soul. And
like
gives me
let's
power?
be real here. Sometimes I feel like UC Davis does have Steven's soul.
Yeah, I know multiple people who's the owe souls to UC Davis.
And if you're a wizard, the college represents your arcane tradition. That makes sense. When you subsequently reach a level in your class that this is literally just you have to meet the prerequisite. It's just yeah.
Yeah, it's probably less complicated than we think.
It just means that there's like a number of features, and you get those features at the levels that you would get features at normally, which is
And Bard is normally 3, 6, and
Which is-
14, I believe.
interesting because 3, 6, and 14 is a much different curve to wizards, which start at like 2. Anyway,
When does this subclass get features at level 1+ and
1+, 6+, 10+, and 14+.
wait, but that's 4 features. Don't bards only get 3? Or do they get all of them if they?
You're right.
No.
Bards get them at 3, 6, and 14, don't they?
Does this mean bards are going to get an additional 10th level feature
Wait,
from this?
do bards get this or they not get this? Wait, hang on.
I think it said at the top. Hang on.
Oh.
When you reach a level in your class that gives you a subclass feature, you
One
gain one feature of your choice.
choice.
What?
Ah, fuck me.
What?
I skipped the
Holy
most
shit.
important text. Ah, fuck.
And there's a class prereq. Okay, so you can choose either the 10th or the 14th level.
This
Oh,
one's crazy.
pain.
Is there more than one of these, Dan?
Yes, there's 2.
There's in terms of the mages in the Unearthed Arcana, I think there's 4.
But for
Okay, but for
okay.
bards, there's
For
only
bards, there's 2.
twos.
For bards, there's
Okay.
2.
Okay. So you at 1+, you either get Ancient Companion or Lorehold spells. So you get this cantrip, Sacred Flame, and Comprehend Languages, and then you get these spells, which are Knock, Locate Object, Speak with Dead, Spirit Guardians, which we talked about is good, Arcane Eye, Stone Shape, Destructive Wave, and Legend Lore. Destructive Wave at 9th level is kind of funny.
That's
Legends-
it's not terrible. Okay, hold on.
It
Knock,
is not
knock. I view as
terrible.
niche. Locate object I view as niche. Speak with that I view as niche. Spirit guardians I view as good.
That's-
Arcane eye I know nothing about. Stone shape I view as niche. Destructive wave I view as good. Legend lore I view as niche.
Okay,
Mostly
okay,
niche.
Okay,
Agreed?
but no. Okay.
All right.
But Spirit Guardians is really, really good.
Yeah, that's the good one.
That's like that's half of a you know how lore bard get their 6th level magical secrets. Spirit Guardians is super high up there on one of the ones you might choose.
True.
F tier because
Well-
who wants to read all this shit? Yeah.
God.
You also just get a whole bunch of spells from this. You get knock, locate objects, speak with dead.
Yeah, this
comprehend language.
does somewhat patch the bard problem of not having access to enough spells.
You get a lot
Yeah.
of choices.
So by default, like that makes it
They're-
decent.
they're
Granted, I consider the only
fairly-
really good one
It's
Speak with
it's
Guardians.
funny
but,
because
you know.
it's funny because you get a lot of utility spells, but then just kind of snuck in there a Spirit Guardian's destructive wave.
Yeah.
So
Like,
bard,
why?
You just get some nutty AOE as a bard.
Like this,
Um,
honestly, yeah, this
That's kind of all you
Pretty
want.
compelling.
All the only thing you're lacking as a bard.
oh god.
Well, until level
okay.
10, but yeah.
So anyway, that's only one of the ones you can choose. The other one you can choose is Ancient Companion,
Oh god,
which is
I
a
hate it
minion.
already.
When
You want to
okay,
read it, Dan?
No.
you learn to call on the spirits of the ancient dead and then house them temporarily in the remnants of old statues so they may remain longer on this plane to bolster your studies and aid you in battle. Whenever you finish a short or long rest, you can call forth and bond with one such spirit, which comes to inhabit a medium, freestanding statue within 10 feet of you to serve as your ancient companion. See this
You get to
could just-
choose.
let's see. When you bond with your ancient companion, choose the type of spirit you bond with: healer, sage, or warrior. Oh my god.
There's a choice within a choice within a choice.
There's so many nested choices. It's just a Matryoshka doll of options. Your choice of spirit determines the certain traits in its stat block. The statue determines the spirit's appearance. The ancient companion is friendly to you and your companions obeys your commands. In combat, the companion shares your initiative count, but it takes its turn immediately after yours. Can move and use its reaction on its own, but its only action it can take on its turn is the dodge action, unless you take a bonus action on your turn to command it to take another action, which is bad on bards, good on wizards. The action can be one in its stat block or some other action. If you are incapacitated, the companion can take any action of its choice, not just dodge. Why? I know why, but that's so funny to me. It's just like, I'm free.
Wait, that is really funny.
Right? Like, most minion classes have this clause because they don't want you to break the action economy, but at the same time, they don't want it to be useless if you're unconscious. So whenever you go down, it's just like AI activated.
God, that's so funny.
So
Okay,
as an
so-
action, you can touch the Ancient Companion and expend a spell slot of first level or higher. The Ancient Companion regains a number of points equal to 10 times the level of the spell slot expended, so you can heal the spell slots.
I guess.
It perishes when it drops to 0 hit points. When you bond with a new Ancient Companion at the end of a short or long rest, or when you die, when the companion perishes, the spirit within returns to its plane of origin, the statue becomes an object.
Can I request very quickly? Are the spells for this class a feature in and of themselves? If you scroll up, yes they are. So
Oh
you
my
have
God.
to choose.
So this is your choice.
You could
Wait, the
choose.
construct has hit die. Does that mean it heals itself on short rests?
No, hit die. Well,
It explicitly says it has hit die.
yeah, but all enemies have hit dice.
But what? Okay, the last one we saw.
Wait, hold on. College of Creation does not
Not
have
that
hit
one.
dice.
But if you go look at like a fucking demi lich, it's got a really.
I know
funny-
I know those do.
No, but like a demi-lich can take a short rest, right? Like the
Yeah,
the
demi-liches
question
can
is,
take short
can
rests.
your
Sure, I guess
ancient
the-
companion take a short rest?
Probably. Does it matter?
Yes, I
I
think
think
so.
because this is a construct, it's hard to heal otherwise.
Well, yeah, it's a construct. You can't heal
Oh.
it otherwise, except for with spell slots, right? And
So either you
it's
just
not.
smash it and make a new one, or it heals
Yeah, right.
itself.
It's not a temporary thing. It's literally with you all the time.
Got you. Okay.
So okay,
And
it
it
has
has-
14 armor or +2 AC if it's a warrior. So that's 16 AC or 14 normally. 5 + 5 times your level in this class. So at first level, at third level when you get it,
yeah.
it's gonna be it's the same as the creation.
Same as the other one. It goes up to like 105 health at 24. This one doesn't fly though.
This one does not fly. No. It's immune to
Oh, God,
trauma,
it has skills.
exhaustion, poison. It has skills.
What kind
for
of
some
madman
innate
made
reason. Somebody hates me.
this?
Most of this you can ignore. It's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Skip.
If
We got to read the
the
ancient
hold on.
fortitude.
If the damage reduces the companion to 0 hit points, it can make a con save with a DC of 5
barbarian.
plus the damage taken, unless
It's
the
a
damage from a
barbarian.
crit. It's a zombie.
Yeah.
zombie, you're right.
Unless the damage is from a crit.
Zombies have the same
Wait.
clause.
You have, and then look
No,
at
I
the
thought the zombies.
sages.
Okay.
Sage's Counsel for Sage.
If you're a sage, while within 15 the companion, your allies gain a +2 bonus to intelligence and wisdom checks.
Checks. Damn it.
Hilarious.
That was almost really good. As it is, it's only okay.
Spirit Strike
Decent.
is your spell attack modifier to hit. That's good. One on target, you can see 1d8 +2 plus your proficiency bonus force damage. So it has similar scaling to the other one, but with 2 guaranteed damage, which I think is better than having a bigger die. So
they could have just made this a D12.
Yeah, I don't know why, but whatever. And then Healer's Light. The companion chooses a creature it can see within 15 feet. So this is if you choose the healer archetype.
It's not even healing.
And it gains 1d8 plus proficiency bonus, temporary hit points.
It'd be OP if it were healing.
It would be OP
That's
if it were
true.
healing, yeah. And then if you're a warrior, within 5 feet, when a creature within 5 feet of the companion makes a strength or dex save, the companion imposes itself between the creature and the danger. The creature can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to the saving throw. Okay, so this.
How easy is it to make this guardian thing?
You just need a statue and a short rest.
Okay.
So actually, like, obviously at lower levels this is busted. Right up until like probably when you're pushing like I don't know 8th level is probably when it starts to fall off. I would have to assume.
Because this is like having another party member.
This is having another party member, just straight up. Like it's not even like the College of Creation where it's just like, oh, it only lasts for like an hour. This literally is just with you all the time until it breaks.
It is. It's so good. But I would still think the other one, the caster one, is more busted.
I would tend to agree. I think it's more of a toss-up at up until like 4th level, but as soon as you hit those 5th level spells, Spirit Guardians is so fucking strong.
It is so good. Oh my god. And literally a 5th level bard has 8 spells. This bard would have 13 spells.
Yeah, that's really
okay.
strong.
Plus another cantrip too.
I mean, I will say that I think this still has a lot of value just because it is flexible.
I think both of the options of this are really, really good.
Really good. This is really good at lower levels and starts to fall off later.
The other one scales.
The other one scales. This one really doesn't. Temporary hit points is nice, but one creature getting temporary hit points is kind of eh. Again, it is going to be fairly bulky. 14 AC is pretty normal. At like 6th level, it's gonna have 45 hit points. That's literally the amount of hit points that I have as a cleric at 6th level.
Before we spend too much time on that, I see the 6th level one is going to modify this creature, so let's take a look at that.
Okay, sure. At 6th level, wait, when do bards get their thing?
6th level.
3, 6, 14.
Okay, so you would be forced to take both.
Wait,
because there's no other one you can choose.
You have to choose this 6th level one at
No,
6th level?
no, it's your choice, but you can choose to take the companion also. Anyway, let's see.
No, before you read.
Yeah.
At 6th level, bards have to choose this one, even if they didn't take.
No. I'm saying that they can choose this or the other one they didn't choose at 1st level.
No. Okay, let's say you take the spellcasting one at level 3.
Right.
At level
At
6,
level,
do you have to take this Lessons of the Past thing?
You do not. You can choose the other. You can choose the statue one instead.
Yes, that's what we've been saying.
So you have to. So you're gonna have to take the statue as a bard, no matter what.
No, because I don't think these augment the statue.
Read it.
Okay. Healer, your hit point maximum increases by an amount equal to your level in this class, and you gain the same number of hit points. When you regain health from hit points from a spell, you regain an additional 1d8 hit points.
But it says when you bond with your ancient companion.
When you bond with your ancient companion, yeah.
Oh. Do you have to pick it then?
Does it say it requires it? No. Scroll down to. No, it doesn't.
I gotta open the page myself.
Level 6 plus Mage of Lorehold feature. It doesn't require Ancient Companion. Interesting.
Wait. You bond with a spirit.
I guess you're right, Dan.
Yeah,
you're probably right. I would read it that way. I don't know for sure. It's an Unearthed Arcana, so I'm sure they'd patch it up.
I'm sure that it's fucked in its current state.
I think you would have to take the companion.
I think you do.
Yeah, I'm fine interpreting it that way.
which sucks.
Well, let's read what the feature does.
Okay, let's see. Okay, so healer, you get more hit points. Sage, you gain advantage on ability checks using Arcana, History, Nature, and Religion skills. That's pretty good. Additionally, once per turn, when you deal damage to a creature with a spell of first level or higher, you can deal an additional 1d8 force damage to that creature. Not a lot, but it's not bad.
You get 2 features when you take the subclass, they say?
Oh, wait, let's see. Oh, upon selecting the Mage of Lorehold subclass, you gain 2 features. Okay.
Oh.
So you get both of the second the first level features at once, and then
We read it bad.
At level 3. Okay, and then
this is so fucking confusing.
well, yes, but also no. We straight up skipped that part. That's a. I grant you it's confusing, but also we did literally skip that reading.
Maybe
We can blame it somewhat, but we cannot blame it entirely. We literally skipped that sentence.
No, it's because I read this and then I read the one after, and then I read the last one and then I got confused.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough, because it comes before you know what the Lorehold spells and ancient command features are. So I get. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We're on the lessons of the past.
Okay, advantage on Arcana, History, Nature, Religion, and then once per turn you can deal 1d8 force damage to that creature. Not amazing, but honestly, you're getting this for the skills. And then Warrior, if you use your action to cast a cantrip, you can make 1 weapon attack as part of that action. If the weapon attack hits, the target takes an additional 1d8 radiant damage.
that's not
I
very
would say
sad, but
that's
wait,
only useful on warlocks if you're going like
that Sage one. You just straight up have advantage on 4 of those ability checks.
4
That
checks.
seems really, really.
That
good
honestly
for,
seems like the strongest one. Period.
That's really good. I would love that for like any sort of skill monkey role playing. You know.
Let's see. So okay,
Especially
the
'cause
fact
the
that, okay,
Sage-
all right, hang on. We have to revisit this now because the fact that you get both of these at first level is like kind of broken, right?
It's super broken.
Yeah,
I
that's
thought,
really good.
Okay, I was gonna say that getting one of these, like I was gonna say the Ancient Guardian's obviously broken, and I was gonna say the other one's obviously broken. I didn't realize you got both.
You get both. Actually, straight up,
That's
I
so
think we can
busted.
already declare this as an S tier class. There's
It's
no way.
gonna be, and I hate it.
Yeah, I don't like it. I almost don't want to rank it.
Oh god, it feels so dirty, doesn't it? This is the problem when you introduce anything that is multi-classable. Like you have to really consider the balance, the inter-class balance, and the balance within each class. Because like I think as
Oh god.
no wait, I'm thinking about it. This is actually really strong as any subclass. I don't. How do they write this? Why did they write this?
They accidentally made it way too strong.
All right.
Well, for bards, probably other classes
No,
too.
straight up. If you
Yeah.
had this as a
It'd be-
wizard,
You
are
good
you
on wizard.
kidding me?
Imagine just having another party member.
All right, this is my new party member, Jeff,
Jeff. If Jeff dies, I bring him back.
for free. Yeah, this I mean, there's no
I think-
world in which this is bad.
Let's read the last 2 and then decide whether or not
Okay.
we're actually going to rank the rest of these.
I feel like this is for the Strixhaven campaign. Yeah, this is for Strixhaven, Mages of Strixhaven. That's I'm not sure about the decision to make it takeable by any or like by multiple classes. I think it's interesting potentially, but it feels like one of those things that they do because they're running out of ideas. Like, do you know how Hearthstone did that, where they have class cards for 2 classes?
Yeah, they did that for 1 expansion and then ended it.
Yep.
Lol. True.
So, by
Okay,
pulling
what's
magic
that
from the
one?
past, you can cause opponents' old wounds to resonate anew. Once per turn, that's cool. When a creature you can, the flavor of that is cool. Once per turn, when a creature you can see hits a target with an attack roll, you can use your reaction to force the target to make a wisdom save against your spell save DC. On a failure, the target becomes vulnerable to one of the damage types dealt by the attack. The vulnerability lasts until the end of the target's next turn and affects the damage dealt by the triggering attack. What?
What?
Wait.
You
my
can
brain
use this a
kinda
number of
stopped
times equal to
functioning.
your proficiency bonus, and
Here's-
you regain. This is broken.
Here's
Straight
how
up.
it works, Dan. You hit
Okay.
them, they become vulnerable to the damage you just dealt, and they're vulnerable to that damage type for the next turn.
What?
All right,
Am I interpreting that correctly?
you are interpreting that absolutely correctly. That is the way I would read this
That's so broken.
This is the 14th level ability, mind you, for bards,
for bards,
because they only get one of
That's
those
true.
2. But
or they
still,
can take the next one.
still.
Which-
Now, You would have to hit them with an attack roll. No, when a creature you see. Oh my god. So sorry, it's not necessarily
Anyone.
you. It's your barbarian friend hits them with an attack.
And it's within sight.
There's no range limit. Oh wow. Oh wait, what? How is that allowed?
And you could use this so many times.
I guess it's 14th level.
Wait.
And 10th level for other
Okay,
people.
wait.
Yeah.
This means that bards get a choice of the 2 capstone abilities.
Yes, that's
yeah.
right.
Whereas warlocks can
and
just
wizards
get
both,
all
I
of
believe.
them.
Oh
And
my
wizards
God.
are my...
Well, hold on. Maybe
Actually, I'm not sure wizards. I can't remember.
Wizards get them at you're right. Wizards get them at 2, 6, and 14 if memory serves.
Okay, so
Very
regardless...
similar to
Oh
Bard.
no, they get one at 10. You're right. They get one at 10.
Regardless of if the ability is good or bad, the fact that some classes only get some of these and other classes get all of them...
Classes.
Oh my god. Okay, anyway.
Well, they literally had no choice but to do that. But yeah.
Yeah, because Bards does a lot of base
They
features.
could have just chosen not to make multi-class subclasses.
Anyway,
Well,
that
yeah,
one's
but
obviously...
no. You have to start from the assumption that they
Okay,
wanted
alright,
to
alright.
make them.
Anyway,
that one's
at
obviously
14th...
super fucking broken.
So that one's super broken. 14th level,
Ooh, sorry.
a-
Oh yeah, it's tied to proficiency because they can't tie it to bardic inspiration because it's not
Yep.
a bard only thing.
Yep.
So you get a new resource, which is good for bards. Tiring,
See,
but good.
you as a bonus action, you enter a state of chronal chaos. When you enter this state, at the start of each of your subsequent turns while in this state, you get one of the following benefits of your choice. Luck, you receive brief flashes of the future, stealing yourself against oncoming onslaughts. Whenever you make a saving throw against an effect that deals damage, you can roll a d6 and add the number roll to the total. Yeah. Resistance, you have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. I mean,
Ooh.
it's
Eh.
that's good.
Barbarian Rage.
Like, that's really good. You get Barbarian Rage.
Wait, imagine a melee warlock with Barbarian Rage.
Yeah, a Barbarian Rage that you can cast spells during.
Oh, I do like melee warlock.
All right, I'm not
Yeah.
gonna lie to you. This is really, really strong. But I think the fact that bards only get to choose one of these capstone abilities means they're objectively way worse for it.
Yeah. I mean, but comparing this
Anyway.
among other Bard subclasses, I
Your
think
movement
this
speed
is
increases
like
by 15 feet and you do not
SSS.
provoke opportunity attacks. Benefits last until the start of your next turn. You cannot choose the same benefit
Oh.
2 rounds in a row. Okay, interesting.
That's interesting.
Oh.
So you can't always have resistance. You have to either go speedy or resistance or get what saving.
saving.
See, this is like
Good thing
soft
they're all good.
multiclassing, but the problem is that multiclassing presents some challenges in design in that you can't make early features too strong or else they're really good for multiclassing.
Sorry, did you say
Yes.
hexblade?
Hex
Yeah,
fucking
right?
blade.
One level hexblade dip, it's the meme. But
just that good.
this exposes why that problem exists because it makes every one of those multi-class problems native to your class, which makes you so much stronger than any other class.
Now, that said, I don't think this is all that strong.
The 14th level ability is not nearly as strong as the 10th level.
If you-
ability.
Isn't that
think
weird?
no.
Am I crazy? That's how I
is.
feel.
Yeah,
Do you
I
think
agree.
Wizards thinks differently?
I agree, but if you compare this to other Bard 14th level abilities, it's
Oh,
actually better than
yeah,
Yes,
all of them.
but it doesn't matter because
Easily,
You'll take the 10th
I'm-
level
I'll take the 10th level one.
It's honestly like this is an SS tier class. Like if we were to make a new tier, it would be like triple S class, and I would put it Mage of Lorehold straight in that. It would skip
Oh,
2
yeah.
tiers.
It would hover adjacent to S because I don't really count it as a bard subclass. That's why it obsessed me.
I think there's an argument to be made that we don't even rank the
We don't even
mages
rank these?
because otherwise we'll have to deal with this for bards, like druids have
Oh.
some, wizards, warlocks.
Do we want to
like,
re-rank this for wizards? On the one hand, that's interesting. On the other hand, I don't want to do it like all separately.
These
I
are
don't
these are
know.
also just.
Well,
I mean, okay. So
okay,
here's.
I
here's
think
the thing.
these are just going to be an S in like all of them.
Yeah, that's true. They're super good.
is that a problem, Dan? I mean, I find it a little boring.
I dislike it. They're
yeah,
also a very recent Unearthed Arcana.
yeah. I mean, oh god, I would if this went to print, it would cause chaos.
So Dan.
Is Lorehold an exception? Is Silverquill bad? Maybe.
I think we should decide after we do Silverquill. Yeah.
All right, fine.
All
that
right,
means we
What do
gotta
you-
do Silverquill.
let's see. Mages of
Briefly.
Mages of Silverquill hone the power of words. They channel magic of light and shadow, etc., etc. You gain 2 features, just like the other ones, etc., etc., etc. Okay, we've read this part. So, you gain Sacred Flame or Vicious Mockery at first level, and then you gain 2 proficiencies in the choice of the following skills: Deception, Intimidation, Performance,
good.
Persuasion, or Insight. That's much weaker
that.
than the first level spell of Lorehold.
But that's very balanced and good. I like it.
But balanced and good, yes. This is how you balance. This is how you balance. Hey, wizards! This is how you balance.
Also, that is fine.
Silvery
for
Barbs.
any-
Oh, I've heard this is really good.
Which classes get this? Sorry.
This is Bard, Warlock, or Wizard. Same set.
Okay, and all those would like those. So, yeah.
Silvery Barbs is you invoke words laced with magic to demoralize your foes and turn their misfortune into a boon to bolster your allies. Immediately after a creature you see within 60 feet of you succeeds on an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, you can use your reaction to demoralize the creature. Unless the creature is immune to being charmed, it re-rolls the d20 and must use the lower roll. If the attack roll, ability check, or saving throw then fails, you can choose a different creature you can see within 60 feet of you. You can choose yourself.
Ooh.
That creature is empowered and can re-roll 1 attack roll, ability check, or saving throw that makes within 1 minute and use the higher result. A creature can be empowered by only one use of this feature at a time. Once a creature fails an attack roll, an ability check, or a saving throw because of a re-roll forced by this feature, you can't use the feature again until you finish a long rest, unless you expend a spell slot to use it again. So this is essentially a first level spell, but it means you get to re-roll a success from someone else and then give basically someone else advantage as a result. You're essentially giving someone disadvantage and someone advantage.
But you give them disadvantage after knowing they succeeded, which is really rare.
I also like that if it fails, you get to keep going. This feature only goes on cooldown once you get a success. If I'm understanding it correctly?
I think this is really strong. Like, you
Is that
say
right,
that
though,
you
what I
say
said?
that it is rare
Yeah.
that you're giving disadvantage to someone who's already succeeded. I disagree. I think if an enemy hits
like
you,
it.
you're gonna use it.
What? No. I'm saying it's rare. It's rare that disadvantage applies after you know the
Oh,
success.
okay, yeah. No,
There are
yeah,
almost no mechanics that do
exactly.
that.
Yeah,
So-
no,
It's
I think
interesting.
this feature is super strong.
That's why it's insanely strong. Yes. Apologies.
Super strong.
I don't think it's like broken.
Well,
though.
it's-
I don't
it's
think
not-
I don't think it's like busted. Like, it's not Lorehold,
Oh,
but I
it's-
think it's really
compare
strong.
this to casting shield.
This is better.
You think it's better?
Well, no, it depends. You're right. I see your
It
point because it's only one
depends.
roll.
Yep.
But two things that are different. One, this is broader than shield because you can make them
Yes.
fail your saving throw you inflict upon them. So you can
True.
use it offensively, and 2, it then buffs somebody else.
Correct.
So
It's because
it's true.
the
it's in a
double-sided
different
nature
class.
of it is
You
what
can only
makes it good.
do each of those. You can cause one success to become a failure and give one person a reroll once per long rest. So I think it's balanced in that it's strong, but you get to use it very little.
No, fine. It's not totally well. It's not OP. It's not really OP at lower levels. I actually think it becomes even better at higher levels as you get more
maybe.
powerful saving throws, which is cool. I like that. But that's why the other reason that it's different from Shield is that Shield. No, actually, it's not that different from Shield. But Shield is a case of I up my AC because they're about to hit me, whereas this is they hit me. Well, the way we play it actually it amounts to the same thing. You get to see the roll before shielding, so never mind. But that's only because of roll 20 technically.
I like the
I
teacher.
actually watched a video
so
about
cool.
Silvery Barbs yesterday, and they kind of like math it out. But yeah, it's
Makes Savior Sex more powerful. You're right.
it's definitely really good because it's flexible, right? It's not just attack rolls.
I would also like to point out unless I'm misreading it, this is actually super disadvantage because you can give them disadvantage on the attack roll or on the saving throw, and then if they still
already have
succeed it,
disadvantage, yep.
you give a gain, right? It stacks with advantage and disadvantage.
I love this on a warlock because they have so few spells that you really want to make that spell hit.
Yeah. Like.
Actually, it stacks with advantage too, doesn't it? The creature is
It's
empowered
super
and can reroll
disadvantage,
one attack roll. It says nothing about advantage there. So if you have advantage and then you do it, you can reroll it again.
Yep.
So yeah, this is crazy good.
This is super
Yeah,
good.
I like it.
Okay. 6th level, you learn the darkness spell. It is added
like
to your spell
darkness.
class list if it isn't already. If you're a wizard, you add it to your spell book if it's not there already. That's fine. Darkness is fine. You can cast a spell without expending a spell slot, and you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. You get a free darkness. When you cast a spell in this way, you can see normally through the darkness created. Really, really strong. When
That's
a creature
nuts.
you can see starts its turn in the darkness, you can deal 2d10 psychic damage to that creature.
Whoa.
Sorry, what?
Whoa.
It's just free damage.
But like,
Yeah, although you can't control who takes it, so you can't have your allies in the darkness.
no, you can see.
You
Like,
can,
you
can
deal.
deal damage to them. You don't have
Oh,
to.
you're right. Ooh.
You can also cast the spell normally without the additional effects by using spell slots you have of second level or higher. So this
Wow.
is like a special effect you can use once per long rest. And it's like
a special
super
AoE
darkness.
damage that also is going to be that you stand in and give yourself a super like advantage and stuff like that.
This seems really strong to me, especially
Yeah.
at 6th level.
It
Like
is.
you're just gonna cast it on yourself, and I mean you're either gonna do a shit ton of damage to people and have advantage on everything that you do, or nobody's gonna want to approach you, which is optimal as a wizard.
I mean, no one is going to approach you. They can't hit you because they can't fucking see you. They're just going to
And they have
miss, and they're
super
gonna take psychic
disadvantage because
damage.
of your silvery barbs.
that seems really good.
This seems
It's
very
really good.
strong. This seems very, very, very strong.
I think we can move on.
Unfortunately, because of the way bards work, they actually all the classes they get all of those no matter what, basically.
Yes. But bards only get one of these last.
Yes, these last
Okay,
two.
so let's see. At 10th level, let's see. When you cast a spell that deals damage, you invoke additional words of power to change the spell's damage type to your choice of psychic or radiant. Any creature damaged by the spell takes extra damage
Ooh.
equal to your proficiency bonus and has its emotions swayed with despair or adoration based on the damage type dealt. Psychic, the creature is frightened of you until the start of your next turn.
Whoa.
Radiant, the creature is charmed by you until the start of your next turn.
Imagine a
Okay.
fireball that also frightens or
So-
charms.
You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you can only expend uses. This is crazy strong.
That's so awesome.
Okay.
Yes.
Any creature damaged by the spell,
Yes.
Yeah?
so there's no save.
There's no save.
They just
No
get
save.
frightened.
There's
Yeah.
No
there's
matter what, unless
okay,
they're
Yep.
immune. That's
there's no
sanity.
save, and
And you
you're
can-
changing it to two like pretty mutually exclusive damage types, right? If something resists psychic, which is already super rare, it's not gonna
Mm-hmm.
resist radiant. If it resists radiant, it's not gonna resist psychic.
And also, if enemies are about to attack you, you can either fear them so they can't get to you,
Let's say
or
fear is
charm them so they can't hit you.
strong.
It's nuts. In fact, this is
Usually-
the
in
worst.
Flick-
Usually the way you counter fear is by having a save
By having a
attached to
saving
it.
throw, yeah.
And this one doesn't. What the fuck?
Who wrote
the
these?
great thing with bards is they get this at 14th level, which means they can choose a magical secret AoE of their choice at the same time.
Yeah.
Hey, who
true.
wrote this? I want a word. I just want to talk.
You love this. You love OP subclasses. Be quiet.
This isn't as OP as some of the stuff
It's
you've
not.
written.
It's not. It is
But
not
this
as
is
strong
very-
as the Lorehold, but this is very, very solid.
no,
This is gonna be
10th
S
level
tier.
Okay, at 14th, let's see. You get the following options. So this is the other thing you can choose as a bard. When the target of your silvery barbs fails an attack roll, and at least we can easily say these are S tier in all classes. When the target of your silvery barbs fails an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw because of the reroll, you can invoke a word of discard to give the target vulnerability to one damage type of your choice until the start of your next turn. Oh my god.
You say S tier but balanced, and I say anything that's in S tier, it's kind of already unbalanced
It's
because
hard to say,
it
yeah.
means the other subclasses are now worse to play.
And then
And, like,
selfless invocation. When a creature you can see within 60 feet of you takes damage, you can
balanced,
invoke a word of power using your reaction to grant the creature resistance to that damage, and you take an amount of psychic damage equal to the damage that creature takes. That seems not good. Kind of. I mean, okay. So here's the thing. It's like you're essentially like taking half the damage somebody would take, but how much do you want to be doing that as a bard, I wonder? Or a wizard, actually. It seems worse as a wizard even.
yeah, but
Self-limitation is just absorb elements for any damage type, like for a creature, whenever you want, infinite uses. But
the resource is your
you
hit
can-
points.
like some people enjoy being selfless.
I guess so. But it's sort of, if you,
It's on a squishy.
there are issues with this interpretation that I have many issues with it. But if you take the broad, all your party's hit points are one big pool, this negates the resistance because now you take the damage and they
Yeah.
take the resisted damage. So
Yeah.
but that's not fair. You know, it's important that it's not one big pool. But I agree. That one's not amazing.
It's not
especially when you compare it to things that like just as a reaction give you resistance to that type.
I think the one above it is a lot stronger. The question is whether you would take this or Infusion of Eloquence, and I feel like it's a pretty compelling argument that you could actually. I think you're right. It's probably Eloquence, but
but
I don't know.
But vulnerability is nuts.
Vulnerability is super strong.
Like both of these subclasses are giving vulnerability. I don't think the person who wrote this realizes how nuts vulnerability is. Okay, they don't realize a lot of things.
It is. They get vulnerability until the start of your next turn, and
which means your entire party gets to fuck them up.
Well, no, it depends on where in the turn order you are. If you go next, then no one benefits from that vulnerability.
You're right.
So it's a little bit funky
that one would depend. Although to be fair, you can invoke Silvery Barbs kind of whenever you want, right?
No,
I know you can't.
It has to be in reaction. You have to force them to.
Okay, yes, but
oh, I see. If you force them to make a save.
Force them to make a save, right? Like
on your turn.
On your turn, then it'll be until the start of your next turn. So you could work around it. If
actually, that means that you can do a fireball on them, right?
I think if you force them to do fireball, you can give them vulnerability to fire or fire damage.
So it makes you wonder how hard the Strixhaven campaigning is. Yeah, if this is the power level of the subclasses, like in general, then I imagine it must try to kill you.
Like this one, I think it's not SS.
I don't think it's as strong as Lorehold.
It might be double S tier.
But I think it's easily way stronger than every bard.
It is a huge power level above Eloquence, in my opinion.
I mean, the thing is that I feel like some subclasses in other classes are just objectively better than a lot of the subclasses that bards get. But I think this is compounding that by being stronger than most, if not all, subclasses. Period.
I'm pretty sure even for Warlock and Wizard, this will be S tier at least.
I would also say this, which is just that I don't know. I'm just somewhat offended by the fact that this is just like anything. You can choose. You can be any. You can choose to take this on any of them. I think so, but like implementation could use some work. Certainly.
I don't even like the idea that much, weirdly, because of Hearthstone. Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
It was just so not inspired in Hearthstone, and it doesn't quite feel that inspired here either.
It does feel like one of those like cheap gimmick mechanics that they just bring because they're out of ideas, right?
That is literally what it did in Hearthstone. Then they undid it and came up with interesting ones, and that is my bias against it. I don't know if it's a valid bias, but it is my bias against it.
I don't know.
If you took like 1/3 of the power level of this class and added it to some Matt Mercer classes, they would probably be good.
It would probably balance out. Oh. Yeah. Okay.
To be fair,
all
Matt
right.
Mercer stuff is.
We should move on. College of Spirits.
Did you put it in S tier?
It's in S tier, obviously. What else would it be?
we're gonna painfully look at it. I think Dan, we've ranked it. I think it has to stay for now.
I think it needs a new rank. I don't think they fit in S tier.
Okay.
I don't want there to be a fucking.
I think either make a new tier for them,
or we move the other shit down.
Because if you put them,
I feel like that's not fair though, because right? I think we just have to make a special tier for them.
Because we're being dishonest by putting them in S tier. They don't belong there.
Fine.
Strixhaven tier. Yeah.
Double S tier. Strixhaven tier.
Wait, how do you make a new tier, Dan?
Don't know. I think you have to edit the whole thing.
Oh. Add row above.
Add row above.
That. No. Strixhaven.
Strixhaven tier.
Yeah, Strixhaven tier.
Oh, you can't make it the same color.
Yeah, you're right.
Make it a really dull color.
Make it a lame color. Great.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's move on. College of Spirits.
Oh, they're just too strong.
They're so strong. Like, oh, come on.
College of Spirits. Moving on.
I mean, they are interesting, but like, Jesus Christ. Okay. Let's see. College of Spirits. Let's see. They conjure spiritual embodiments of powerful forces to change the world once more. This is just like This is just fate, right? Like, I call upon the power of King Arthur, but as a sexy anime woman. At 3rd level, you learn the guidance cantrip, and it has a 60-foot range when you cast it. Okay.
All right, S tier.
You know what we said about guidance. Guidance is good, but guidance is just such an obnoxious ability.
That's a great start to the subclass right there.
60
I don't
feet.
like it.
I honestly don't even think that the range matters at all.
It doesn't help that much. It makes it slightly better. No, it
When
doesn't.
are you going to use
It makes
guidance
it less.
with a range?
It makes it less awkward that your party isn't walking over to you and tapping on
Yeah,
the
that's
guidance.
like you're not piggybacking on top of your barbarian.
I like that. Yeah, that's true.
Okay, and your real ability, I say, you employ tools that aid you in channeling spirits, be they historical figures or fictional archetypes. This is literally fate. You can use the following objects as a spellcasting focus for your bard spells: a candle, crystal ball, skull, spirit board, or Taraka deck. Starting at 6th level. Wait. Oh, okay. So, wait. Hold on. Implying King Arthur isn't already an anime woman. Yeah.
Just gotta channel them.
So at 6th level, at 3rd level, you get the ability to cast guidance. You get the ability. No, they have another one. They have another one.
Okay. Phew.
You get the ability to use candles as a spiritual focus.
Great. Okay.
And you get the other thing.
And
also,
a crystal ball and a skull.
Also at 6th level, when you cast a bard spell that deals damage or restores hit points to the spiritual focus, roll a d6. You can gain a bonus to 1 damage or healing roll of the spell equal to the number rolled. This seems like this almost seems like flavor. Why is it here?
Wait. When it casts a bard spell that deals damage,
Who cares? It's
Like it is strictly a numerical advantage, but it feels like such a weird thing to put in here.
to one. I mean, if bards had an AOE, that would make their AOE better. But
Yeah, you can use the Ouija board as a spell focus. It's true, you can. Okay, all right. Let's go to what the class is actually about. Jesus fucking Christ. While holding your spiritual focus, you can use a bonus action to expend 1 use of your bardic inspiration and roll on the spirits table. Using your bardic inspiration die to determine the tale the spirits tell to you. Oh, wait. That's wait, that's
Is there another
super
one like this?
That is a super cool way to use this. Because it means that the more powerful effects are locked off behind your bardic inspiration scaling.
Oh.
That's actually really cool. Anyway,
The last one stuns.
oh my god, no wonder. You need to roll a max on a D12, and you don't
Yeah.
get D12
Well,
until about
let's-
14th level.
Let's go down the list and start rating, right?
Oh
Is
baby, now this is in Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft. That explains a lot. Let's see.
important.
You retain the tale in mind until you bestow the tale's effects, or until you finish a short or long list. So you can actually hold the spirits if you want.
Cool.
Do you know what this is? This is playing an astrologian in Final Fantasy XIV. You can use an action to choose one creature you can see within 30 feet of you. This can be you, to be the target of the tale's effect. Once you do so, you can't bestow the tale's effect again until you roll it again. That makes sense. You retain only one of these tales in mind at a time. Rolling on the spirit's table immediately ends the effect of the previous tale. If the tale requires a saving throw, the DC equals your spell save DC. So at 3rd level, you're going to have 6 of these, right? Number 1, Tale of the Clever Animal. For the next 10 minutes, whenever the target makes an intelligence, wisdom, or charisma check, the target can roll an extra die immediately after rolling the d20 and add the extra die's number to the check. The extra die is the same type as your Bardic Inspiration die. So this is like continuous Bardic Inspiration on ability checks for your mental stats.
Okay, I'm a little confused. How does this work? Like,
okay, so the way it works is as a bonus action, you expend 1 Bardic Inspiration die and you roll on this table. Whatever you roll on the table is like basically an effect that you hold until you use it.
so nothing happens immediately.
Nothing happens immediately, but you can choose to use it as an action. And you can choose yourself. So for 10 minutes gives somebody repeating Bardic Inspiration on intelligence, wisdom, or charisma checks. That seems really strong to me.
Wait.
That's out of combat, though.
How many consecutive intelligence, wisdom, and charisma checks do you make within a 10-minute period?
I don't know, but for
Not very
10
many.
minutes, whenever, I don't know.
That seems like Bardic Inspiration, but really niche because
the reason why, I don't think this is good because
I guess that's
if
true.
you're ever time pressed, that means you're in combat, which means this is useless unless you need saving throw.
Nope, checks only.
Okay. Then no, useless.
You would have to make a bunch of multiple intelligence, wisdom, or charisma checks in a row
Counterspell?
within 10 minutes, basically.
If I'm
Counterspell
echoing, it's
buff
because
this?
Sean has push to talk on, and I'm picking up through his mic.
Yeah. If you happen to decide to roll in this table out of combat, which you probably won't, because like I'm looking down, most of these are combat things, then this could be good in out of
See,
combat.
that being said, though, the spirit lasts until you take a short or long rest, so you could actually just use one immediately after a short rest, and then just go into combat with one loaded.
You probably want to do that,
And
even.
you probably
yeah.
will
That's
want to
true.
do that.
So that's true, but I don't even think
Wait,
it's that good
this
out
is
of
this is
combat.
so funny that we were talking about Yu-Gi-Oh, because the next one is Tale of the Renowned Duelist. It's time to duel.
I summon a Tale of the Pharaoh.
You make a melee spell attack against the target. On a hit, the target takes force damage equal to 2 rolls of your Bardic Inspiration die plus your Charisma modifier.
So you have to be in melee range.
Okay, at 3rd level, this is pretty good.
That's 2d. That's a great sword plus your charisma.
At 5th level, this is
Bad.
Not
2d8.
good.
Not great. Anytime after that, it's going to completely fall off.
Yeah.
Because it's your action.
Yeah.
It's
Tale
your
of
full
Beloved
action.
Friends. The target and another
Wait.
creature.
You can bestow this on other people, right?
Oh, you can. You can give this to someone else as an action.
Would that
It doesn't scale with
would
that.
that help though?
No, it really wouldn't. You would probably be the best target for this because if you give it to a
Yeah.
martial class, they're never going to use it.
because you have the
Yeah,
weakest.
there's no one
attack,
else would
so-
use this. No one else would use this. This is for you.
Okay. So moving on.
Let's see. Tale of the Beloved Friends. The target and another creature of its choice it can see within 5 feet of it gains temporary hit points equal to a roll of your Bardic Inspiration die plus your Charisma mod. So that's what? 2 creatures.
Yeah, you'll give them each like I don't know, like eight or 9 temporary hit points
8 or
or
9.
something. I don't know, 9-ish. I'm not doing the math precisely, but like this is
I would say 8.
kind of cute, I guess.
16 HP. That's not bad.
Is that worth your action?
Is that worth your action? Probably not.
But wait, can you keep doing this? Like, or do you have to get a new tail?
No, you have to get a new tail.
Okay, it consumes the tail.
Okay,
So that melee spell attack one, you can melee spell attack once and then it's gone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
So number
it's-
4, Tale of the Runaway. The target can immediately use its reaction to teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space it can see. When the target teleports, it can choose a number of creatures it can see within 30 feet of it up to your charisma modifier, minimum of 0, to immediately use the same reaction. This seems fairly good.
That's all right. Mass teleport seems decent. I like
That's
repositioning
Yep.
for free.
That's
Well, for
good.
an action. Keep in mind, action. Action hurts. All of these. It's not the
I
worst, but
know.
it is rough.
It is.
I think that one might actually earn the action. It's just
Uh-huh.
niche.
Tale of the Avenger. For 1 minute, any creature that hits the target with a melee attack takes force damage equal to a roll of your Bardic
Give it to
Inspiration.
your
die. So
barbarian.
so this is spike damage.
Thorns.
Equal to your Bardic Inspiration die. That
So
seems
at 3rd level, that's 3.5, and then it goes up to
4.5
4.5,
per
and
attack.
then it goes to
That
5.5.
seems all right. I wouldn't be
That's
upset
fine.
about it. I like spike damage though, so that's me being
it's fun.
weird. Guaranteed damage
As
is
an
always
action.
good,
So it's as an action, give your barbarian that. It's pretty good.
but it does last a minute.
It lasts a minute. Caveat: if you gain a new tail, it loses that effect.
What?
You can only that's any rolling on the spirit tail immediately ends the previous tail. So you have to. That's your
Yeah.
one tail for that
So
fight.
that's your one tail.
That
That
sucks.
that being said though, you do have to keep in mind that the way that this college kind of the way that this subclass kind of operates is you get the tail and you like use the effect. But I think after that, after the first turn of using that, you're generally just meant to use like bard features, right? Like because I don't
What
think
bard
these,
features?
yeah, right. I don't think that these effects are so good that you would want to spend your turn doing them every turn, right?
Hey, let's wait till we see the high level ones, I guess.
Okay.
Well, more importantly, they're not that good to begin with, so you'll take it when it's free, and then you won't use it again. I view that as a slight
Probably.
against the class, but we'll
Yeah.
keep going.
Yeah. Number 6, Tale of the Traveler. Target gains temporary hit points equal to a roll of your Bardic Inspiration die plus your Bard level. While it has these temporary hit points, walking speed increases by 10 feet and gains a +1 bonus to its AC. That's pretty handy.
pretty
I
good.
hate that. I love it. It's good. It's better
So
than
many
the other
little
one.
things.
But oh god, AC tied to temp hit points is painful.
It's not.
No,
No.
the moment you get hit, you lose your AC.
Oh, you're
as
right.
well.
All these temporary hit points.
I mean,
That is
okay.
annoying.
It's not
yes.
bad. It's good. It's objectively good.
Yes,
Okay.
but keep in mind the fact that it's one of those like kind of gambly abilities where because it boosts your AC, like those temporary hit points are more likely to be protected.
Sure.
This one also scales, like, let's say you're like a high level bard,
This,
like level
this
15 or
scales
something.
pretty well with your Bard level.
You're probably going to give them 20 temporary
True.
HP.
That's a
Because
good
like
point.
Ace.
because the thing is that points like AC points are fairly squashed in terms of their effectiveness. Like at if you were considering like a maximum level like barbarian or monk, they have 20 AC. If you're considering a like a paladin with plate armor and a shield, that's 20 AC, right? So like 20 AC is the maximum that you're pretty much going to reach with mortal means before you start getting into magic weapons and magic items and stuff. So that's like
Yeah.
5% bonus to not being hit is pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Reducing the chance of being hit by about 5% is pretty good, I would say.
It's better than that. If generally the enemy had a 40% chance to hit you, that goes down to 35%. So you just gained it. You just
So,
you're,
yeah,
now
you're
it's,
right,
It's,
you're
a,
right.
it's more like you're taking 12.5% less hits.
This is why I brought
the-
Dan to do the math.
the other thing, can we talk about more effects need to have more bard effects need to have the double bard scaling of bardic inspiration that scales with level and bard
Plus your
level that
bard
scales
level,
with
yeah.
level. I like that.
Yeah.
It's strong.
The next one is nuts.
It's strong scaling. So number 7. So this obviously you can't get until you get 5th level and your bardic inspiration die increases.
And you just get lucky.
Target must succeed on a wisdom save. But the nice thing about it is when you're at max scaling, you're pretty much if the rest of these are good, you're 50-50 on getting a really good effect.
It's true. You're equally as likely to get each of those.
The target must succeed a wisdom save or take psychic damage equal to 2 rolls of your bardic inspiration die, and the target is incapacitated until the end of its next turn.
Whoa.
Woo! I mean,
That's really good.
It's save or suck, but incapacitation is such a good condition, and 2 rolls of your bardic inspiration die, it's like 2d8. It's not nothing.
It'll be like 9 damage.
It's more about the incapacitation. Let's be real.
Oh yeah.
That's super strong. Number 8, the target becomes invisible until the end of its next turn or until it hits a creature with an
Ooh.
attack. If it hits a creature with an attack during this invisibility, the creature it hits takes necrotic damage equal to a roll of your bardic inspiration die and is frightened of the target until the end of the frightened creature's turn. So
I like this. This is fun.
that's pretty good because it's
I
not
like it.
it's not a saving throw.
I mean, you got put this on your rogue, and the rogue will go up and sneak attack someone.
And then
I
have to
love
run
it.
away.
Invisible, stab, and just yells "boo." I love this one.
It's solid.
Okay. I will say
You can also do it on. Remember, you can
this-
also do it on yourself if you're
this has
in
been some
danger.
of the most interesting flavor too
True.
that we've gotten. From
How long does it last?
What?
Until the start of the scrolling.
Invisible until the end
my
of its
brain
next turn.
stopped.
Okay, got you.
Or until it hits a creature with attack. So it's
so one turn.
you're meant to
Wait.
pop the invisibility.
But like literally, if you're a healer or a wizard or something, or you is in trouble, just make yourself invisible and walk away. They can't take opportunity.
You can also
attacks
make
if you're not
yourself
visible.
invisible.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, Tail of the Brute. Each creature of the target's choice it can see within 30 feet of it must make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, a creature takes thunder damage equal to 3 rolls of your bardic inspiration die, and his roll is knocked prone. A creature that succeeds on a saving throw takes half as much damage and isn't knocked prone.
That's also good.
That's pretty good. Prone is a good condition if you have martial fighters on your side. Strength save is, but you can multi-target, which is nice. Each creature of each creature of the target's choice within 30 feet. So anything
This is
within
a
30
really
feet of
big
you.
shatter
Yeah, this is a big shatter.
that knocks prone. Prone's good.
Let's see. Tail of the Dragon. The target spews fire from the mouth in a 30-foot cone. Each creature in that area must make a dex save or take fire damage equal to 4 rolls of your bardic inspiration die on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one.
I think this one is worse than the brute.
It's worse, but this is the bard scaling that I want.
I don't want 1d8 damage. I want prone.
Yeah. So Tale of the Angel, the target. So this is when you're hitting your capstones. The target regains hit points equal to 2 rolls of your Bardic Inspiration die plus your Charisma modifier, and you end one condition from the following list affecting the target: blinded, deafened, paralyzed, petrified, or poisoned. It's a limited list of conditions, and it does not include some of the more common ones,
Frightened,
like
charm.
frightened or charmed. But this is this is kind of like it's free healing.
And is that healing relevant at 17th level? Because that's when you can get an 11 or 12.
I mean, yeah, if you're paralyzed, you're boned, right?
You can actually hold this. If you get an 11, you can hold it and wait for someone to be paralyzed, you know?
Yeah,
Yep.
but would you, like, okay, if you know what you're going up against, then that can be useful.
Actually, sorry, I can't believe that this isn't stunned. Why is stunned not on this? Well, whatever.
It should be there. Oh well.
It should be. It should just kill any condition.
It should be there so much that I read it as being there and then had to reconsider, but whatever.
The list of conditions is
It's like 18 healing.
About 18
18.
healing. It's not nothing.
18 healing is not that much at 17th level.
It's
No,
not,
it
it's
really
not
isn't.
that much, but it's not nothing.
It'll get you up from nothing in its range, but actually, hold on, wait, they have a spell for that, and it's about this is not amazing.
No.
I wouldn't say no. I'm not super unhappy. It's niche. There are times where it would be like the exact perfect thing you want, although at those times you might have a spell that'll do it. So yeah, kind of
Okay.
underwhelming.
Tale of the Mindbender. You evoke an incomprehensible fable from an otherworldly being. The target must succeed on an intelligence saving throw. Take psychic damage equal to 3 rolls of your Bardic Inspiration die and be stunned until the end of its next turn. Intelligence saves super strong.
Ooh.
Stun
This one is
giga strong.
this one's the nuts.
Int save.
You would always want this. Like this is
This is like unless it has legendary saves, you win the fight.
This is I think the most interesting form of scaling I've ever seen.
I like it a lot. It's really good scaling.
I don't know if I like it because it just means that you have such a good chance of hitting level 3 abilities at level 17, but at least you can do it beforehand. You can burn all your Bardic Inspirations to try for that 12.
I do wish the initial ones, the low level ones, could scale somewhat a little bit better into later.
Okay, well, I will say at 14th level, you can roll dice twice and choose which of the 2 effects to bestow.
All right, well that fixes that. Well,
That's
and then if you
perfect.
roll the same number on both dice, you can ignore the number and choose any effect on the table.
Ooh,
Okay.
So, pretty good.
Fun fact, your odds of rolling the same number at
goes
14th
down.
level is considerably lower than rolling the same number at a lower level, but still.
But it means you get to choose, which
17th
so
level,
you
the
get-
odds go down
you get-
again.
So this is interesting. Yeah, right. It's like the wild magic barbarian or whatever that you so you get consistency as you get, but you also your randomness increases and gets stronger. I think this is both a hilarious way of scaling your class and also a super interesting way because
Agreed.
it means you're not just using the same table from level 1 to 20. You're actually kind of getting access to more stuff.
I will say though, there are 4 here that I think are strong, and they are all. Only one of them is available at 5th level. Everything else, only one of the 4. But everything else is locked at very high level.
Wait, is one of them Phantom?
One of them was Beguiler. Oh no, Phantom was the other one. So 2 of them are 2 of the 4 that are good are available at 5th level.
Okay. I mean, a 1/4 chance is pretty good, right?
What's their 6th level feature?
Okay, you conduct an hour-long ritual channeling spirits, which can be done during a short or long rest using your spiritual focus. You conduct the ritual with any number of willing creatures equal to your proficiency bonus, including yourself. And at the end of the ritual, you temporarily learn 1 spell of your choice from any class.
What?
Wait. Hold on. It must be a divination or necromancy spell.
Oh.
And it must be a level equal to the number of creatures that conducted the ritual or less. The spell must be of a level you can cast. And the chosen one counts as a bard, but it doesn't count against the number of bard spells you know. You can't do it again until you take a long rest. This is
I kind of love it.
This is a great ability. It feels really unique
And thematic, and you're literally the party gathers around the Ouija board and channels the spirit together. And the party like, do we have to do this every night? And the party
like,
and you're like,
yes.
yes, we do. I think the question to me would be what divination or necromancy spells are good up to I mean, like what a party is like 6 people, 6th level.
In terms of combat, I'm not sure how many divination good ones there are, but there are definitely good combat necromancy ones. Can you also just get some random? Can you just hire some peasants?
Oh, I'm sure you could, yeah, as long as they're willing creatures. So if you're at 17th level and your proficiency bonus is maxed out, you can get a maximum of 6th level spells.
Even with peasants.
Well, no, because you can only choose a number of creatures equal to your proficiency bonus.
Oh, I see. So you said 6th level or less?
So 6th level or less.
You can get 6th level spells. Soul Cage. That's nasty. You can get Circle of Death.
Cage!
And some random.
It's obviously not as strong as Magical Secrets. It's sort of a limited Magical Secrets, but it's quite flexible because you can choose on the fly as long as you take a long rest with your friends.
There are some good ones like 3rd level. If you just do it every night, you can give the Bard Revivify.
Yeah, true.
You can get Blight and Shadow Moil at 4th level. Yeah, there's definitely a few good ones.
Yeah. Okay, are we ready to rank this?
Yeah.
Okay. I think this is an A tier class.
Yes, agreed. I don't think it quite hit us because of inconsistency, but I do think it is.
I think that's
good.
the main thing is that it's not super consistent. I
think it's A,
because of the rolling. You get a little more consistency as you go, but overall, like, you're gonna run into situations where you don't have the right spirit for the right situation. But it's super fun.
I will say it might be weaker than we give it credit for, solely because we are supposed to bias early levels, and the early levels of this look rough. Even once you hit level 5, that's only a 1 in 4 chance per roll of getting an actually good one.
Everything else is like you wasted.
It's not totally wasted, but they're far from stellar, I would say. Spirit Session is okay. I think Spirit Session gets better as you level, which means that it's weaker early on. Am I missing that? I feel like the low level divination and necromancy spells are usually not incredible.
I mean, you're gonna get at 5th level. You can just take Revivify, right? If nothing else.
Your proficiency bonus is 3, right? So you get 3rd level spells.
Yes, Revivify is fine, but
I also think that
reagent.
I also think that this is more of a flavor ability than a combat ability. Even though there are some necromancy spells you can take, I think in most cases what you're probably going to be using this for is like you can grab like clairvoyance or something, right? You're gonna be doing some wonky shit.
Which means they don't have a 6th level feature.
But I would argue that I would argue that the 3rd level feature is interesting enough to warrant that.
The 6th level. You can't say they don't have a 6th level feature.
No, I didn't. I said they don't have a 6th level feature if that's mostly a flavor one.
I don't think it's mostly a flavor.
I don't think it is either, but I don't actually think it's that powerful at 6th level. I think it gets more powerful at 7 and beyond.
For some people, this is literally half of College of Lore, and College of Lore is nuts. Because in a lot of these lists, people are listing Revivify as one of those, like, oh, you should definitely take that if you're a bard, stuff. And this can let you take Revivify.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this to me, I would put in A tier just on the fun value of playing the class alone.
Well, that's the problem. Is it seems really fun. Dan, here's my take: is the number of times Revivify has been useful in our campaigns is actually pretty low.
I think other people's campaigns might need it more.
I think they might be, but I also don't know for sure. I don't think people die and then get brought back within the minute that often. Everyone likes to have it. Everyone loves to have it as a safety net. And there is value in having safety nets intrinsically, but I don't think it's a crazy power spike to suddenly be able to take Revivify to the point that I don't think I would ever take Revivify as any one of my magical secrets on a bard, ever. Even if my party had no healers, even if my party has no clerics, I would not take that straight up.
Yeah, you would just let them die. I mean, we all know how you play bards.
Yeah,
okay, but I don't even think that's like a hot take. I think most of us would never take
so I don't think it's anywhere near the level of magical secrets.
Okay,
but Revivify alone,
other people seem to weigh
but to be fair, we're considering this from the perspective of kind of more of an average game. Like the thing is that we don't tend to die a lot because
I can fix that.
You tried.
Stop that. So we don't tend to die a lot because we've decided quite a long time ago that dying is like either really annoying, because it's just a resource drain and like that's not actually that interesting to play, or it just stops a character's entire existence and growth at that moment, and that's also not that interesting as it turns out. Like, yeah, death is one of those things that's like super weird and wonky in D&D because it's meant to have like a lot of weight and purpose, but people have revivify and true resurrection, so does it really? I don't know.
I don't put this. Revivify itself does not make this feature good to me, but I do think there are other spells that might in conjunction.
Well, the question is, is the flexibility to be able to take a revivify valuable? And I would argue yes, whether it's useful or not.
I need more than just revivify to consider this good.
There are
other good
spells.
ones. But that's really my main point. Is
Life
I think
transference is a
what
fun
else
one.
is good at third? Ooh, life transferences. No, that one's okay.
What about summoning undead or vampiric touch or
Oh,
animate
vampire
dead?
touch is fun. All right, there are some good third level ones then.
I mean, you
Spirit
can
Shroud, what's
take from any
Spirit
class.
Shroud?
You can just take inflict harm or inflict wounds.
Inflict wounds. That's right.
Okay.
You don't even have to take first, so that's fair. All right. I think A tier.
I think once you get to 7th level, you can also take. No, when do you get 4 proficiency bonus level 9?
I mean, yeah, I
Nine.
think.
Then
I
you can
think
get
also,
Blight.
like-
Blight's fun.
I feel like no matter what.
Shadow of Moyle is good.
Oh, that's funny.
Sure
I
it
found
is.
the Unearthed Arcana version of.
This is
College
the
of
one that I read.
Spirits,
I remember this one.
and this is way less interesting.
Yes, it is. I remember thinking it was cool and then kind of being underwhelmed. I like how they changed
Anyway,
it.
so yeah,
so what are we
the
gonna rank
flavor
it?
of it's super good too.
Yeah, I like it.
To me that the characteristics of an A tier class, right?
Is
there.
it on tier with creation? Yeah, probably. I think so.
I mean, I would say
I'm fine
in-
with that.
in general,
I think,
I think it's weaker.
in combat, creation is
yeah,
better.
in combat it's
Better.
definitely weaker,
but spirits scales better.
it does.
And it has the utility, the 6th level utility that
And
creation
flexibility.
does not. Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
I'm fine with
Creation
A.
creation has its own
I think it's a low A,
utility,
but I think it is A.
yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna pee.
Have fun. What's next? Swords.
And it has
Oh,
flavor.
boy.
It does have flavor. It has
Yeah.
very, very good flavor.
I love the flavor. Swords. I'm gonna start reading swords.
No, you can't touch swords. I played a swords bard in Brendan's campaign that we did in our apartment, Dan.
Swords the improved valor.
Yes, it is.
Okay,
And
so
it's-
this one's gonna be less bad.
Well,
Uh-huh.
it turns out melee bard. Well, we'll get to it. I said I like swords bard. I like swords bard a lot. I don't really think it's good, but I like it.
We're gonna judge this on its value.
Do you know why I like swords bard, Dan?
Because stabby.
What do I like?
AC,
What do I like
obviously.
more than anything else in the game?
Yeah.
There's only
My
one thing Sean
perception,
loves
you're
more than his own
AC.
mother, and it's armor class points.
All I have
Okay.
to do to get Sean to play Paladin is get Wizards to release like a AC Paladin. Or I wanted Sean to play
Yeah, no
Bard.
shit.
Just make another AC Bard.
Someone's fucking with us. Hold on.
Hmm?
The lights in the office just turned blue, and it wasn't Joshua or myself, which means Gwen or Stevens in the other room probably accidentally changed them.
Gwen's signature blue shenanigans.
It's war.
Why would they do this? Okay, I changed it back. Okay.
Did you change theirs?
Oh.
I don't know who did it, mind you, or what room they're in.
Whoever they're in is probably in the living room. So let's give them the old
Razzle dazzle.
we'll give them the old
Seizure
fine.
procedure.
Have a nightlight, bitch.
Our lights changed again.
Oh no. Why would they do this? If only you had a camera, Josh.
Yeah.
It's
anyway.
not the best stream content. Yeah, sorry.
I'm done with this. When you join
Yeah.
the College of Swords at 3rd level, you gain proficiency with medium armor and the scimitar. If you're proficient with a simple or martial melee weapon, you can use it as a spellcasting focus for your bard spells. That just makes the class work.
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
essential to the function of the class.
The medium armor ends up being a lot better than you'd think, because if you play this optimally, you only put a little bit of it into dex and you put the rest into charisma and just be a caster.
You're right.
So-
You're a caster that gets
True.
armor.
So for getting up to 14 dex is pretty doable, and medium armor is quite good if you have 14 dex.
So at third
And
level,
spell effective.
you get a fighting style. So you can choose dueling or you can choose 2-weapon fighting. I think this is hard to say for me because I think it almost doesn't even really end up mattering, does it?
Neither of these are very impactful at all.
You do dueling so you can use a shield, you guys.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's
Yeah.
what I did.
Do bards have proficiency in shields?
I can't remember, but I had some other shenanigans to get proficiency in shields. I can't remember what they were.
I think a medium armor master or something gives you shields.
Yeah,
Gave me
bards do
shield.
not get shields.
Yeah, I had to do something to do it, but it was well worth
Yeah,
it.
you
So let's
could,
assume
you could
that
easily.
they
It's like a
don't.
1 feet dip to get a shield, which is
Not worth it.
not. I mean, okay,
I
it
had
depends, right?
Zero regrets.
If you put 16 points into Dex, and you want to get medium armor master, and this is assuming that medium armor master is the thing that gives you shield proficiency.
It might not be.
It might not be. I don't know. That's like
It's not.
what 3 AC points for a feat. I feel like
Oh.
that's worth it.
No, you're right.
Medium
I
armor
remembered what I
master or
did.
whatever.
I remembered what I did to get the shield proficiency. It was a 1-level dip in Hexblade.
Which means that the Hexblade also gives you medium armor.
Yeah, so it was a little bit. pointless.
Okay, all right. Anyway, medium armor. Yeah, that's fine. Scimitar. I mean, yeah, you'd be using scimitars. Probably.
The feat is moderately armored,
You're
which gives you
okay.
one.
So here's the thing: is that I think if you played this class as a bard, you would take dueling. If you played it as a worse fighter, you would take 2-weapon fighting.
Yeah, I think one of the problems with 2-weapon fighting is if you don't have a free hand, a lot of spells no longer work. Even though you have the spellcasting focus, you still need a free hand for somatic components.
Yeah.
No, you don't.
I'm pretty sure you do.
I don't think it needs to be a free hand.
I think it depends. Because
might
I
have to
know
sheath
that
your
there's
weapon and
some
cast them, or you
distinctions
unsheath.
in Warcaster, for example, that mention it.
Sure.
Yeah, they let
So-
you use a sword or a shield as. Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe you need to take. I don't really give a shit. I'm gonna be real. We can talk
well,
about that later.
Other people
but
do.
Well,
so-
other
Yeah.
people do, yeah. So
Well,
like it's written in the book, so we have to consider it. And
we
it's
do.
not.
yeah, we
consider
do
this.
and we don't in the sense that this isn't that impactful. Trust me. It gives you the option, and it might be a bad option. I guess that's worth discussing. But you just take dueling if that were the case, and just not dual wield because
And dueling is pretty meh.
it's
Yeah.
fine.
I mean, dual
Thanks.
wielding gives you a higher damage output. But here's
Your damage does not come from your
here
melee.
is the long and short of my feelings about the College of Swords bards is you peak at level 6 and you never get better.
Well, we'll get to that. We got to go on the fucking blade flourish to discuss, which I
Blade
was
Flourish is
trying
cool.
to do by saying we move on.
Okay, so
Don't worry
Blade
about
Flourish,
it.
when you take the attack action on your turn, your walking speed increases by 10 feet until the end of the turn, and if a weapon attack that you make as a part of this action hits a creature, you can use one of the following Blade Flourish options of your choice. You can only use one Blade Flourish option per turn. Defensive Flourish, you use a Bardic Inspiration, so you expend one to cause the weapon to deal extra damage to the target you hit. The damage equals the number you roll on the Bardic Inspiration die. You also add the number rolled to your AC until the start of your next turn. So this
pretty great.
is good. Like I mean, this is never going to be bad. AC, you're getting even at like lower levels, you're getting what like
A good
three
amount,
and a
yeah.
half on average.
Yeah, 3.5.
And this stacks with shield, so you
Well, yes.
You don't get shield as a bard.
Caveat is you need to find a way to
Caveat,
get
you need the
shield,
shield,
but
yes.
there are ways.
Hexblade.
Trust me. Yeah, thank you. Yes,
that's disgusting.
I
So-
did in fact. Yes.
But anyway, we're not considering multiclassing, so you
Yeah, we're
have to
not.
consider it on its own merits. But I mean, 3.5 AC on a class that actually normally doesn't get shield. Actually, the value of that rises quite a bit.
You also
Yeah.
don't get shields.
So you also don't get shields.
You get
but
proficiencies
your
other
AC
ways.
is probably going to be
Like
anywhere
feats.
from about 14 to 16, and adding 3 to that lets you hit some pretty good breakpoints. Slashing Flourish. You expend 1 use of your Bardic Inspiration to cause the weapon to deal extra damage to the target you hit and to any other creature of your choice you can see within 5 feet of you. The damage equals the number you roll on the Bardic Inspiration die. This is one of those things, right? It's basically just chip damage. It like is damage that feels like it really doesn't matter, even though technically speaking, it's like
It doesn't
3d6
matter.
damage, but it's spread across 3 targets, and it's like it's not gonna be the difference between someone dying and not most of the time, like 9 times out of 10, I would say. So, like, you will use Slashing Flourish like once, period, probably, and then Mobile Flourish. You expend 1 use of your Bardic Inspiration to cause the weapon to deal extra damage to the target you hit. The damage equals the number you roll on the Bardic Inspiration die. You can push the target up to 5 feet away from you, plus a number of feet equal to the number you roll on that die. That's so finicky. You can immediately use your reaction to move up to your walking speed to an unoccupied space within 5 feet of the target. I don't know why you would want to do this.
Yeah.
I'm glad that they give you these options. They don't make you choose one of these.
Yeah, because there's so few. But on the other hand, it'd be an easy choice.
It would, but then there are very few cases where, for instance, Mobile Flourish would be good, but it's nice that it's there.
Yeah, I think I did use Slashing Flourish once or twice just to try to like outright kill someone. But
I mean, yeah, it's
at a
extra
break point.
DPS, right? And,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
it's extra damage, like, what is it? It's on the target you're hitting too. So I mean, it's never gonna be bad in that case.
Sadly, like even at I think at 6th level, like what is your standard thing? Like 2 rapier attacks that have +2 damage from
fall off
dueling,
so hard, so fast.
and unfortunately, you have very few bardic inspirations, right? Because you have 2 choices. You have either go up into Dex to be a melee character, but then you don't have enough charisma, and I believe you get bardic inspirations based on your charisma.
Correct.
Which means you no longer get features from your subclass. So you need to get charisma, which means now you're a worse meleeer because you have less AC and damage. And
Yeah,
more.
this has
It's Gish.
This
What do
has
they
the
call it?
big problem where this reveals to you how slowly Bardic Inspiration dice scale, and how it oftentimes isn't really enough, because
It's very mad.
It's one thing to have Bardic Inspiration dice be applied to rolls where that number might matter. It's another thing for it to be applied to damage where the numbers are much bigger. So you're getting a lot less value out of it unless you're adding it to your AC, which is, again, a smaller number, a smaller pool, a smaller scale, right? So you're basically, like, you have to make an attack with your action to get AC, but you're not really doing damage with your attack. Like, you're doing a little bit of damage. But what else are you really doing, right? And you don't get extra attack until level 6, and then that's kind of where you cap out, because at 14th level, it just means you can roll a d6 instead of expending a Bardic Inspiration die for any of your flourishes. But, like, why? Because at 14th level, why would you want a d6 to any of these, really? Like, sure, it would be great to add, a free d6 to your AC for free every turn. That's fine, but you're not going to be meleeing at 14th level. There's no way you're going to be meleeing at 14th level.
Well, everyone thinks they will. Everyone thinks they will, but yeah, your damage will be piddly if you're meleeing at 14th level.
Like, this subclass feels like a trap.
It's something that you take some of. It's something that you take up to maybe 6.
Okay, yeah, and I do think the fact that this class is so multiple action score dependent or whatever, like, it's a super hard sell to take this class if you're doing standard array or any somewhat balanced stat allocation method.
It's multiple ability point dependent, and you don't get a lot of benefit for that investment.
You really don't.
Like, I would rather if I had good scores on a lot of if I had good scores for a lot of scores, I would just play Barbarian. I play a monk, whatever, right? Anything else. This feels like such a poor use of a subclass, because, like, 6 levels in, you pretty much cap out, and you're not honestly that much better than a fighter. You're actually
that-
not better than a fighter.
Well,
No, you're
that was
not.
gonna be my point. Is that you get extra attack at level 8, which really hurts. Trust me.
It does. Oh, you're
And
right.
Yeah.
now, like, that's not to say that there aren't niches where you want your bard to be able to melee, which is why I don't think this is like D tier even. But
You might as well
it's-
just cantrip from range while you're
Oh
It's
my
sitting.
god, is
not
that
amazing.
Jarred live Overwatch?
What?
Hey Jared.
Oh, it's Jared.
Lol.
This is much better than when Jared's Twitch name was just Jared with like 14 R's.
What were you saying there, Sean?
I don't know.
Oh,
It's already gone.
The like
It's
niche
just
of your
poof.
bard being
Into
being
the
able to
wind.
melee. You know what? Like, I think that the niche of a bard being able to output melee damage, only exists below 7th level.
No, the other time it exists when you don't have any martial classes in your party.
But even
Ask me
then,
how I know.
okay, but
Oh,
even
wow,
then,
that's
wouldn't
true.
you rather just do spell damage?
You can, but this means you can melee when they get right up in front of you. It's the option. And also AC is nice, trust me. Now
worst-
the caveat to this, you're really not a good meleer without the Hexblade dip. Holy shit. The charisma
entire-
thing is just brutal.
This entire class is just like, I'm gonna improve my shocking grasp if people are melee at me to some
Worst
melee
was Jarred
attacks. It's
Overwatch. Yeah, it was. It's true.
Like in cases, you're not it's gonna be for a while before you can even get your con, dex, and charisma up to +3 each. You're gonna have to drop something. You're gonna have low con or low dex or low charisma. And low charisma means no flourishes. Low dex means no AC, and you will miss all your attacks. And low con is you just die.
And again, this is just like one of those things where it's because you're basically bolting on another thing that bards can do. Suddenly, the consideration for your turn improves, like it expands, but in a way that isn't like that useful. But you should still consider it because of the AC bonus and stuff. So you're just like, oh, do I use my action to attack so that I can get the AC so that I won't get hit, or should I use it to cast a spell? Right, all those considerations. And at the end of the day, your output isn't really going to be that much more effective. I played a College of Swords bard. Trust me. Like,
yeah,
you're
I did
you're
too.
basically a spellcaster that can cast shield, sort of.
Yeah, at high levels, and then which is why at low levels, I think this class can sort of work.
I think this class works right up until 6th level, and then I think right after that, it's not that good anymore.
It definitely peaks at 6th level.
I think we might be thinking of it as better than we think, just because I'm trying
God,
to.
that
Like,
might
I
be
know
true.
Sean played it, but Sean did not have to put points. Like you had charisma for your attacks, so
I did. You're right. Actually, I have to get out of my head the charisma with attack rolls because they don't get that natively, even though they
you
really
got
need
5 flourishes. These people are more likely to get 2 flourishes.
Yeah, like 2 or
Oh, that
3.
They're
hurts.
more likely to be an arcane archer.
You very well might be right.
You're gonna get like
Like-
2 or 3 flourishes, and they're not, and you're not gonna be doing much damage. You're so generalized that you don't do anything.
My question is:
'Cause, like-
is 2 flourishes better than knockdown Maestro and slightly few more about?
I'm not
Bardic
going to lie
inspirations.
to you. I don't think that it is.
I go to the tier list. Let's see it.
Because that's Maestro. Maestro has a
I
few more
think-
bardic inspirations.
Okay,
and
to
they
me,
have
to me, College of Swords is like D or F.
I think it's I don't know if it's F, but I do think it's at
And
least D.
I'm not gonna
Oh.
lie. I'm leaning more towards F than D.
No, I don't think it's F tier. Well, I'm actually a little bit biased in this way.
I think what's interesting is that these features might have been interesting on something that wasn't a bard, or if they were implemented differently. Because I actually really like the flavor of the Blade Flourish and like a Swords Dancer bard. It's just you get so little support for being a melee because bards are full casters. They're not meant to be melee classes, and this moves it in the direction of a melee class, but in a way that doesn't give you any support for doing that.
Okay,
Right,
I have an
'cause, like-
argument to be made that I don't think it's F.
Okay.
Really?
Because if you played this like a standard bar where you stay back and you just cast your spells, you have a little bit more AC because you get your medium armor and your
that's true,
dex
actually.
is 14 or something. You
Okay.
also, if an enemy does approach you,
All right, you do have
you
tools to
can
deal with it then.
you can
yeah.
choose to defensive flourish them and do a decent bit of damage with dueling and extra attack.
Okay, no,
And
I agree with you.
yeah,
I think you're right.
So-
I think this is a D tier class.
this is basically like a bard with some defensive options.
This seems like a bard with disengage options.
Oh, that hurts. That might make it. That maybe that does earn an F tier then. If the biggest boon is literally a proficiency, alongside being approached, you can get out of there when you probably misty step out. But maybe
yeah, okay. That's the thing, right? Is that you can get out of there with your class features, but like that's what that's basically most of the benefit you're getting from your class features, even at like not even like. Outrageously high level.
Let's get out of there. It lets you stay in there and survive.
we might. Okay, here's.
God, you're flip flopping.
I'm so torn. Do you want to know what's the next part we're doing?
The next bard we're doing is College of
So we have to do this one. This is the one that's causing me problems.
All right. Well,
currently. That has been actively causing me issues is the fact that Swords and Valor both exist.
We will do College of Valor, and then we will reassess College of Swords. Let's go.
We'll reassess both of them.
Josh, put Swords in F for now. Just
okay,
for
we'll
now.
put it in F for now.
Okay,
All right.
we're
We'll see
gonna
how
look
bad
at
Valor is. All right, College of Valor, you gain proficiency in medium armor, shields, and martial weapons. Those are good proficiencies.
Do you actually get shields? Wait, do you get
shields,
martial? Hold on, you
and
get martial
you get
weapons.
access to all martial weapons.
With
Hold on, you
Swords
do
Bard,
not. Hold on.
You do not.
Martial weapon proficiency is mostly useless for Bard because I think you're mostly
that's
going to want tech.
what we'll get into, right?
Okay, yeah.
So at third level, you inspire. You learn to inspire others in battle. A creature that has a bardic inspiration die from you can roll that die and add the number rolled to a weapon damage roll it just made. Which we've talked about bards and bardic inspiration dice and scaling, and how
And
that
it's bad.
scaling is pretty piddly when you compare it to damage dice because damage dice are inherently bigger. Alternatively, or at the very least, like the scaling is different, right? I wouldn't say a D20 is not smaller than a D10, but you know what I mean. Alternatively, when an attack roll is made against the creature, it can use its reaction to roll the bardic inspiration die and add the number rolled to its AC against that attack after seeing the roll, but before knowing whether it hits or misses.
Which is kind of like a one-time shield.
Kind of like shield, kind of like cutting words, except it's on the person who has the bardic inspiration die, which I think makes it potentially better because you essentially get a parry.
But it's only one attack.
It's only one attack. But I mean, so was cutting words.
True.
And actually, cutting words was actually worse because it's only one attack period, whereas this is one attack per person that has.
Yeah,
true. Early subclasses suffer from not having much. Okay, the early subclasses have a problem where they didn't quite know how to design them yet. And so you get things like College of Valor, which fill a specific niche they wanted in their minds, but don't translate well. So at 6th level,
Like this is way worse. Than
this is a much worse feature. And at 6th level, you get extra attack. So this is already way worse than Sword Bards because you don't get anything really other than combat inspiration.
I wouldn't say way worse.
I would say combat inspiration is a much worse use of bardic inspiration than flourishes. Although,
if you think
maybe
about
not,
this,
actually.
In my opinion, if we look back to that ideal situation of you're pumping charisma and you just have like a bit of dex for your medium armor, you have like 5 of these bardic inspirations to use as shields for people, which is
okay. That's not terrible.
Which actually helps the party more than defensive flourish does.
Yeah, that's very true. Sword Bard is a very selfish bard. College of Valor you can use somewhat.
Perfect.
Here's my argument. If you're going to frontline bard, you have to be selfish or you will get squished.
Yes.
I think
have
that's
to be
generally
defensive
true.
and you actively can't. None of this, if you're going to frontline, this doesn't help you stay alive.
So
you are going to get killed. Like this is a really, really good backline ability.
So at
True.
14th level, you get
saying,
the
just stay
ability
back.
to make one weapon attack as a bonus
awful.
action if you cast a spell with your action. That is the worst feature I've ever seen.
It's so bad.
Like, not only are you not really gonna have good bonuses as a bard, it's one attack. Why are you going to make an attack? I would rather be an Eldritch fighter. Like this.
Do you want to touch on a bonus action economy while you're there?
Correct. Yes. Also, that's the last thing is that it's a bonus action, and you want to be using your bonus action for other things that aren't this because this feels so worthless. This is so okay. This is exactly the problem with sword bards, but amplified to like 9D.
Here's, I think my hot take is that if you added every feature from College of Valor over to College of Swords, all it would do is secure that it's definitely in D and maybe C.
I think you're right. I honestly think you're right. I
the
think
abilities
these
are mostly mutually exclusive, so it makes sense that they wouldn't combine to anything particularly powerful, right?
The
That's
third one
not
adds-
a
the-
sorry,
yeah.
but that should not be a revelation because
The
these
14, yeah,
they
but look,
share
there's
resources. They
there's
have the same
nothing
fundamental
here.
problem.
No, because like okay, here's what it would do, right? Is it would make it would give you a wider range of access to martial weapons and shields without having to multiclass, which is objectively better than just not having shields and having just the scimitar.
Hmm.
But
It would give you a.
but yeah, like after that, like what really are you doing? Actually, like neither of these classes really give you a lot of actual support in a way that makes you viable melee wise. And I guess that's not necessarily the point because you're a full caster. But College of Valor seems so. Ugh.
Just dump it straight into F.
In
Like,
fact, it doesn't even feel like it deserves to be added to College of Swords.
I mean, this one. So College of Valor is the worst frontliner to me. Even though the one thing it has up on it, I don't even consider martial weapons an up on it, even though strictly speaking
It's
it is,
not.
but it really isn't. The only thing it has up on it is shields, right? And there is an argument that you
yeah.
can make, right?
Yeah,
That shields
2AC.
is better than defensive flourish, although I think numerically it doesn't quite work. But again, aside from shields, everything that it has is not remotely defensive for you.
Okay,
And you have to have some kind of self-defense if you're going the front line.
I don't know what the
It's
point
true.
of this class is, actually.
It was
It's
melee
combat inspiration you can't use on yourself. Huh?
Yes, exactly. That one, it's a support ability meant for that's good. And like this was my issue, right? Because I read through it and I was like, hang on, why is cutting words not bother me, but this bothers me? And it is because of the difference of Lorebard is meant to stay back, support, change the outcome from behind. This is you're meant to be up front. This is an ability that you don't even have to be up front to use.
Do you remember when Dan made that peasant class? This is like if you bolted the peasant class on top of a bard, like a base bard. So it's just like, what do you get? I can attack with weapons. Can't most people attack with weapons? I can attack with slightly bigger weapons. And why would you want to be doing such a thing? You know what? You're probably right. I probably wouldn't be. So yes, you know what? I think College of Valor is easily an F tier. They might both.
They might both be an F tier. Yeah, I mean, Swords is definitely above it, but like, Swords does not work. Swords really doesn't work. Swords might deserve D.
I love how we have nothing in C tier.
Might deserve.
But I don't know.
Might
The third option is to up
deserve
Maestro to no.
Maestro cannot be up.
Maestro cannot be up.
Do you think Maestro and Swords are like comparably powered?
No.
Almost.
I feel like
Weirdly.
almost, but also I feel like Maestro is stronger. I think
It
it has
feels
What did Maestro have that was at all?
It feels weird having Swords and Valor in the same tier because Swords is slightly but directly
Swords
better
is
than
like Valor but better, but they're both
Maybe.
bad.
Okay, but Valor does have a shield. That's like
So this was my point, Dan, is how much is that's the one thing it has up on it. And at the one hand, if it is like it's literally a proficiency, it's almost the weakest thing that you could have. You can't have a
you're
proficiency carry a class, but
Yeah.
if a proficiency
goes up a tier from a proficiency.
if a class almost reaches another class by having that proficiency, then that other class is probably F tier as well. That was the bit, right? It was when I saw that it didn't have shield and the addition of shield, I was like, wait, does that make it rival it defensively? I was like, okay.
Well,
Swords is probably F tier.
I think we should put them both in F tier then.
I think they're both F tier. There's no way. So
Well, two left,
Maestro,
then.
for Maestro, we said it has some utility because it has the
Knockdown.
It has the knocking prone. It has the saving throws against traps and environmental hazards if that's a thing you're playing with, and that is a fairly common thing in games. We don't like to play with them obviously because they're kind of annoying, but
Wait, sorry, don't rehash this. We have to go.
Please.
We have to. No,
Okay,
you
okay.
cannot waste time on that.
College of Whispers. Let's see.
Josh is being that one professor.
What?
Nothing. Go.
Nothing. Go on.
Most folk are happy to welcome a bard in their midst. Bards of the College of Whisperers use this to their advantage. They appear to be like any other bard, but they're evil. That's pretty much it.
Fair enough. Hydrate.
Oh, we're hydrating.
Oh, time to thirst.
I can't hydrate, but I promise you I will after this stream.
When you join the College of Whisperers at 3rd level, you gain the ability to make your weapon attacks magically toxic to a creature's mind. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack... Why are we weapon attacking?
Keep going.
You can expend one use of your bardic inspiration to deal an additional 2d6 psychic damage to that target. You can only do so once per round on your turn. Is that...
It's not very good.
Is that your 3rd level feature? Is that your flavor feature? I think it's your flavor.
Okay, well,
it's slightly better scale. It's not amazing damage. It's all right damage. It's all right at level 3.
8d6 at 15th level is way better scaling than whatever the fuck Swords of Valor.
It actually scales. It jumps up from 3 to 5.
It does.
From 5 to 8.
You're right.
The fireball damage.
This is actually way better scaling than multi-attack.
It is. Caveat, it's on a bard that has no defense, so you probably still can't melee.
And also, you're all on a bard that probably has pumped charisma, which means your dex is low, so you're probably not going to hit that weapon attack. You get one chance a turn.
Well, that's true. One attack is a little bit rough.
We'll continue reading it. So, words of terror. You learn to infuse innocent-seeming words with an insidious magic that can inspire terror. If you speak to a humanoid alone for at least, this is the creepiest ability, for at least 1 minute, you can attempt to seed paranoia and fear into its mind. At the end of the conversation, the target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC or be frightened of you or another creature of your choice. The target is frightened in this way for 1 hour until it is attacked or damaged, or until it witnesses its allies being attacked or damaged. If the target succeeds on a saving throw, the target has no hint that you tried to frighten it. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish your short or long rest.
So definitely a flavor and
this is definitely the flavor ability, and the question is it useful?
Yeah, here's the question. Is fear out of combat useful? Answer.
I think... What? Okay, you can
What's
say...
your answer?
My answer is that you could role play. It depends on how willing your DM is to role play. People are willing to go along with the things you say if they're afraid of you.
Right. That's
you can intimidate
kind of a
easier.
cult
you can
leader.
Persuade easier.
I remember that I was not super impressed with the other flavor feature where you were able to charm people. They would sing your praise and defend you against others and hinder people that get in your way. And even that we were better. Trying to contrive scenarios where that was good, and we came up with a few, but it was a little bit niche. This is like strictly worse, and it's only one target, and it's only for an hour. This is flavor.
Okay, here's
I won't hold against it, but I'm not impressed.
Here's the thing to me though, I think that this is more niche, but I don't, strictly speaking, think it's weaker.
I think it's weaker,
but only because I think that it has kind of a use case like baked into it where seeding paranoia into someone, you're like speaking to someone alone for a minute, like you kind of are fulfilling this like weird cult leader, you're isolating people kind of role, or you're kind of like you're doing the like Jafar thing where you're just like, yes, my king.
You don't even have to do it alone. You could do it in the middle, out in the open.
Yeah, but
wait, doesn't it say alone?
If you speak to a humanoid alone, but I don't know if that means.
Okay.
Yep, it has to be alone.
I don't know if that means no one has to be around. I think just it means that people aren't paying attention to you.
It means your party is not there. You have to leave your party.
Yeah, okay, that is worse.
That's tedious.
That your party can't be there.
Also,
but I would say that
one,
speaking
the
to
other
someone
one had the charm condition, which is stronger than the frighten condition, and you could target multiple creatures. That one was way better than this one.
I would say that speaking to a creature alone for a minute is much less conspicuous than making a performance, though.
But the performance, you don't have to split the party.
Josh. Weirdly, I disagree. You can justify your performance in fiction. Speaking to a target alone in a cellar or wherever is actually harder and more conspicuous in some ways. Weirdly,
maybe
as a bard.
I don't know.
As a bard,
Josh.
Listen,
bards are always off singing to random people. Yeah, they just do it. People listen.
That's just what they do, and no one's gonna look the other way. Whereas
I don't know.
Listen
maybe
to me.
It's just me. I think just like it's not that hard actually to just talk to somebody alone for a minute. Do you know what I mean? Like you're at a party and you're just like, hey, what's up? You want to talk outside for a second? Like you want a breath of fresh air?
You could,
it's so much more effort than the other one.
You could indeed, and then they will be afraid of you for an hour.
Great.
Well, or they're afraid of
Or
someone
another creature.
else.
I
I think there are
The other one is
uses
distinctly
for
better,
this,
though.
but I think you're probably
okay.
right.
Here's my argument. The other one, whether or not it's better or not, the other one was niche. This one I view as more niche. I think you need to do even more specific things with this, which is fine. It's kind of a flavor ability. You can do some cool stuff with this. It's very flavorful, but like I think you can do. I think this is going to be even less applicable than the other one, where
I
you
literally
could just
think the other
charming
one-
random people to help you out.
Literally the other one, like every time you enter a new town, you just get you just gather some people that are like natives here, and they just sing praises to you, and bam, you got street cred like instantly every time.
And it specifically says they will hinder people that follow you. Like in the spell text, it gives you a given thing, whereas this one is
Right.
yeah, they're afraid.
But I will say this. We do somewhat consider like niche situations, right? Not all of them and not all the time, and depending on how niche they are. I think for a campaign that is about political intrigue and that sort of stuff, I think this does have some uses. And I think that is a mode of playing that is not necessarily super uncommon, right?
But
sure, but
I think
it is still worse than the other one.
But because worse, I'm because I think it is more niche than the other one. That would earn it lower on the tier list for me. Not to say that the uses don't exist, but I would lower it because it's less broadly applicable, and I already made my case for it being less broadly applicable. I don't know if you agree or not, but that's where I stand.
At 6th level, you gain the ability to adopt a humanoid's persona. When a human dies within 30 feet of you, when a humanoid dies, you can magically capture its shadow using a reaction to retain the shadow until you finish a long rest. You can use the shadow as an action. When you do so, it vanishes, magically transforming into a disguise that appears on you. You now look like the dead person, but healthy and alive. The disguise lasts for 1 hour or until you end it as a bonus action. When you're in disguise, you gain access to all information that the humanoid would freely share with casual acquaintances. Such information includes general details on its background and personal life, but doesn't include secrets. The information is enough that you can pass yourself off as the person by drawing on its memories. Another creature can see through this disguise by succeeding a Wisdom Insight check contested by your Charisma Deception check. You gain a +5 bonus to your check. Once you capture a shadow with this feature, you can't capture another one until you finish a short or long rest. It's another flavor ability. I think this class is pretty much absolutely pointless in anything that's not a political intrigue.
Wow.
I think you might be right.
This is what I mean, right? Is that like to me, this is what the marker of like a very niche class is, or very niche subclass is, because it's very clearly built for one specific kind of game.
The kind where you kill someone and take their position. How long does it last?
Well, like the thing is, like this makes a how long does this last? The disguise lasts an hour or until you end it.
And the first feature is basically built for like assassinations. Like you find a way to get like an advantage on someone and stab them in the back.
You stab them for 16d6 psychic damage. Yeah. I mean,
or you find them
that's the thing,
sleeping
right?
and
Is
crit
that
them.
like
True.
the third level ability is like super niche, but this kind of plays with that in the same way that the Fey one did, where it's a lot easier to isolate someone to talk to them if you are somebody who like the person you're speaking to trusts, and you can use that to seed doubt about somebody else. It's not just that they're afraid of you; you can make them afraid of their wife or their king or whatever, right?
Okay.
But again, this is very niche. This is very specific.
It's so niche.
It's gonna go lower on the tier list.
And even when
because of the
it's
niche,
and even when it is niche, like I don't think you need to do this. I don't think you need to play this subclass to do the things in the thing. I don't even think it makes it that much better than Disguise Self. The only way that this is better than Disguise Self is that you get to know what they knew, some of it, but I don't even know if you need that all the time.
You also get a +5 bonus to the disguise checks.
To deception. So your skill monkey gets even more skills. Great. It's even in the niche scenario, I don't think this like excels. I think it's good in the niche contrived scenario, and then bad in all others. And like that's why I'm underwhelmed. If it's gonna be really specific, it needs to be really good in that specific.
Yeah, you're right.
And this is you have to kill them.
Yeah.
And then it only lasts a day, so you have that. You kill them that day, and then you have it that one day, and then even then you only have it for an hour after that when you activate it. And then you have all this other scenario, right? Like there's so many requirements here.
It does suck to have a 1 day time limit on this role.
Yeah,
thing.
I think the time
overreached.
limits are a little much. I think it would be better served if they didn't have them, but you know.
So even in the niche scenario, I'm unimpressed. Not unimpressed totally, but yeah, actually no, I am. I'm underwhelmed.
At 14th level, you gain the ability to weave dark magic into your words and tap into a creature's deepest fears. As an action, you magically whisper a phrase that only one creature of your choice within 30 feet of you can hear. The target must make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. It automatically succeeds if it doesn't share a language with you or if it can't hear. On a successful saving throw, your whisper sounds like unintelligible mumbling, has no effect. If the target fails its saving throw, it is charmed by you for the next 8 hours or until you or your allies attack or damage it. It interprets the whispers as a description of its most mortifying secret. While you gain no knowledge of this secret, the target is convinced you know it.
Okay.
While charmed in
Right.
this way, the creature obeys your commands for fear that you will reveal its secret. It won't risk its life for you or fight for you unless it was already inclined to do so. It grants you favors and gifts it would offer to a close friend.
Wow, this is terrifying.
When the effect ends, the creature has no
Creepy.
understanding of why it held you in such fear. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again
What
until you finish a
That's so
long rest.
creepy.
I mean, you basically
but
get to like puppeteer somebody. I don't know.
That's a pretty impactful for this kind of campaign.
For this kind of game, it would be. I think this is the ability that you would want, right?
This is clearly a bard that is F tier in most campaigns, and
Yep.
maybe
D tier.
No, I think it's
No,
it's
I
This was-
think
this was an intrigue campaign. I think it's like B.
I think
Okay.
yeah, I think this is a
Okay.
B tier
A B tier in an
class
intrigue, fair enough.
in an intrigue campaign, which I think kind of puts it in C tier for me.
In C or D, yeah.
Because it's like
I think it might. No,
think
no,
it's
because
D.
it's a niche, right? And we have to consider the niche.
No, but
I think it's too niche,
I
or
think
if not too niche,
overall-
I don't think it's niche enough.
So you-
Weirdly,
Okay, so you say that it doesn't excel, but I think I kind of disagree. I don't think it is exceedingly S tier in its niche, which might be somewhat damning, but I think it does well enough.
that's to me the damning bit, right? Is it would have to be S tier in its niche to me, but
because it's so specific.
because it's so specific. It doesn't have anything in any combat, and like we've discussed, like seriously, nothing. Which maybe that's
that third level feature, nothing, because you'll never get up there in melee range to do
Yeah,
it.
you'll never
buy
get
like a
melee.
spell.
like I get what they're going for, and I think the niche saves it from F tier. But like this is D&D, you will encounter combat. I guess you got the rest of your bard to fall back on.
There's
so
the
it's
bar
not the end
features,
of the
right?
world. Yeah,
It's D&D for D tier.
I'm just like looking at that Maestro, and like looking at this College of Whispers, and it just hurts me to put it above Maestro. That's where
Maestro
I'm at right
does
now.
have more things
Okay,
going for
yeah,
it.
I guess
That's where my headspace is at, right? We might.
Yeah, but like in the average campaign, yeah.
Oh, in the average campaign, it's absolutely garbage. But we
Yeah.
can't just say it's F tier because it doesn't fit the game.
I know.
You're right. Can we say it's C tier because it doesn't
I
fit
don't
the
think
average
so.
campaign?
I mean, okay, if you
I
are
like niche
if
stuff.
you are both in of the mind that it is a D tier, then I will agree with you.
Well, we could be persuaded.
I don't wanna.
I'm conflicted. We should move on and we will revisit because I'm.
We got one
If
left.
Satire is like really bad, we might bump Whispers up.
Okay. So, College of Satire. When you join the College of Satire at 3rd level, you gain the proficiency with Thieves' Tools. You gain proficiency in Sleight of Hand and one additional skill of your choice. If you're already proficient with Thieves' Tools or in Sleight of Hand, choose another skill proficiency for each proficiency you already have. You don't get expertise, but you do get Thieves' Tool and Sleight of Hand. So, okay. You didn't realize how niche the Bard classes were? A lot of them aren't
Okay.
actually that niche. They're actually less niche than I thought they would be.
That one we saw was the most niche
That
one.
one is
of
the
all of
most
them.
niche subclass, period.
By a mile. It's
By a
it's
huge- by
it
a
means I'm
huge stretch.
really struggling to.
Actually, it's funny because it's hard to imagine that I think it would be good in the niche, but I think it's hard to quantify that kind of thing because each game is kind of going to be different.
I know that's the problem, and I don't know if you would know ahead of time that you're gonna be able to use all of these skills in a given game.
Yeah, I like more general niche role playing things that are stuff like, oh, get expertise in this skill. That works in like most campaigns, and that's still role
Is that
playing
not
out
niche?
of combat.
We
I
need to
mean-
come up with a good definition of like what a good niche class is at some point.
Think-
We're gonna have
think
to
about
come up with
this.
that because
Imagine
I'm struggling right now.
Insight, expertise, and insight. That is niche, in my opinion. but that is more broadly. That would fit more campaigns.
Yeah, I mean this
By a
this
long margin.
bard feels like it was written for like a specific campaign, right? So
It's in
appropriate.
Xanathar's.
It is in Xanathar's, which
That's
is
funny.
interesting. Okay, so you gain the thief proficiencies basically, and then you get as a bonus action you can tumble. When you tumble, you gain the following benefits for the rest of your turn. As a bonus action.
Okay, great for bards.
You gain
they love that.
the benefits of taking the dash and disengage actions. You gain a climbing speed equal to your current speed, and you take half damage from falling.
Oh, tumbling fool.
Wait,
Okay.
repositioning good?
All right.
That's actually very worth a
These
bonus
are
action.
these are actually really strong repositioning abilities, and I honestly think that in the case that you're being so threatened that you need to use your bonus action to get you need to use your action to get away, it's far better to use your bonus action and just have both of these.
You literally, bam! You're 60 feet up away, and you're like up a building. And no opportunity attacks, and you're not at risk of falling.
This this is a much better disengagement tool than anything that the sword bard gets.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. But at the same time, you're also not getting anything else.
Yeah, I know that's actually a little bit oof.
I do like it's a good defensive option.
I would have fun with it.
And I do like that they also get skills up there. They get
skills. Like this isn't oh yeah, I'm reading this. This is not a combat class.
Oh, okay. Let's
Okay.
At 6th level, your ability to gather stories and lore gains a supernatural edge. You can cast Detect Thoughts up to a number of times equal to your Charisma mod. You gain any expended uses of this ability after completing a long rest. It's pretty specific. If a creature resists your attempts to probe deeper and succeeds at its saving throw against your deep thoughts or detect thoughts, it immediately suffers an embarrassing social gaffe. It might loudly pass gas, unleash a thunderous burp, trip and fall, or be compelled to tell a tasteless joke. Jesus Christ.
What the fuck?
Can you show us Detect Thoughts so we can remember
this class is, I'm not gonna lie, just the fact that you can do this is evil.
It's funny.
For the duration, you can read the thoughts of certain creatures, so it's concentration up to a minute. When you cast the spell and as your action on each turn until the spell ends, you can focus your mind on any one creature you can see within 30 feet of you. If the creature you choose has intelligence of 3, they're all doesn't speak any language.
I can sum it up because I remember it vaguely.
Probing deeper part.
Yeah, exactly. TLDR, you know, when you cast it, you learn their surface level thoughts. You can probe deeper, but they will know you probe deeper, is what the spell says.
Does this bard
whether or not, I'm sorry, if they succeed, whether they succeed or fail, they know you probe deeper. I don't know what the rest of it is.
Does the bard cover that?
It's particularly.
Okay, so if it fails, you gain insight into its reasoning, its emotional state, something that looms large in its mind, etc., etc., etc.
And you can detect the presence of thinking creatures you can't see. Interesting. I didn't know about that part.
Either way, the target knows that you are probing into his mind. Unless you shift your attention to another creature's thoughts, the creature can use its action on its turn to make an intelligence check, contested by your intelligence check, etc., etc. So the thing is that while it doesn't remove that downside, if they succeed the saving throw, they immediately suffer an embarrassing social gaffe, which I suppose might cover it up to some extent.
And then you just do it again, and they keep getting so embarrassing social gaffes, and they might just stop.
What the fuck? This is horrifying.
This is actually the most horrifying ability in the game because you can just make someone fart endlessly.
Why do you keep? It wouldn't just be the farting, God.
Can you imagine if you saw someone like fart thunderously, let out a giant burp,
I didn't mean to.
fall, and then get up and tell a racist joke?
No. And then the worst thought is you now know everything that was in their brain.
I'm not gonna lie to you. This I think is more effective at the social intrigue.
Then the other one?
And the other one, I think you could ruin someone's reputation forever with this.
Oh my god.
Probably could.
Now, mind you, they know you did it, or well, I guess they know you did it. They know someone.
They can't prove it.
They can't prove
They
it.
can't prove it. Yeah. Oh my god. That's
People
horrific.
like, no, you're just saying that because you farted on us.
what the fuck. All right.
Absolutely horrific.
That's
terrible.
Oh boy. Let's
okay,
do
how
the
the
last one.
all right.
You have to do this all as one.
At 14th level, let's see. Gestures seem to have a knack for pulling themselves out of tight situations, transforming what looks like sure failure into an embarrassing but effective success.
Cues, yeah.
Making the king hated. Exactly. You can expend one use of bardic inspiration after you fail an ability check, fail a saving throw, or miss with an attack roll. Roll a bardic inspiration die. Add the number rolled to your attack. Wait. Yes, using the new result in place of the failed one. If using this ability grants you a success on the attack, ability check, or saving throw, note the number you rolled in the bardic inspiration die. The DM can then apply that result as a penalty to an attack or check you make, and you cannot use this ability again until you suffer the drop.
Oh my god. So it's
When the
fool's luck
DM
and then bad luck.
Invokes this penalty, describe an embarrassing gaffe or mistake you make as a part of the affected die roll. Okay, so
Wow.
you can use bardic inspiration on yourself, but the DM can use it to just fuck you.
Undo. And the worst part is it's got that Tides of Chaos problem. The DM, you can't use it until they do it.
Oh, it's awful.
And if you rolled an 8, you know, oh no, the DM has an 8 looming over me.
Wait, it doesn't even. Tides of Chaos resets on a long rest. This doesn't. You never get this back until the DM.
This is bad. This is a bad
It's very-
ability.
Oh,
It's
that's
very
not
DM
good.
reliant, which is rough. So again,
this
this
is
is like
actually
niche.
objectively a terrible ability.
It's campaign reliant.
At
This
best,
one
it's
is not
campaign
campaign reliant.
reliant.
This one just sucks.
Even in a
okay.
campaign, I think it's
Even in the best case scenario where the
even-
DM just keeps wasting it.
yeah. In the best case scenario where immediately your next attack you get a -8 to it. Like I don't know. I don't know about that one. I don't think this one's good.
Mhm.
I think this is a bad class.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think there's a niche for this class. Like I said with the other one. I think it might be a D tier class.
I
this
think
might be.
this
Or
one.
it might be a
I think
C tier
this one
class.
has similar niche to Whispers, but it also has a few okay generalist things. They're not good, but they're there.
I think it's a C tier. I think it's a D tier class, but I could be convinced to say it's a C tier class.
Holy
I
shit.
think it's better than Whispers.
Whoa.
I think I think so. Probably. Yeah, I think probably.
What does it get besides Whispers? Like, hold on. It gets the bonus action to dash and disengage, so it can
Which is a
reposition.
really, really
Gives
good
some
escape
skills.
tool.
That's a good escape tool. I'll grant you. I feel like I want more than that in my subclass.
You get skills and fuse tools.
Oh, I forgot
I
about
mean,
that.
in all fairness, like look at all of these things. Like
And we don't wait the 14th level.
this
This
isn't
as bad as it is.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
is really funny. But this isn't
Fine.
this is clearly not meant to be used in a combat like situation. Like this is the only combat related ability, and you can use it out of combat, and it's probably more useful for just running away from a combat that you would otherwise be engaged in. I like
Also, you can use that forever. So it just like in your let's say you're in the king's court, and you just start scuttling on the walls.
Hold on. I don't know if
no,
that's,
you start
that's not-
falling at the end of your turn.
Yeah, I don't
Oh.
think that's quite how claiming speeds work in D&D.
Is that
But
how? Wait, but what if? No, but
No, at
Okay,
the end
you're
of your
saying the
turn, you
climbing
start
speed
falling if you don't
disappears?
have any way of sticking.
yeah,
all right. You have to climb up and then sit on like a gargoyle
No,
or something.
just because you have a climbing speed does not mean you can like climb up a sheer surface, right? It just means that when your character has the ability to
Alright.
climb, they will climb
Alright.
faster, right? It does not
See,
impair
that,
your with
okay,
magical.
you say that, but I'm not sure if that's true.
Is it not true? It might not be.
I don't. It might not be. Also, you're currently dashing, so half is 30. You go 30 feet up. That's a lot.
It's
Wait,
very funny to think that you tumble
No, hold
upwards.
on. You get a
start
climbing
roll-
speed.
Ooh, you
equal
start
to your
Dark
current
Souls rolling
speed,
up a sheer cliff like a
which means you
Skyrim
can.
horse.
So because you have that climbing speed of the rest of your turn, you can tumble. Use your dash to move 30 feet up. Use your movement to move 30 feet up, and then use your action to dash 30 feet up.
Oh my god!
You can scale 90 feet.
No, it's half your climbing speed. It's wait. Oh no, it's equal to.
Yeah, it's
You can
equal
go
to your current
90
speed.
feet up a cliff in a
Wait, how-
turn.
Wait, how do you do that? Oh, bonus action to wait.
So because you can use your bonus action whenever, as long as you're at the foot of whatever you're trying to scale, you activate tumbling, you get a climbing speed, so then you use your movement, then you use your dash, and then you use your next dash.
So
Wait,
you go up
wait.
90 feet. Yeah, it's true.
How do you double dash? One takes your
One takes your action, one takes your bonus action.
no. The bonus action is gaining a climbing speed equal to
No,
your
it's
current.
not. Wait,
No,
is
you
it?
get all of this.
You get all of them.
Oh, the following benefit. Holy shit! Never
You
mind.
get all of that.
We got all of that.
That's why it's so
funny.
good.
I mean, no, it's not why it's so good. It would be
Yes, it is.
almost as good to get any of them, but I guess it is better. Holy shit, that's really
Yeah, but
funny.
what class can go up 90 feet up a cliff at 3rd level by tumbling? By Dark Souls tumbling.
No.
S tier.
No.
S tier.
Easily S tier.
This
rolling.
Rolling, rolling, rolling.
I want to play this class. I'm just not realizing that like rogues need to. This is D.
No, come on. I bet I could. Come on, C.
You want this to be
You know what?
C?
I want this to be C.
You know what, Dan?
Just for tumbling pool.
I might agree with you actually.
It's so this is not even. No, but this is now we reach the point where we're laughing so hard that I don't even want to argue because there's no point in arguing.
Yes, suffer.
You are free to put this at C. Just know that you are wrong.
Oh.
This is D, but we can put it in C. Here's you know what?
Just
You know
just
what?
cue Sean. Just cue Sean to start farting randomly.
You don't
How
need
dare
to
you
cue me.
argue with me?
You don't need to cue me. I just go.
Oh, no.
I will say, I would much more readily play this than I would play Bard of Whispers.
This class would be such a troll to play.
We just put this above
We
Maestro.
put this above Maestro. Should we
did.
reassess Maestro?
Do you see my point?
Yeah,
Do you see
no,
my
this
problem
is-
with this being C tier? Right?
Better than Maestro.
Maestro got the initiative thing.
Maestro sucks.
Yes, it does, but so does this.
Okay. Oh, all right. But like, here's the thing: is Maestro has a niche which is combat, and it doesn't do it particularly well. I would argue that Satire has a lot of tools to both work a social intrigue campaign and escape from any unnecessary combat, which
Yeah, and it's
would
way
get
more
experienced
fun.
anyway.
It has one. The only thing it has above it is that it's fun.
No,
No,
the 6th level one.
The 6th level one is fucked up.
Do you think
You're not
Maestro
necessarily. You're just
could be?
you're reading their mind, and
Do
then.
you think
making
Maestro
them-
could be a C tier class?
I actually don't know. I kind of don't.
I don't think Maestro could be C tier.
Okay, I do think that Maestro is better now, having gone through all of them, because there are some stinkers in Bard. But I'm okay leaving it
Actually,
in D.
anything that augments your ability to melee as a bard automatically makes your
Yeah,
class bad because it's
goes-
wasting features that could be spent elsewhere.
Which is why Whispers is D tier.
Consider the fact that Valor bards get like the ability to attack twice at the same level that lore bards can just take fireball.
I'm also imagining Satire, like the tumbling fool is actually like pretty nuts. Rogues get a thing to bonus action disengage, but it's so much more important for a caster. to be
Yeah,
able to
no, Dan,
disengage.
I'm 100% in agreement
no.
there. I just consider that the only thing they get.
Yeah,
And I
it
think
is
that
the only
is
thing
actually
they get, but-
worth a lot.
Okay,
Like,
consider this though.
Okay.
Consider this. Bards only get 3 features.
Yeah.
Period.
If you're gonna have a good one, it may as well be 3rd level, I
Like,
suppose.
Even
All right.
if you were a base
they're-
bard with the ability to do this, it automatically makes you better than like a base bard. Like
Yeah.
in a quantifiable way, I would say even.
Yeah,
Honestly,
but I would say
um,
the same about Maestro.
like
Yeah,
the
but
reason
is that
why
quantity
Satire
bigger
is
than
not
Maestro?
higher than C tier is because its 6th level and 14th level features fall flat. I think the ability to move 60 feet away and escape all danger. You're
And
just
climb.
completely safe whenever, like, as a bonus.
The scuttling speed is honestly the funniest thing to me.
How
You
the
become
fuck do you
Revenant.
kill?
You're like shuck, 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 shuck.
Like it's so hard to die as a Satire bard.
Rogue with 3 levels and Bard for the tumble.
Right? I want this on a road.
Honestly,
This
even
is
if
so much better than the
even if
rogue's
you-
cunning
So
action.
much better.
Even if
Like,
you took the consider this. Even if you took this, even if you like took 3 levels of Bard as a dip for a fighter who is primarily a ranged fighter, I feel like you would still get value out of this ability.
Yeah.
That would be so.
I think Satire has a stronger third level
Oh.
than some A and B tier classes. It's just it has a worse 6 and 14, so it goes down to
Yeah,
C.
yeah.
You know what?
obviously.
You know what? You might be right. If we're willing to base this on the third level ability alone, keeps it up there, then fine.
Well, it's the third level
Yes.
ability is really, really strong in like basically general scenarios, and
Yeah.
then the 6th and 14th are really niche.
I love going on about the wonders of mobility. So all right. I
Okay.
do think it's better than Whispers.
All right.
We get it.
That's the last bard. So does this list look agreeable to us?
I practically forget what Glamour does, but oh, is that
It was a long
the
time
weird
ago.
Seducey one?
Yes, Glamour was the Seducey one.
That's the Viagra one. Okay.
No.
No. It's the one that turns you into a YouTube star.
Excuse me. I I believe imbuing my allies with vigor and speed is the Viagra part.
All right, fair enough. Fair play. Okay. I don't see any glaring issues with this.
Eyebrow wiggle.
I'm trying to remember why we had a reason for putting it so low. Oh, that's right. I was not impressed by the charm. And then the other one was command, which we had a long conversation
Charm in
about.
general is pretty
And
niche.
Dirge
Command is
Singer
pretty
has like some things going for it, but it's
usable,
not.
niche. Dirge Singer is okay. Yeah.
It has more combat uses than like Satire, for instance.
I mean, that's not hard, but yeah. You are correct.
Dirge Singer was okay.
Yes. Yeah. You know what? Actually, on second inspection, Dirge Singer really it does not like stand out that much.
It's
No.
not that good, and that 6th level feature is pretty bad. Like, unless you have like a barbarian.
I do not remember Dirge Singer at all.
Don't worry
It's the one
about
that
it.
lets you make weapon attacks.
I did like the
get
Dirge
rid of-
Singer because it did give you expertise in history and like performance
Yeah,
or something,
yeah.
or one of those, and I like that.
Proficiencies in a subclass though can't be.
Okay, Dirge Singer is the one that gets a usable counter charm.
Okay, but
Yeah,
Dirge
but at
Singer,
14th level.
Dirge Singer does also try to make you use guidance.
Any class that
pull-
uses guidance
all
is
right,
F tier.
2 minutes. Pull up Dirge Singer again. Maybe it's not on par with Glamour.
Here's Dirge Singer.
I don't think I'm willing to raise Glamour, but was there anything here that kept it from being C tier? Oh, yes, there was. There absolutely was. It was two bardic inspirations for the price of one.
That's quite good.
That was the thing that kept it up there.
And the thing that keeps Glamour honestly is pretty bad, except for its 3rd level, which is quite strong with its huge temporary hit points.
You never saw Dirge Singer. That's because
And
you
the
came in like
speed.
an hour late, VV. We started an hour.
Remember the
early.
mantle of inspiration from Glamour that gives everyone like reaction speed and no opportunity attacks, and it gives like a ton of temporary HP? I'm pretty sure that's why we ranked Glamour at B.
Wait,
and
that
not
was
lower.
Glamour? Glamour was the one that gives you
no.
temp HP, yeah.
Yeah.
Which was
okay.
which was a strong
And then its 3rd
ability.
level feature was the charm one that I think was better, and you don't think it was as
And
good.
I wasn't happy. And then the 6th
And then
level
the
was the
sixth level-
command, which is
Command spam.
we had a long conversation about that. Yeah.
Okay. All right. This looks fine to me. This looks agreeable.
You never saw Dirge Singer? Oh, unlucky.
I'm sorry, we had to start early because I have to go now.
Alphabetical.
We would have run over.
Also,
Yeah.
in the future, are we going to keep... I think whenever we see Mage of Lorehold on Mage of Silverquill, we'll almost be able to just slot them in like instantly, though.
I think
So it's-
easily we can just say that they're Strixhaven tier.
Probably.
We
Um,
should.
Dirge.
We'll cover briefly, but yeah, probably. Well, no. We have to do them last. You have to compare them to the rest. That's the play.
Yeah. Okay, we'll do that. I will say this though.
Dirge...
They are better on non-bard classes for the simple reason of you don't have to choose your capstone. I mean, there's obviously a pretty simple choice for most of them, but the fact that you get both, that's like a wizard and as a warlock, is just nutty.
Dirge was exploring Eberron, which was written by a guy that worked with Wizards of the Coast. So it's like it wasn't official, but we had it in here. It was like-
It's official adjacent. Wizards dude worked on it, even if it's not proper wizards. That's so not
No.
Unearthed Arcana. It was weird.
yeah,
It was all right.
All right. Yep. Okay. Cool. All right. Let's end the stream now. Thanks for coming. This is the full list. Have a good
Thanks
look
for
at it.
sticking around, people. We're very fast at talking.
I will say before we go, I am less confident about this list than I was the barbarian one.
The barbarian was really
Yeah?
easy.
But we did tailor this. We I think we got it down pretty
This is-
polished.
I think these are hard to quantify, especially because the last two that we covered were so
Glad you
niche.
enjoyed it.
You loved playing bards, so you're excited to see. This I think is gonna be one of the harder lists, though.
I hope we didn't do anything that was too egregious or wrong.
'Cause I think some of the other classes have some of the other classes are going to have more subclasses, but I almost feel like they're gonna be easier. I feel like it's like cleric. I feel like is like gonna be a lot of really easy low ball ones.
But remember, clerics each have their own spell list.
Fuck, never mind.
Oh.
I don't know how many druid subclasses are there.
Druid is not that hard.
Okay, druid's gonna be easy. Thank God.
Is that what are we doing next?
Next time we would probably be doing clerics, right? Because it's next in the alphabetical order.
Oh God.
Oh.
Cleric's probably a
Yeah.
two-parter.
That might end up being a two-parter. We've been pretty good so far about being able to do these in one. But yeah. Cleric is either going to be a two-parter or we're going to have to really speedrun it, which we're not very good at.
We can talk later, like off stream, how we can make this faster. I've thought of a few ideas, but like,
Okay.
I'll have to worry about that right
All
now.
right, goodbye.
Also, I'm down to. Okay.
Sorry,
I'm down to do the
I'm just
next
gonna put
stream
the
sooner than
stream
next
in.
Sunday. Also, by the way.
Sooner than next Sunday.
We will discuss that and put it out on Twitter.
That
Okay.
depends on my availability. I
Oh,
would
thank
say, in general, the times that I will be free are going to be times that might be a little awkward for you.
Well, unlucky.
Because I would want to start at like 5 p.m. our time, which was 40 minutes ago. So you would be getting up at that time.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like what,
What?
getting up for raid, I guess.
Yeah, but he already has to do that like twice a week.
Oh yeah, and then most of the days I'm free, you're raiding anyway, so that wouldn't really work.
Yeah, well, Tuesday, Thursday, yeah.
And
Okay, well,
I'm
we can figure something out
Listen.
later. Let's close up the stream.
listen. I'm gonna say this right now. I love this stream. I think it's some of the most fun I've had streaming for a while.
Nice.
I am not going to stack this stream on top of Ace Attorney stream. It will kill me.
Double stream day.
Like 2 streams where I primarily just have to keep flexing my vocal cords. I think I will literally actually damage my voice.
We could do some more of the talking with these features.
I think it's probably going to end up being Sunday again. Yes.
God,
'cause-
we've
'cause Friday's
we've literally
TBD.
talked for 10 hours so far on 2 classes.
all right. Stream ending.